Yeah.
Hey, sorry. It's not gonna be perfect with this, but it'll just have to work.
Yeah, backlight is kind of horrible on that.
Yeah, I mean, I can actually. Hang on, I might be able to do something about that 1 second.
The only thing I could think of doing is switching around which direction you're sitting, but then you got all the stuff that you don't want in the background.
Well, that's a little better, actually. Not perfect, but better.
If you can point the camera to the corner of your room or towards the Pokemon, the camera will not adjust for the light so bad.
Well, I can't.
That's better. Like even just pointing that slightly down like you did, that was so much better.
There we go. That'll have to do. I'm not.
Exactly. You can't expect perfection when you're dealing with things that you can't control.
Exactly. This is just a simple little thing. It's not super professional or anything.
Like I'm never super professional.
Actually, I should, so that there's not as much background noise here. There we go, that's better. Now I'll actually be able to hear you properly. Yeah, it's cold enough to where the heater's going, and that's like right beside my room, so...
What?
Oh, it's actually cold enough here where the frickin' furnace is kicking in.
Oh.
So I just had to shut the door so I can hear you a little better.
You have an office bed.
That's it.
It's all in how you name it. Technically, I had an office chair before. It was a chair and it was in the office.
Fair enough.
That's it. I was hoping I didn't need a freaking drill a pilot hole, but after that, I needed an actual battery in my way. Other
bottle openers in here?
By the way, I'm going to figure it out. Hopefully, yeah, so hopefully you, something else
Oh, hell yeah! I don't know where any of my bottle openers
Oh, wait. Wine bottle opener.
That'll do, donkey.
That's a good thing I hesitated a second to hit the live button.
Oh, I don't think that.
Alrighty. Ready?
No, you're good.
No, I'm talking
You're
now.
good.
You can always hear me. The live stream couldn't hear me.
Oh, touche. Okay, fair enough.
Oh, because my mic is always open for the StreamYard. By the way, we're sitting here yibber-yabbing on. We're live. Anyway, so welcome to another episode of NOVAtazz's Automotive Podcast, episode 13. I think, episode 13.
Yep.
That's what my title says, so that must be what it is. Anyway, so let's get on with the spiel. In the bottom, this corner, you will see our fake stream boss, Kevin. Should be Kat, but I had to reset some things last week, and she got booted off by the bot named Kevin, who's apparently got a pretty decent amount of hit points. I think he's got 3,000 points left.
Yeah, Kevin's a jerk.
Yeah, Kevin's a jerk. He's just rude. Anyway, if you donate to the live stream in any way, whether that's super chat, super stickers, or donate through the PayPal link that you can see somewhere, maybe eventually will show up in the chat there, or you can type in !donate. We'll also bring it up as well.
Like I just did.
Yep, there you go. Thank you, Kat. That will take some hit points away from our stream boss, and if you happen to be the person to kick the stream boss, you are then the stream boss, which will have your picture and your name down there at the bottom corner until somebody kicks you off. The more damage you do as a killing blow, the harder it is going to be to kick you off as the stream boss. If you look at the top of our live stream, you will see a ticker on the top with our recent donations. And we do have some more news as far as we have a website now. You see the link is at the pinned comment, which I also, this is the first week, I can actually pin comments now. I can pin comments in
Yeah.
YouTube. I don't know if it's just a new thing they rolled out, or for some reason I ended up being able to do it. I don't know.
That's not a new feature. It's been around for a while.
That's
But
the first time it's been letting
yeah.
me do it. I mean, I can pin comments in a non-live stream, like in a video I could, but that's the first time I've ever been able to pin comments in YouTube itself.
Well, see, I've never gone live off of my computer. I've only ever done it on my phone.
You can do it on your phone?
Yeah, I've done every single live that I've done has been off my phone. I have not done one on the computer yet. I am going to, though, because I have this nice, lovely webcam that, cost me a bit of money. So
actually, there's the donation thing, and then right below it is the web stream. I mean the website.
Now, one thing I am noticing though is for your website, that's not a hyperlink. That's something that I have to copy and paste.
This one, yes. This one is not a hyperlink. I can go back and edit that actually right the hell now. So the next time it pops up right. What's the hitch?
Yeah,
I may or may not have sisters that are in the appropriate age range for that show to have been airing on Disney.
Yeah, I watched it a lot, and I love that show.
Okay, let's add this H T T E. Even though NOVAtazz.com, typing it into a search bar is not exactly the hardest thing either, too. It's nice and simple. HTTP //www. Okay, that should come up as a link next time. Hopefully.
Yeah, here's something. But something, and unfortunately, I didn't get to buy it. It sold before I could get down there because I was gonna go tomorrow.
Oh, you were gonna go pick up something.
I was going to at least look at it for sure and do a video on it because the guy said, "Yeah, you can do a video on it, no problem." At the very least, because it was something you would never have heard of because it's super rare in Canadian, but it is a Pontiac. It was a 75 Pontiac Le Mans GT, but it was actually a Canadian Cup car, which in 75, Canada got to the, I'm trying to remember what it was for sports-wise, but anyways, it was the Canadian Cup, and they commemorated this for them making it to it. And there was only 48 of them ever built. Oh, so wow. They were all red on white with a red on white interior and stuff like that too. And they're very neat looking. But unfortunately, it got sold before I could go see it because it was only $1,500, but it was probably really rusty.
See if I can do a quick searchy search. See if I can pull one up real quick. Let's see, pull this up. You said it was a Pontiac.
Le Mans GT Canadian Cup edition. They're super cool.
Le Mans GT Canadian Cup. Oh, yeah. It's like kind of like our Grand Prix.
Yeah, it's essentially what it is, but it's a Le Mans. So, because we continued on using the Le Mans name
I'm gonna pull it up here on screen for everybody else that's in here. This one. No. This one. Is it a 1975? Is that the right one?
Yep. They only did it 1 year, so.
There you go. So this is what she's talking about. It's got the Pontiac Rally 2 wheels on it. That nose looks like the front end of the Pontiac Venturas that they had for the 4th gens.
Similar, yeah.
It's wider, but...
and like that, they had a really cool thing. And what's interesting, actually, because those hood scoops, you could remove the plastic out of it, actually, and make it functional for cold air. So it was pretty neat that way. Were they fast? No. You could get a 400, although I don't know if it was a Pontiac 400 or a Chevrolet 400.
It's at the
information on them. is very scarce.
Is that the Malibu body for if it was a Chevy?
May have been.
I
I
think
don't know.
it's the
I don't
Malibu.
know my
The Malibu
all I
Skylark
did.
body is what it looks like the Buick Skylark, Malibu, the Chevy Malibu.
Similar. Yeah, it would have been similar to that. I would have think. I would have thunk.
Thinking.
Yeah, something like that. You're probably
I
not far
forgot to
off.
get
Like it
myself
kind of
a
looks like that.
glass.
So yeah.
I guess I'm drinking out of the. I forgot to get myself a glass.
Fail.
I don't like. I have no problems drinking out of a bottle, but I'd rather drink out of a glass.
Yeah, that's fair. And something actually, because Bradley, he saw the video, because he liked my last auction video that I did, because I went to go tour the cars at the auction that's coming up. Now, what's funny about that is I went back 2 days ago and realized, oh my god, they've added a lot more vehicles into this, and I got only like maybe a quarter of them in that video. So, but I didn't want to do another video on it. However, there's some cool stuff there. Like, the highlights of the first video there was honestly a complete pile of crap, but cool. It's a Dodge Rampage. It's either an 82 or an 83 with a 5-speed in it.
Yeah.
But oh my god, was it rough. Like, I went to go look at it again after the fact without filming anything. So, that was I got the key from the office and I go out there and the key actually got stuck in the ignition. So it's just like, okay, that's cool. Whatever. I just let them know that, hey, I couldn't get it out either. I looked at actually the side because there was like, oh, okay, that was weird. There was like about that much Bondo on the sides of the box. And the thing is, when you just grabbed the bottom of the box, like right at the wheel well, basically, you could flex the sides of the box.
That was my Nova. The whole passenger side did that. There was no metal from the wheel well all the way up to the door opening on the bottom side, inner or outer fender. It was gone, rusted all the way through. You could stick your hand all the way from outside, all the way through into and touch the seat.
Nice.
I have pictures of it. It's bad.
And actually, I will say some other stuff that's coming to my channel fairly soon. It's whenever I can get down there. Because I was hoping to do 3 videos tomorrow, but that's not going to happen because that Lamar sold. Because the guy just let me know, hey, it's sold. It's like, shit. Okay, whatever. So,
Gotta jump on it while it's hot.
Exactly. Oh, yeah, to be honest. I had a feeling it was going to sell fairly quick, even as rusty as it was. But the thing is, there's a guy that emailed me. And the thing is, we've talked before, but now there's going to be a couple of reviews coming out with these 2 cars. The one is a 89 Dakota that's like fully restored. It is absolutely gorgeous.
That's like the S10 for Dodge, right?
Yeah, except for it's bigger because Dodge. Like, it's interesting.
Does it have the little Mazda engine in it, or that was Ford?
It had a no.
Dodge did
those
have
actually, because the only other small pickups that they had, because they had the Dodge Rampage, they had the Dodge D50, and then the Dakota, right? The Dakota was that's the one that lasted the longest, and it could have either a 2.5 4-cylinder or a 3.9 at the time. They didn't add the 5.2 until 92, unless you got a Shelby. So this one is not a Shelby. It's just a plain old Jane 3.9 with a 5-speed in it. But I'll get to review that. And then he has a 2018 Genesis that I'll get to review as well. So that'll be interesting. Twin turbos, 460 horsepower, something like that. It'll be fun. Yeah. And actually, I do know... I know a little bit more on that, but I'll see if he jumps in before I jump off, because I can supply some insight on that situation.
Yeah, because I'd rather him tell the story only just because it's his story. So
Oh, for sure. I've been helping you out a little bit on it and whatever else, but because he actually was out here the other day, yesterday.
Oh, sweet.
I got to drive his Matador, and well, you could like it's so funny. As soon as I start driving this thing down the road, I just turn to him and go, "So your insurance company doesn't require a safety, does it?" Nope. You can tell
I
because like
guess it needs a few things.
yeah, well for one, the steering wheel is clocked about there.
Yeah,
Um,
that won't fail safety thing at all.
no, it also pulls to the right when you drive,
Oh, okay, so
and
it needs alignment.
the exhaust has rusted off, so it's just stripe piped.
Sweet.
Um, there you can see daylight through the floorboards. Um, and also like the heater core is out of it currently, which that wouldn't fail it, but what might fail it is I think he's got leaky exhaust manifolds because it actually will come through that hole into the interior.
Yeah,
It's
that's not
like,
good.
oh,
I mean, I had at least kept the freaking like if my heater core goes, you just keep the heater core in and then just loop the two lines back to each other. You know,
yeah.
just
I mean
bypass it.
that's what I would do.
I
You
mean, the
know.
other thing he could do is just take some a piece of sheet metal and some freaking spandy foam and just kind of like sheet
Oh,
metal
he
screw some.
plans on actually putting a heater core back in it, so he doesn't want to do that.
Well, it's a temporary fix. That's not
It
permanent.
it's true that isn't a permanent fix. However, it's just more to clean up in the end, right? I
Yeah.
get it. I know
Well,
he has the tape over it
silicone and
now,
some
but
sheet metal would do it also, and it'd be easier to clean up than a spandy foam.
yeah, that's true. And yeah, like and don't get me wrong, it was fun, but I was surprised that it wasn't that comfortable. Driving it, which is like you'd expect a um something of that vintage, actually being more comfortable because they usually were. But I just have a sneaking suspicion though that the springs and the seats were just totally cooked. So
It's probably not even the
um
seats. It's probably not even the springs in the seats. It's probably the foam itself,
it might be.
because the foam
That
deteriorates
the
after a while.
That's true. Springs can also deteriorate after a while too. Like just,
Mhm.
and it's not very hard to fix that to be honest. Like when you have the seat apart, you can just connect all of the with some wire. If you just connect them all with like three pieces of wire, basically all throughout it,
Mhm.
you can basically bring the proper spring back to the seat. But
Well, they also sell
yeah,
those. They also sell those little zigzaggy springs because they're pretty much universal. You just need to cut them to length.
yeah, true. They do that as well. And like the thing is with that, because the best way I can describe driving it, and I will actually do a review of that thing in the future. Um, it will be interesting that way, but why not? Have some fun with it. Is it drives like a '50s car? If you've ever experienced a '50s car, that's exactly how it feels, even though it's a 1977. It's kind of weird.
AMC
Because
did not progress
everything
very
is
far.
just yeah, it's just archaic and you know,
Well, the
and
fondest
even
of
the brakes,
ways.
yeah, and the brakes even when I press the brake, it's like, okay, this is kind of stopping. Not really. It's very spongy for the first about quarter of the brake pedal, and then once you get a little more than that, hey, look,
So
it's
in other
stopping.
words, it should have been stay with the Mazda camp and put some money into the Matador that you're saving from the gas mileage, so that way the Matador is at least safe to be on the road.
Oh yeah, and that Matador gets horrible gas mileage because he told me, like, it's got a 360 in it. It's got an intake and a 4 barrel. That's basically it, right?
It's also
And
a 40-year-old tired, well, yeah, 40-ish-year-old tired engine as well.
yeah, oh yeah, like you can tell, I pinned it and it wouldn't even squawk the tire. So it's just like it's a 360 AMC. Doesn't matter what year it is, it should at least squawk the tire.
What's the
But
rear gear in it?
yeah, oh, it has like 275s, I think, but it's
Ugh,
just
that's a
still
really
should do
tall
it.
gear.
It is, but to be honest, I even manipulated it. I launched off of gravel onto dirt onto pavement to see if it would do it. It wouldn't. Like my car will do that, my inline six. So um yeah, it's just the car needs a lot of work. But he's driving it, you know. dailying it right now.
Which one, in your opinion, which one's the better, the Caddy or the Matador?
Oh, the Caddy by far. The Caddy's actually a nice car.
Why the hell is he not driving
Like,
the Caddy?
Because, well, he's waiting for the snow to melt all the way, which I get that. The Caddy's actually like nice. It's not really rusty or anything. Got the really nice interior. It drives nice because I drove that thing just around the block. It didn't have any registration on it, so it's like I don't really want to drive this thing very far. Because the problem is I'd be the one slammed with all the tickets, not him.
Right.
So yeah, just like I'm not doing that. Thanks. So yeah, but you know, it was an interesting experience, shall we say? Drive that thing. It's not quite what I expected. I expected it to be a little better than that, but you know, yeah, it's fine. It's a 16-year-old's car. What do you expect? Really?
Right. Gotta get some more people in here. I wanna explore the new website with people, but I was waiting for people to pop in.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna get out a video today on all of these goodies that are back here, and the more goodies that are out in the garage, and the more goodies that are coming next week, and the more goodies I was looking at when I have more money. But I'm not Painless Wiring. There's another wiring company that does a modern wiring harness that is more custom fitted to the Trans Am itself. You know, with all of the right. The Trans Ams were weird. They didn't have the typical GM wiring harness. They had a bunch of like sub harnesses. Because every option came with its own wiring harness, and they didn't include all of the wiring harness for every if you didn't have all the options. So like a basic wiring harness won't do because there's a whole bunch of stuff in my car that would not have power to it. But anyway, so I was looking at that because here I am hooking all of these brand new electronics up into what I already know is a patched stock wiring harness that's 40 some years old. So yeah, I am looking at getting that. Was also looking at a sewing machine today. I know exactly what sewing machine I want to get. It's just over 200, I think. I'm just gonna go with the Singer heavy duty, the one that's made for doing leather work. Figured if it can punch through leather, it'll be able to punch through several layers of fabric.
You should be able to, yeah.
I did look at a Juki, an old Juki from like the 70s, but they still wanted way too much for that one. You're talking like $500-$600 for an industrial Juki from the 70s.
Yeah, oh, I get it. And actually, speaking of Trans Ams, I had a guy reach out to me, actually about he's wanted to reach out for a while, but he was just unsure how to do it, and he wasn't sure how I was going to respond. It's just like, well, okay, that's kind of funny, but whatever. You know, I always say at the end of my videos, if you want to contact me, you can at, you know, my spiel, right? A couple different sources. But anyways, he has an 81 Malibu with an LS in it. And it's like, okay, that's cool. It's not quite ready for the road yet, but he's close. It's got a Turbo 400 in it. And basically, he wanted to get a picture of my 81 Mustang next to his 81 Malibu. It's like, cool. I can dig that. And he's like, Alan, even when you're down here, I'll throw you the keys to my 93 Trans Am 6-speed, and you can have fun with that. Yeah, hello.
That's the generation Trans Am that I like. Just not that half of the generation. I'm a 98 to 2002 fan.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's not like the nose that's on the front of the earlier ones. It's not that the cars are bad. Oh, I saw a freaking legit Firehawk the other day. It's like 2 towns over from mine as I came a different way home from work. A legit freaking Firehawk. Now if I know Brad probably knows what a Firehawk is. I don't know if Mr. John does. I see him down in the chat. The Firehawks were like a really limited version of like the best you can get. Um, they had like a whole different set of options. In fact, the cars weren't even made on the assembly line. They were taken off the assembly line and finished in a different facility.
Yeah, which it wasn't the Firehawks, if I remember correctly, because they had those in the 70s, but didn't they bring those back in the 90s as
This
well?
one I'm talking about, the 90s one, which had the...
You're talking about the 90s one? Okay, I thought you were talking about the first generation. My bad.
That was different.
Oh.
Those Firehawks weren't even... That was an aftermarket decal package, and that was basically about it. It was based off of a particular singular car that was upgraded, but a lot of the ones running around were just a graphics package. They had like graphic. It was like an appearance package. So they had like graphics, and I think they had some different seat covers and different things, but it wasn't a performance package. Whereas the ones from the 90s was a performance package.
Yeah, they were really badass. That's cool. I've never seen one. So.
Yeah, no, there was no ground effects. Yep.
But and something actually now, I have been patrolling Kijiji, which is like a way better version of Craigslist. Put it that way.
Yeah, I don't think I have that down here.
I think you actually do, but
it's not a name I recognize.
Yeah, they are a worldwide thing, but it's just not as many people use it outside of Canada. Because like I have seen it in the States as well, but it's just not used that often, which is kind of sad because it's way better than Craigslist, way better. But
to answer Mr. John real quick, they also came with a different computer tune in them as well, which unlocked it a little bit more horsepower than than even the Corvettes came with.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, for sure. But what I was gonna say is, I've been patrolling there, not only looking for cars to buy and try and flip, but also to see if there's any opportunities to film a vehicle. Now, there is one person I found, and I'm just hoping that they respond back to me and say, yeah, you can come out and film it, because that'd be freaking awesome. It's a 1981 Ford Durango, and you've probably never heard of that.
No. You just like I heard Durango and I'm thinking Dodge, and I'm like, wait, did it make 81? And then I went back and my brain clicked in. She said Ford.
Yeah. So Ford it was called the Ford Durango, and basically what it was, you take a Ford Fairmont and you chop the back off of it and turn it into a pickup truck, right?
So kind of like what they did with the new they have that new thingy that they have just out now, isn't it? Is it the Matador? Yeah, the Matador.
You mean the Maverick?
Maverick, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Matador is AMC. Yeah. But I mean,
so is Durango's Dodge, so I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, hey, Ford had the Durango first, but they only made 212 of these, and it was actually subcontracted to, what was the company called? A coachworking company to build these. And they only existed in the States, so to find one up here is like, okay, so you imported it. This one happens to have the 200 inline six like mine does, so that's kind of neat. And yeah, it's for sale right now. It's like 15 grand, and it's mint condition. It's freaking cool. So I'm hoping I can do a video on that, because that's a once in a lifetime to try to find one of those.
Mr. John says a Maverick is a car, was always a car and still is. Pretty sure it's a Ute now. Isn't the new one like a Ute or an SUV?
Yeah, yeah, because the Ford Maverick is essentially, I think, similar to like a Ford Escape, but they chop the back off of it.
Yeah, so
and
it's more like a Ute.
Yeah.
It's like a stubby Baja.
Yeah. And actually, yeah, because Chevrolet did have the Durango name as well in the 80s, albeit it was a trim model.
How about when they put the Cadillac seats in the freaking No, was it the Ford or was it Chevy that did that? Put the like the high-end luxury seats in the freaking in either the El Camino or the Ranchero. I think it was the Ranchero that did it. They had
Um,
leftover high end seats, and they stuck them in it and gave it a different option package.
I, it, I could see the Ranchero being that only because it was the bigger car and
I
like
think it
because
was
it
the
was based on the
Ranchero.
LTE.
I think it was the Ranchero. They had like leftover seats. I think either from like an LTD or some one of the other more luxury higher optioned cars, and they had all of these leftover seats. And they're like, well, we don't know what to do with them. So they're like, well, we'll just slap them in this thing and give it some other upgraded trim package.
Oh, you could actually get really you could actually get these swivel buckets in the El Camino. I didn't know that. That's cool.
That might have been it. Yeah, so maybe it was the El Camino.
Yeah, maybe in the Elko that way. Yeah, like I honestly I love swivel buckets. They're just the coolest thing, and GM was like top of their game when it came to that. Because all throughout the '70s, any of their nicer like full or medium sized vehicles could have that option. And it's just like it's freaking dope and
I
very
I
practical.
I cannot wait to be able to restore the seats that I have in my TA now, the 74 horse collars. Don't even need I mean, other than flying through the windshield, you don't need a seatbelt to stay in the seat. Um, the bolsters on the sides of the seat on the there's a lot of the cars had the back bolsters like around your back, which is why they get the horse collar name because it literally looks like the old school horse collars. Um, but the ones the seats that I have also have the seat pan bolsters all the way around, not just the sides. So you literally are just sitting in this little tiny cup, all the way around, and you just like when you sit in it, you're just stuck. You're not going anywhere. Those are the ones that I'm restoring with the tan and the black that I'm waiting to get the new sewing machine for. I have one that I haven't torn apart in the car now. The driver's side I didn't tear apart. It's still original in the car. Not original for that car, obviously, because it came out of a 74, but um, yeah, I can't wait to get those done because those are so comfortable. I mean, I drove all the way from, well, that's even with the 79 Deluxes. They're not even these ones, and these ones are more comfortable than the Deluxes that I had in the car originally. Um, but I drove all the way from central Pennsylvania all the way out to Dayton, Ohio. Ooh, excuse me. In the TA, and didn't even really need to stretch when we got out of the car. I can drive a half hour to an hour in our Kias or even the Cavaliers that we had before, and everything is sore.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Modern vehicles, because the one thing that I liked about the classics, especially in the '80s, when you had sporty seats, they were both comfortable, and it would actually support you in the turns and stuff like that. That's one of the reasons why I actually want to pick up or grab those Shelby seats and put them in my
Yeah,
car
they're just
because they
nicer
do
quality
both.
seats.
Yeah, and seeing John's thing there. Yeah, actually, if you found the Fiero seats with the internal speakers, because those are a freaking unicorn too. Like, I think they're rarer than the Recaros.
And again, the Fiero is kind of like the DeLorean in the fact that what would those cars were originally intended to be versus what ended up. Well, I mean, I think that towards the end they did end up becoming that, but when they first came out, they weren't what they were supposed to be. They weren't very sporty, and they got made fun of a lot. But
Well,
they're a badass little car.
well, they got made fun of mostly because when they had the Iron Duke in them, they like to leak oil straight onto the manifold and catch fire. That's what was happening there. With that, in the first year, which was '82 or '83, they recalled those and then they fixed that very quickly. But the thing is, you never wanted the 2M4, which was the Iron Duke. You wanted the GT, which was the 2.8 V6,
Mm-hmm.
better engine, not amazing engine, but better engine than the Iron Duke, and it actually had the performance to back it up. Plus, I think they did a suspension package on them as well, and
Well, if
really
you
made them much
watch
better.
the Cletus McFarlane just gave away one of those GTs.
That's cool.
For
Um,
one of the was it one of his I think it was one of his race events at the Freedom Factory. He gave away one. Did you happen to also see they flipped one over? It was not a stock Fiero. It had a big Chevy big block in the back of it, and it was basically a wheelie car. And George was driving it, and he went to do a burnout on the burnout pad, and I guess the car lost brakes. He went up the embankment, out the pit lane, and as he came out the pit lane, the car got air, went sideways, and flipped over. It was an absolute, because you could see he was along for the ride. There was no stopping that car. It was just, and it was so bouncy. It was like a jackrabbit. It was just boink 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 and then over.
Nice. Actually, that reminds me of something I found for sale today. It's actually in Portland, Oregon. This is, if you've ever heard of a Honda N60, which was their first passenger car before the Civic. Wasn't released in the United States or Canada. They were all imported over from Europe and Japan. But anyways, this little thing, and bear in mind, these from the factory had a 600cc air-cooled motor from their CB600 motorcycle. And so they're very, very tiny. They're considered a K car, actually. But this one, he actually put it on a Suzuki Samurai frame with a 4.3 liter V6 from a Chevrolet, and it had an exo cage on it with like 40-inch tires on it. It was freaking badass.
Yeah.
Actually, let's see if I can find that ad, because I think you would appreciate that just because of how freaking
I like ridiculous
badass that is. There it is. Yeah, share. Send a messenger. Where are you? Frick, I never. You know what? That'll go into the live stream chat. I don't care. Other people can see it too. Yeah, because like as soon as I saw that thing, because somebody shared it in our or in one of the Honda Civic groups that I'm part of, I'm like, that's just badass. I'd buy that in a heartbeat.
I'm busy trying to get to this one spot where he just crests the freaking hill of the Freedom Factory. Because he's having a ball all the way up here. I mean, he's freaking laughing his freaking ass. Oh my god, that's like the fucking Kia. Remember when I took the picture of the Kia with the truck tires next to it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Except for that's even smaller. Like, how badass is that? I don't care who you are, you like that car. By far. Like, that's just cool. In every way imaginable.
It was at this moment he knew he fucked up. That is right before the oopsie. He's going about like 60, 80 miles an hour.
Nice. And like, the one thing is, like, I like Fieros, but to be honest, oh, I see it now. Yeah, nice.
And he's
That
gone.
that's a thing.
You can see him. He's right there. He is already upside down.
Jesus.
That's as much as I'm showing that. You want to check out that video? It's called "We Had a Bad Crash. Just Bought This Car." It's on Cletus McFarlane's channel.
Nice.
But
Yeah, because like, and the one thing is,
pull
it's
this up.
kind of funny because I saw the comment that said that the Fiero was the poor man's Ferrari, and I'd argue the MR2 was your better bang for your buck compared to the Fiero.
It was more of just the looks and the fact that a lot of them came in that red.
Well, yeah. I mean, there were a few.
Actually, I would say it was more the poor man's freaking Firebird, but I mean that was also the what is it, the Sunbird or whatever that looked like the mini Firebird.
Yeah, that was pretty funny when they released that thing. Back in because actually, like the thing is, they had the Sunbird, the initial Sunbird in the late '70s, which that was a cool fucking car, rear wheel drive, and very similar to the Vega actually.
Here's the vehicle that she was just talking about. That was that one that you just shared to the group chat for us.
Yeah, the Honda. Yeah.
It looks like one of the toy cars that you would pick up out of the freaking coin machine at the freaking grocery store when you were a kid.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, it does. It is freaking
Like the ones where you
badass,
put the
man.
little penny in the back to make them like do wheelies across the thing.
Oh yeah, it's just so awesome.
Does anybody
Like,
remember
and
those?
oh, I remember those. Yeah.
Yeah, like, I don't know what they
Yeah.
were called, like penny racers or something or whatever, where you could pull them back and they would shoot forward, but if you stuck a penny in the they had a little slot in the back that you could put the penny in, and then it would cause them to do a wheelie across the table and do like weird stunts and stuff.
Yeah, I do remember those. Those were starting to get phased out when I was a kid, but you could still get them in the stores. Because yeah, there's a couple of years difference between us.
So that's what you're doing to your little Civic, right?
No, I'm not doing that.
89
Oh,
Sunbird GT. Yeah, that's one of the other ones. Suzuki Samurai. That's what kind of like what that blue thing looks like.
Well, that N60 is on a Samurai chassis.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, like that frame is Samurai. Then they shoved a 4.3 V6 in it and put an exocage on it. It's just super badass. And like the one thing is, because yeah, so he had an 89 Sunbird GT Turbo. See, that's the one you want if you want the front wheel drive Sunbird. That's the one. Because that has the 2.5 turbo in them, and they're actually really quick. They're fun.
Somebody is parting out a 75 through 79 Nova, like literally down the freaking street from me.
So you're gonna buy parts?
I don't know. I mean, that's pretty tempting. Those doors look really nice, and we already know my one door is a big old freaking dent in. They don't have a picture of the lower side of the driver's side one. I mean, yeah, sure. See, the thing is it's what I don't like about sometimes when they take pictures of different things. It's nice to take pictures of the thing that you're selling. But if you're selling something that's known to have problem areas, take pictures of the problem areas. That way people can tell whether or not they want to have interest in that part or not.
But yeah, like that's the one thing that I do, like especially when I'm doing videos on other people's cars that are for sale. I make sure to go close up on those areas that you would just know are going to rust.
Inside of the doors on the bottom.
Yeah, I don't always do on the bottoms of the doors, but I will, show the more problem areas. Like, and even on Fox bodies, I'll show the shock towers because those are really bad rust points. And yeah, like, and that's just something that I'll do for people as well. And that's the one thing that, and I've tried to message a few people on cars that they're selling, because like there was somebody selling a couple of weeks ago. They never got back to me, and I'm really sad about it because I would have driven in a freaking heartbeat to go see it because I've never seen one in person, and I probably never will. Is a Renault Clio V6, and you might not think anything of that, but the thing is, they obviously weren't released over here. They took a Renault Clio, which was a front-wheel drive, front-engine front-wheel drive, and they put a V6 in it, but except for behind the rear seat, or actually behind the front seat. So it was a mid-engine, and the thing had about, I think it was like 240 horsepower, but the thing was just an absolute monster. In the handling department and everything, it was just cool when
it's a short car, and then you just brought the center of gravity back. Yeah.
Oh yeah, like. And I so badly wanted to do a video on it because I know those cars, like, at least everything I've read on them, they're one of my favorite cars ever. But just because I like the weird stuff. But yeah, and like the guy was asking 65 grand for it, and he did sell it because I saw they sold on it. But Yeah,
B is for Build is doing. I just saw their new build. They're doing a mid-engine Mustang,
cool. Yeah, not the
and they
first
also
vehicle
have
to do
a.
that.
They also have a. I think it's a Bugatti. They just picked up a wrecked Bugatti.
Picked up a wrecked. Wait, did he pick up the flooded Veyron?
I doubt that. I doubt he probably because that one, the flooded Veyron, Travaris's buddy had.
No, he did not have it. He wanted to buy it.
Not
That
Travaris,
was
not Travaris. Travaris's buddy
no.
had
I
it.
know. It was Ed Bolian that wanted to buy it. He didn't have them. He just could not figure out the financials to actually buy it. Ed Bolian, who runs VinWiki and their YouTube channel as well, which I love their freaking YouTube channel. It's great.
No, it wasn't him that had it. It was somebody else. They had it up. I know they had it up on a lift because both Travaris and him had gone in the same episode to go check out the car the one time. But it was at Travaris's buddy's shop, and they had all kinds of freaking parts sitting there. They were all freaking rusted and corroded and everything else. I mean, they were like looking at the freaking what it would take to put that car back together, and it's just astronomical what it would have taken because of all of the water damage.
Yeah. So interesting, because I didn't hear that anybody had actually bought that thing. So
Yeah, because it was from what I remember, the original dude sunk it for an insurance claim. Obviously, it was caught on camera being purposely freaking sunk.
Yep. Oh yeah, because he crashed it going like 100
The
miles an
dude
hour
ended
into the
up
water.
going to jail. I think the dude ended up getting it back. Ended up selling it. Ended up having a mechanic to try and fix it. Ended up owing the mechanic so much money he ended up just giving him the car because he owed more than what the car was worth. It was a whole story. And I think that the shop ended up with it, and then I think the shop ended up selling it to somebody, and that's who has it. That's who has it currently.
Oh, interesting. Because yeah,
Maybe he did buy this. Maybe he did buy it, but if B is for Build's got the flooded one, it's not going back to original. B is for Build doesn't do original builds. He does original builds, but not factory original builds.
Yeah, let's see.
I haven't watched the video yet, so I can't tell you for sure whether he picked it up or not, but if he did pick it up, it's not going back factory. He's gonna end up making some freaking Frankenstein out of it. Which isn't always a bad thing. His Frankensteins come out pretty cool, like the Jumpicon and the Burnticon. He did the body swap on the Nissan Skylines. He did the body swap on the Mustangs. But yeah.
So apparently somebody named Houston has bought it.
How long ago?
This was last year.
So he bought it from whoever had it when Travaris was looking at it, because that was after Travaris and what's his name were looking at it, because that was a couple years ago that they were looking at it.
No, they were looking at this last year. That's when it came up for sale. This last year, and the thing is,
But then they looked at it before it came up for sale, because I remember like 2 years ago, they went out and filmed it.
Yeah, they did film it at the. I do remember that they filmed it at the mechanic shop actually.
Yeah.
And then they were both interested in it. It went up for sale for $300,000. Bolian backed out of the deal. He was actually gonna buy it, but then he backed out, and then this guy Houston bought it.
Yeah, that car you might as well have just rebuilt the whole thing, but the problem is the monocoque is so damaged from the water that even if you were to replace everything else, the body itself is damaged.
Well, yeah, like the thing is with that car, because yeah, it is totaled, and I don't even know if you could actually fix it, or at least, and if you can, it's not economical to do so. There's only one car on the planet that you can actually wreck in just about any way, unless it burns to the ground, that you can actually, it will never be totaled, and that's the Mclaren F1. just because of how expensive they are now, because they're a $20 million car now.
Just about any Dodge Charger sitting out there that's been sat in a field forever and is now just a freaking VIN plate. You could completely rebuild those and they'll still sell for more than what you rebuilt them for.
Yeah, wrong. Oh, it's a wrecked Bugatti,
Yeah.
not flooded. Okay. Actually,
It said wrecked in the title, but they had a cover on it, so I didn't. I just saw the thumbnail. I haven't had a chance to watch YouTube. I haven't really had a chance to watch anybody's stuff, because I spent my whole week at work. Literally, from basically the time I got up to the time I went to bed, I was at work. 12-hour shifts, not including, breaks. And so literally the actual working hours were 12 hours. So
that's fair.
They went from making 84 trailers a week to jumping us up to 94 trailers a week. And I work in the fabrication department, so we make all the raw parts that get turned into other trailer parts. And we were just barely keeping up with production at 84 trailers a week. Yeah, they just dumped us over the edge. And not to mention our several of our machines went down last week, like the week before, and so they ended up shoving all of the work onto the laser, which is what I run. And yeah, the laser can only go so fast. It can, people can go a little quicker sometimes, but a machine can only go so fast because otherwise it starts welding things instead of cutting them.
Yeah, that's fair. And oh crap, I actually need to grab the charge cable for this. This battery should have lasted longer than that.
Cameras on phones are horrible for eating up battery life.
You do realize this is a laptop.
Oh, that's a lot. Well, yeah, and I guess it should have.
It's also a brand new freaking battery to do. It was fully charged before I put it on here. So. Yeah, okay, I know you're gonna die. Give me a minute.
Well, I guess I don't know how many people are gonna pop in here, but we haven't had a whole crap ton of people. I guess we'll go explore my new website a little bit, since I kind of figured we're about an hour in. Yeah, just about an hour. We'll play around with the new website and look at some of the new designs. I am in the process of still not upgrading, but coming up with new new stuff. Is it gonna load?
Yeah. Oh, shoot! Hang on.
What do we do? We fall?
No.
There we go. Oh, you seem to have frozen, and she's gone. So got the new web page. Hopefully she'll be back here shortly. For those of you guys that haven't seen it yet, I actually own this domain, so it is NOVAtazz.com. It has all of, I have to, if I'm over here, it has all of the new merch. Well, it's actually old merch. Welcome back. What'd you do?
Oh, hang on, I need to do that. There we go.
You good?
So yeah.
The wheels on the screen go round and round. That is actually my Nova. I ended up having to do that. I ended up having to stop that burnout because the smoke was coming into the car and I couldn't breathe.
No.
But yeah, we got the new old merch, I would say. It's all from a new vendor, so hopefully I won't. Oh, and Cat's gone again. All from a new vendor, so hopefully I don't have to worry about any of the issues that I had with the last vendor. as far as print quality. I've kept the shirt prices about the same, as well as I could. Again, different vendors, so prices might be a little different. It's got all my, actually this is not right, but, it'll have my Instagram feed here. It should have a bigger Instagram feed. I don't know why it doesn't. Has the videos, including the one that we're in now. This should be this one. I think you can actually play them directly on this site too. Little about us. Got to do different comments and stuff. It is the bigger. This actually has a store tab, so you can actually get to all the store stuff. I will be adding stuff to this. This is just for now. So currently, what we have now, have links to all of the different projects and different stuff, and links to their individual playlists on YouTube. Takes you to the store, or you can donate right off of the main page if you want to help fund the projects that way. We have different groups. I will be adding things to this as well. Currently, we have viewers rides, and this is like if you have ideas for merch and different things to market the channel. Then we have a member section. As you see, me and Chris are the only ones here at the moment, but you can actually create your own little profile. I don't have anything done on mine right now, but you can add stuff to your profile. Yeah, see. Then this is different. If I want to add different stuff into collections, I haven't done anything with that yet. This is if you have any questions about whatever's going on the site. And then there's just, oh, and we have a forum too. So if you have questions you want to ask or whatever, we can create different forum tabs of different things. Welcome back, Kat.
Yeah, sorry, laptop overheated.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, piece of crap.
Well, if do you have it on something solid, or you have it just on your lap?
Oh, it's when I went to go grab the cord. I had it on my bed on a blanket. That's why.
Oh yeah, it suffocated it.
Yep. Yeah, well, this thing, honestly, though, even on your lap, it can overheat too. You have to you have to make sure you're not covering up the vent at all.
Laptops overheat very quickly. It's another reason why I don't have one.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, my other laptop is fine. Hey, Jess is here.
Yep. All right, so this is the forum post. So it's like I'll have, especially if people start suggesting good forum topics to put in here. We'll have different things. So like, say you got something wrong with your vehicle, and you want to ask some questions, you can ask them in here. Different things like that. You can talk about the builds, your guys' own builds, whatever. There's a place to do that here. But yeah, and there's also the links to all the different social medias and different stuff. There's some members chat too, so you can talk to each other. But yeah, I found it's pretty cool. There's like something for everybody here, and I struggled with Discord because I wanted that to be Discord, but Discord, it was just too hard to do different things with. So hopefully this will be an easier place for me to be able to do what I wanted to do on Discord. So yeah, I will be increasing the merch. I want to go back to doing like the coffee mugs and different stuff. And I can have more than one vendor now. Instead of me just having Teespring, I can go to somebody that does just just tumblers. or whatever, and actually can get nice stuff made, and I can have it posted in here in one spot instead of having merch stores all over the place. Yes, this is the new website. There is a link probably several times. There's also one at the top of the page. Go check it out. Buy some merch. Unlike Teespring, this isn't free. So, though with being able to pay for it, there comes some better options and better quality products. So, but like I said, don't forget to check out. Like I said, we have the project page, and we have like the groups for the members to post your rides and stuff. I think there's only mine. I think there's only mine in here right now. Yeah. But yeah, so hopefully you guys enjoy this and you guys can put it to some good use. Suggestions, things to add, all kinds of stuff. Welcome to any advice, whether it's positive or negative. Just want to try to make this more official, more, I don't know, polished. Is that what I'm looking for? I think polished. Yes, I do YouTube for fun, but I also don't do it for fun. I do it because this is what's supporting my enjoyment of the hobby. So, and I need to get more on the ball with this to be able to get these cars done. So, yeah, there's a brand new radiator with dual 12-inch fans back here. Got the Sniper EFI Hyperspark stuff for the distributor, plug wires, fuel kit for the EFI unit. There's stuff outside, out in the garage that obviously I have the Sniper and the in-tank fuel pump kit and all that stuff for that thing. I have just about everything I need to start doing the TA. I'm waiting on a mini high torque starter and a fuel block off plate, and then I think I will have everything. So I have spark plug wires, I have spark plugs, I have fuel line, all kinds of stuff.
Well, see, now that is actually an interesting thing. If you want to, like, if you have an old Mopar with big block, and you need a mini starter because you put headers on it or whatever. With Mopars, actually, the best way to do it is to get a starter from a 318 Magnum block because it fits just fine and it's a lot smaller. And it's about $150 cheaper than an actual mini starter, and it's about the same size.
Well, the problem is it's not necessarily the size of the starter, because the starter I have in it fits. It's the heat soak issue with that. But the other thing is, it's the torque needed to turn over that 400.
Sure.
The starter that is in it, which is the right starter for that car, it has a hard time turning it over right now. It's not factory. It's bored over. The heads are shaved, and it's got a freaking it's got a high lift cam in it.
That's fair.
So,
but actually, I am gonna have to go here. So hopefully you get another co-host. But if not, then well, sorry.
No, that's okay.
But yeah, everybody enjoy the rest of your evening and good luck with the stream.
Congrats on the last very win before you popped out.
Yes. No worries. I'll catch you guys later.
All right.
Bye.
Catch you later. All right. So hopefully you guys enjoyed the website. I guess I'll just leave it on one of these other ones. I don't want to do the spinning wheel tire one because that one's just annoying. Yeah. So anything you guys want to talk about, check out. Like I said, I brought back a lot of the old merch that I had before. Some stuff that wasn't up on the merch store currently that I had lost. I had recreated and made it up again, so I could put it up on the store. I still have that engine brain logo one that I'm working on that I'm going to throw up on the store. But other than t-shirts and stuff, I'm looking at selling different kind of merch as well. I just don't know what to do. I could do glasses. Obviously I'll do stickers because everybody likes stickers. Throw them on your toolbox, whatever. Maybe magnets. Maybe those thin magnets. Maybe those might be good, because then you could take them off and move them around instead of wherever you stick them, they're stuck there. But there's so many things that I can do now that I'm not stuck with one vendor. And I have my own website. I will also be bringing the products on the store to my Facebook and Instagram, and have a Facebook and Instagram store as well. There's like a whole bunch of different possibilities that I can do. But I just don't know. Keychain, I could probably do keychains. We talked about like I don't have any back here, I don't think. We talked about like the motorcycle keychains with the long like 4-inch lanyard. Or are we talking about something a little smaller? I don't know what to put on it, because like the other thing is like a lot of stuff, you use like slogans and different things. I don't know what would be a slogan for NOVAtazz. I mean, I don't know if I say anything that's catchy and like, is whatever. But yeah, it's just this website is for you guys to have somewhere to be able to support the channel. So I guess it's also, yeah, technically it's for me, but it's for you guys. I just want to become something that's a little bit more official than just kind of flaunting around. I wanted to put out a video for you guys, but I ended up spending my whole day working on this website and the store and getting merch back up, because it wasn't like I could just take what I had and move it over. I had to redo all of it. I had to do all the t-shirt designs over in the new store. If Chris was here, Chris, Kat, and Miss Formy, they were with me last night and this morning, talking about this stuff and what I was going to do with it and different things. But this is a pretty. I've wanted my own website since like 2014. Well, yes, it is, but it's a matter of convenience. Facebook and Instagram will have a much bigger audience, and it'll link them. Like when you click on the stuff in the store on Facebook and Instagram, it'll still take you to this site to buy it. But I will have the products up on those stores, so it gets more exposure and more people will see it. So, but like I said, it still directs them to this site when it comes time to purchase whatever they're going to purchase. So, I mean, at the end of the day, they still come to the site. But yeah, it's like I have a NOVAtazz.com. I mean, I've wanted that since back when I came up with the name. I wanted to have my own website, and I have it. It's pretty cool. Oh, that's cool. Shifter mount for the truck. I'm guessing you mean a floor shifter, because I don't know how we would mount it anywhere else. But yeah, I don't know. Jesse, that was also part of when I came up with my name. I spent a lot of time doing Google searches and different things, making sure that whatever name I came up with was very unique and nobody had it. And I spent I don't know how long going on every different kind of social media I could think of and grabbing that name as a username. Even if I don't use the platform, I still have the name. I still have that account. because when you're coming up with a brand and you're marketing your name as like, it's not like I had a product. I am the product. My name is the product. It's what's recognizable is that logo and that product. And it's funny because the company that I went with to help build the website, they offer a free logo maker as part of the not so free website creating and domain owning thing. I spent like good 45 minutes to an hour sifting through their logos that they came up with, and I'm like, geez, the logo that I made how many years ago blows every logo out of the water that they came up with. I mean, geez, like how much cooler is I mean, let's see, let's just pull up one. Here we go. We'll just pull up this one. I mean, the fucking logo is just freaking cool. I mean, maybe it's just me, but it's cool. I mean, it's simple. It stands out, and even when it's just without the cars as a silhouette. Where is it? Yeah, when it's just at the back. There we go. When it's just the name, it still is it stands out. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think that if you threw my logo out there with a bunch of other ones, I think it stands out all on its own. And none of the ones that I was looking at did it look like did it look like something that if you saw it amongst a bunch of other logos that it would stand out and you would be able to say, hey, I know what that logo is. Because I mean, even if I think you only saw part of that logo, I think you would know it was my logo. But yeah, I don't know. But I brought some of, like I said, I brought back some of my favorites. This one didn't really sell on the other store, but I've always loved the way this one looks. Oh, and that's the other thing is all the shirts are, what is it, Bella? What is the brand of the shirt? They're Bella somethings. But they're all really high quality shirts. This is I think that might be too high. I should probably redo that one and make it a little lower. But Error 404 10mm socket. If you're a computer nerd and a car guy at the same time, this one hits really home. I find it absolutely hilarious. There's one with it on the front instead of the back. It just has my name on the back of it. Because I had some problems where some people wanted it on the front, some people wanted it on the back. I also did bring back. Is it in here? Yeah, I brought back the Let's Settle This Like Adults shirt. This one has the logos on the sleeves. I do believe it has nothing on the front. Yeah, has nothing on the front. So just the sleeves. I even have my logo on the inside where the tag goes, so it's literally branded as my merch. So this is a much better company to work with, and I will get more shirts out there as I go. I have the truck one too. Again, sleeves, nothing on the front. I have 3 main different designs for shirts right now. I'll bounce them off you guys. Let me close this and we'll go to my printable here and I can show you the different templates. Okay, so I'm using Printful for the shirts at the moment, and they are what are they? Come on, where's my favorites at? I am currently using the Bella Canvas 3001s, which are supposed to be some of the best, most comfortable shirts. Um, but I have three different style of shirts that I'm doing. I have this one, which I'm calling the basic, um, which is basically a big image with the Instagram and YouTube logo, if acceptable. Um, and then it has the logos on the sleeves. I also, all the shirts also have a logo inside on the tag. So you can see that. And then I have this one, which is the ones if I have the logo, the image on the front, so you have the large image on the front. Um, let's see. You have the large image on the front, and then you'll have um, just the branding and stuff on the back. And then the third one is small branding on the front, small branding on the right sleeve, and then the big logo on the back. So that's the three different style shirts that I'm working with right now, and then obviously whatever images I want to put on them, that'll be the basic template that I use. But they have all kinds of different things that I can go with. Clothing, men's, women, kids, hats, beanies, regular five panel hats, trucker hats, snapbacks, um, kinds of accessories, tote bags, fanny packs, cell phone cases, face masks, footwear, jewelry, home living. They even got freaking beanbag chairs. Do freaking beanbag chairs and shit. Do a freaking NOVAtazz puzzle. Guess I don't have any. Water bottles, coffee mugs. And I can also go to other companies too. Blankets, towels, aprons, fabrics, pet supplies. I thought they had stickers too. See if they have stickers. If not, I might have to go to a different company to do stickers. Whatever. Oh, those little stickers. But yeah, different things. So I mean, Oh, that might be, but I guess yeah. I mean, error 404 is file not found. Um, that's what 404 error 404 is file not found. So that's the joke between the 10 millimeter socket and the error 404 is missing 10 millimeter socket. Um, no, no, it doesn't. But it does cost me. Unlike Teespring, I was using before, Teespring handled everything in house. Um, I'm pretty sure this one might end up charging me. I think this one charges me the cost of the shirts, and you guys so the way this one works is you guys buy the items. I get the full amount that you guys buy the item for, and then this company charges me how much the shirt costs. So I get money from you guys, but I also get a bill from them for the amount of whatever was produced. So it's weird because it is weird how it works. I did order samples, so I will have 3 of the different designs coming in the mail shortly. So we'll be able to take a look at them and see how well they look. I did a lot of research online about the different print companies and which one was better. There's another company that I would also like to be able to buy shirts from and put them on my storefront. They are called Printify, and the best way I can describe them are the website Printify is kind of like Uber Eats. They don't handle any of the printing. They just are the middleman between you and the companies that do sell the merchandise and the printing. So like you can go to one place and find out anything you need, and it will send you. It's like a storefront for the companies that are the print-on-demand services, versus this company here actually prints its own products. So so I know that there's a really, really good company that I want to try out with the other one. And it's the same thing. I can literally create what I want, and then now that I have a storefront, I don't have to worry about sticking with just one company. I can send all of those items to my storefront, and you guys can see everything from my storefront, even though it's coming from different places. So it gives me a lot bigger options when it comes to being able to get cool stuff out to you guys. Especially if I have something coming up like, I don't know, 500th video, which is coming up soon. I've got over 400 videos. Especially when I start cranking out videos on these cars, those videos are gonna, kind of add up pretty quickly. But yeah, so yeah, that's the thing, is I want it to be cool for you guys. I want to see you guys wanting to pick up something. I want you guys to be excited about what's on the storefront and want to pick up something. I want to see you guys making Instagram or Facebook posts wearing my merch. I mean, that'd be freaking cool. I mean, I know I've had a few people do that. Katarina has done a video wearing NOVAtazz merch. I mean, I wear other people's merch. I have a bunch of Cletus stuff. In fact, I'm waiting for the Cletus McFarland mullet. His like 6-second pass mullet shirt. I have Ruby's 7-second pass shirt. I have a bunch of It's Just a Six stuff. I really like their stuff, but their stuff is kind of expensive. I have a bunch of Street Speed 717 stuff. I have Send It Steve stuff. If somebody produces cool merch, yeah, sure. I like to buy it. I like wearing car stuff. I think one of my favorite ones right now is Cletus's Dad Bods and Piston Rods shirt. That's like one of my favorite ones. We have not even a car shirt. Jess just picked up. There's a, as you know, I had Sylvia, our Cane Corso that we had for 3 months. We are looking at getting another Cane Corso. Cane Corso, if you must say it correctly. But anyway, we're looking at getting another Cane Corso, and there's a channel that I watch. He's got a dog, and its name is Bruce Wayne. And we just picked up one of their shirts. He's a beast of a dog. But anyway, yeah, I like buying other people's merch if they got cool stuff. Yeah, when you buy some of that stuff, you get lucky to win a car. Yeah, I don't have the ability to say, hey, if you guys buy merch that I can give away a free car. I don't have that kind of money. Your guys' merch helps support the channel and helps me be able to buy cool stuff for this stuff. And like, I'm going to be paying on all this stuff for like a year. I'm not even gonna lie. I didn't buy any of all this stuff outright. I put it on charge. I'm gonna be paying for it for a year. I put up with the fact of how much money that I make on YouTube a month, and I figured that the payments that I get from YouTube will help cover the payments for the loan for this stuff. So, yeah, I don't make a whole crap ton of money, and so I can't. For me to be able to buy enough stuff to do some decent amount of videos, and take out a loan. So, well, hopefully I'm bringing you guys some cool content. Hopefully we'll see G Gray out on the road this year within at least a little bit. That is the plan. I still got to replace the transmission in the Dodge. And then of course there's the Novas that need to come home and get stripped and start, getting ready to be put back together. Geez, all I'm seeing is the freaking Cloudbot stuff. That's hilarious. Brad, where's your dad at? I figured he'd be in here. I'm guessing he's busy doing truck stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Well, I'll see what I can do as far as merch stuff. If you guys have ideas, like I said, check out the website. Leave comments and posts in the groups and the forums or whatever. Yeah. Well, Brad, the Trans Am was running. You saw it running. I mean, geez, I just trying to freaking load it onto the freaking truck with a freaking carburetor that was way too freaking small for it, and the car wanted to freaking rip a two-lane 2-tire burnout. Just getting past your dad's truck to get up onto it. The car's got power. It's gonna be a freaking beast when I can actually get on it. I didn't even been able to get on it. If I open the throttle on that car, it just dies. Because the carburetor's way too small for it that's on it. Oh, so you didn't see that? I thought you were down there for that. Yeah, Brad, I literally pulled it out of the parking spot, went to go around your dad's truck, and it broke both tires loose, just burping it out around his truck. You can see it a little bit in the video. The camera wasn't exactly pointing over there, but if you watch the video of it getting loaded onto your dad's truck, you can see it scooting. I don't know if you can hear it do the burnout itself, but it broke both tires loose. Just doing a little hop skippy. I'm also kind of really looking forward to getting the Novas done because, yeah, the ultimate goal is I want one of those motors out of one of those new ZL1 Camaros, those supercharged, what are they, LT4s or LSAs or whatever the hell they are. I want one of those. I want to stick one of those underneath the hood of the Nova. I don't know how much you missed, Jesse. We're just chit-chatting. But yeah, I'd love to stick one of those, what is it, a 5th or 6th gen Camaro engines in the Nova. I might have to settle for something like an LQ4 out of an Escalade or something, at least to get the project rolling and moving. Because I don't know if I can afford 20 grand for one of those engines that are in one of those Camaros, because even the ones out of the wrecked cars are still going for like 10, 15K. I've been watching the auction sites and different things, and even the wrecked cars are not cheap. But there's a method to my madness. Like, I want to get the TA up and running and driving so I can have fun with it and enjoy it. I do have a couple things coming for it to make it more. Brad, even the wrecked cars are still going for a couple grand, like 10, 15 grand. The total ones. And I don't know how good the wiring is going to be on the total one, because not only do I need the engine, I need the wiring harness. The wiring harness, the ECU, all of that. But I have been watching. But I also have to have the money to be able to jump on one and buy it. And I don't have that kind of money just sitting around to be able to buy one of those. Hopefully this YouTube channel starts making some money, but I can't count on that. It has grown in the last year or two, but it's a waiting game to see how well, when I start working on the TA and the Novas, how well this channel picks up, if it does. It may just be, this might be what it is, which I'd be fine with. I don't need to be a super big channel, but the bigger the channel is, the more stuff I can do. It's just like, B is for build and all of them guys. They wouldn't be able to do what they're doing if they didn't have the people supporting to watch them. Cletus McFarland would not be able to buy a racetrack if he didn't have the following he does. And that's the same goes for me. I can do stuff now that I couldn't do 2 years ago because of this channel. And that's cool. This stuff here would not have happened as quickly. It would have happened eventually, but would not have happened as quickly if it wasn't for this channel. If I could not count on the income from this channel, I would not be able to buy that stuff, which is you guys. It's you guys with the donations and killing the stream boss. It's you guys when you guys buy merch. It's you guys watching the videos, the watch time, all of that stuff. Now, granted, a significant amount of the watch time and revenue doesn't even come from subscribers, because it's the freaking how-to people that are watching my how-to content. Which is kind of sad, because they're not even getting to see, they're not even being able to get to see the content that they're helping support, because they just watch the how-to stuff and move on. And yes, it's a Reds. I got another one sitting here that I haven't even opened. And that one might end up just going right back in the fridge. It all depends on how long we sit here and chit-chat. The more we chit-chat, the longer I'll stay. If, you guys get bored and don't want to chit-chat, well then, we'll end the stream early and we'll move on to next week. Hopefully I have a video out. Yeah, they do good on watch time. They do good on watch time, and they do good with views. But the problem with the way that YouTube works is they're not very good with getting subscribers, and they're not very good with repeat views. So the person watching the how-to video on how to change a light bulb in a Kia Soul is not going to sit there and come watch my content on rebuilding a Trans Am. Which there is, I don't know, over 30 some videos on the Trans Am alone. So I mean, that's the content I need to get people to come back and come do. I need people to come back and start, not only watching the content I'm making now, but want to be interested enough to see the content that I created before now. To see where, like I do that to some channels. I'll go in and I'll catch a video where they're halfway through a build series. And I'll go back and go all the way back to the beginning of the build series and watch it from the beginning. I hope to be at that point one day where somebody wants to watch my content and go back to the old content to see what they missed. How did we get to where we're at now? I've done that with Vice Grip Garage. By the way, did you see Vice Grip Garage now has his own sparkulators? I found that pretty cool. Just throwing it out there. It'd be awesome to get to that point. To get to the point to where I have my own custom stuff. I have my own custom stuff. I have my own custom shirts and different things like that. But to have a following where literally change the name of something because of what I call it, or what have you, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah. Jesse, Vice Grip Garage now has his own spark plugs. Only available at O'Reilly's. There you go. I'm pimping his merch now. Yeah, I'm a bit behind on Send It Steve stuff too. I hate to say it, but it's just I'm not super into the Jeep stuff. I like it, it's cool, but it's not something that I need to watch all the time. I started following him originally because of the Corvette, and when he got rid of the Corvette, I kind of lost a little bit of interest. I still like him. He's an awesome guy. He's a great dad. He does make some killer content. It's just, it's not everything that he makes I want to see. Hey, all right. It doesn't. You don't ever have to worry about whether or not there's something near you. With the internet, the store could be all the way around the frickin' world, and you can still get it delivered to you. Yeah, the Excursion limo is still cool. Unless he got rid of it. But yeah, I also got to work on this live stream, and I think you guys like the stuff that I have on it now. But I want to see if I could integrate anything from my website into Streamlabs or vice versa. So like if somebody buys a t-shirt while I'm live or what have you, that it'll pop up and say, hey, so-and-so just bought a shirt or whatever. That'd be pretty cool. I know that there are other platforms do that for different things. I don't know what I can do and what I can't do. I'm still learning it. I didn't even know how to make a freaking website before last night. I wasn't even planning on making a website until last night. I got on and I was looking at the different merch stores and I was seeing what was available, and all the ones that did the in-house storefront and whatever, their print quality sucked. Yeah, great. You have all this stuff that you can do, but nobody's going to want to buy the products if they get the shirts and they're crappy. They're faded, or they don't look right, or they fall apart. That's what happened with these ones. These shirts feel amazing. This shirt still feels good, but the back of it is all messed up. The picture is just flaking off of it, and I didn't want to pass that on to you guys. I didn't want you guys to buy a shirt and like 2 months down the road the image starts flaking off of it. It's not what I wanted. I want something you guys can enjoy for, more than a couple months or a couple washes. Which time he has owned it like 3 times. LOL, sold it. I didn't even know that. He still has a limo. The closest O'Reilly's is 3 hours away, so I'll just go to AutoZone or Rock Auto. Yeah. The vet I'm talking about sold. Oh, yeah, the vet. Yeah, he did sell it. Well, he had it. He sold it to Mike, who then sold it back to him. He immediately wrecked it after he got it back. Fixed it up. That's when he did the orange paint scheme on it. Because see, I've followed Send It Steve from his very first video. I started watching Send It Steve when he only had one video. I am an original subscriber. He had less than 20 or 30 subscribers when I subscribed. So I've been there. Yep, he traded it. The dude he traded it to kind of screwed around with it for a little bit, didn't do much with it. He got it back. Had to do a whole bunch of stuff to it to get it back up and running decently, and now it's pretty close to where it needs to be. It just needs to be buttoned up, as far as I know, unless something else has changed. I am still waiting, like 5 years later, for him to get to that Trans Am, the Firebird that's sitting in the background. That's been sitting in the background. But then again, I'm sure there's people on my channel that have been waiting for me to do something with the TA, the Nova, whatever, that I have been freaking just shuffling around all over the place. Like Jess said last week, I have done more rescuing of my cars than I have done working on my cars. Oh, he did sell it again. Well, I knew he was going to sell the Corvette again. I knew he wasn't going to keep that car. Oh, you want to see something cool? I don't know if you guys know this. Give me 10 seconds. I'll be right back. So, I have had this hoodie forever. There is an OG Send It Steve. What do I need to fix? Send It Steve hoodie. Backyard built. I love this one. And then it's got the little it's like $35 for this. Freaking, this thing is like 5 years old. But yeah, I mean, I'd love to make stuff like this. But this is silkscreen. This isn't print on demand. His buddy, the hell's his buddy's channel? His buddy printed these up. So these weren't done by a merch company. These were done right. These were quality. These were homemade. Well, should say small shop made. There was a very limited run of those. I think he only ran them for like 2 months, and then that was it. I don't think you can get that hoodie anymore. I don't even know if he has any merch anymore. He was selling a lot of merch for a while. And I think it did help him gain a lot of subscribers because he was pushing it with street speed. But I don't think he does merch anymore. But yeah, I don't know. I snagged that up. Basically, he was in a really bad time when I bought that too. Pretty sure he had just had his first heart attack. And so he wasn't able to put out content, and his kids were hurting. Not like they weren't physically hurting, but you know, he wasn't making a whole crap ton of money on YouTube at that point. He was still kind of small. He was still kind of small. I mean, like under 10K subs. And he had quit. He had sold his other business. He used to be a used car salesman. He used to buy and sell cars off the auction. And he had stopped doing that and went YouTube full time, and then had the heart attack. Because he was just pushing himself way too hard. He was not eating right. He wasn't doing the things he needed to do to take care of himself. And he paid the price. No, Jesse, this one was not made by InShane Designs. I know who made this one. It was not made by InShane Designs. This was made by his buddy that took in the lifted Civic. The guy who took in the lifted Civic, it was him that had made these shirts. I forget what his name is. I could probably go find it. But yeah, he's the one that took it in. I started following his channel because he was doing some restorations on some Camaros and stuff, and that's why I started watching him. And then he started getting away from that. So I kind of stopped watching. Yeah, Danny. That's his name. But Danny is the one that made those sweatshirts. Slow restorations. He is the one that made those hoodies. They were a limited run. In fact, all of Send It Steve's original merch was done by Danny. Whether or not Steve now uses in-chain designs or not, I don't know. But all of his original merch was done by Danny, and the quality is absolutely, like, none of that logo has lifted at all. Plus, I have also owned, I own a lot of in-chain designs work. Sorry. In-chain design, they don't do that type of printing. That's a silk screen. The stuff that in-chain design does is a little different. I think theirs is inkjet. Yeah, I followed all of these guys forever. I mean, at that point in time, I was living down closer to them. In fact, actually, I probably live closer to them now because all I got to do is break down 81. But I had just gotten my truck and everything. I wanted to hang out with them. I wanted to go off-roading with them and whatever. That was kind of something that I wanted to do, is get into that group, and then that whole group split up. You know, Send It Steve doesn't hang out with Mike and all of them like he used to. I mean, and there's reasons why. Mike grew too big. He's hanging out with a different kind of crew. He's hanging out with people with money. Which there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's just how shit works. You know, you get more money, you want to go do cooler things. Well, if your buddies that you hung out with forever, they don't have the kind of money to be able to do it, you're going to go hang out with people that do. It's just the way the world works. But yeah, with Nick and Send It Steve and Mike and Andy from Diablo Formula, right? When they all kind of went their own directions, yeah, it kind of didn't make going all the way down to Harrisburg worth it. Because they all live in like the Harrisburg, Lancaster area. I think Andy's the one that lived closest to me because he only lived just outside of Lancaster. I did not watch Mike that far back. I don't think. I watched Mike when he had the first rap at Carlisle. I don't know. I don't know when he did the White Challenger. I know that I watched it with his second yellow Corvette, I think. I think it was his second yellow Corvette, because I think the first one he got rid of, which was just a Stingray. Yeah, the first one was just a Stingray. His second one was the Z06. I started watching when Mike got his first Z06 Corvette, and he had the autism awareness wrap on it that was all like rainbow colored. Right after that one, he got the rainbow battleship wrap. That's about the time I started watching Street Speed, was before he got the battleship wrap. Oh, dude, I was watching Street Speed like freaking years before that. Like I said, Mike wasn't even doing anything freaking crazy when I started watching him, except for racing the Corvette. That's all he had back then. He had the Corvette and the truck. That was it. He was still when started watching Mike, he was still living in his original apartment. He hadn't even officially started dating or announced what's her face? Frenchie. Yeah, I don't know how many subs he had when I started watching him. I don't know how many subs he had back when he released that video. It wasn't very many. Like I said, when I started watching Steve had like less than 40 subs. I was Brad, I was making videos by the time you found Mike. In fact, I was making videos before I found Mike. I was doing my Forza. Well, I forget what Forza it was. Maybe 5, maybe 4. Forza 4 or 5 videos with all my buddies online. We were doing in-car, well, 4-car camera races online live. It was before I started my live stream. That was actually the beginning of my live streams because we would have chit chats while we were all freaking hanging out and racing online. Oh, hi Kat. You came back. I probably was. I made my first video back in 2013. I made my first like edited video. Let's see. My first edited video was, let's see if we go all the way back. Sort by date added oldest. So my first couple of videos were all the Nova. They were all like individual video clips. Nothing was edited. My first edited video would have been, even my first TA videos weren't edited. They were all single shots. I think the first edited videos might have been working on the 403 and the Trans Am. Yeah, these had to have been the first edited videos. So firing on all cylinders, compression test on the V8 engine, and Dead Cylinder Saga were my first edited videos, and that was 7 years ago. Everything before that were one-shot takes, no editing, not even like splicing videos together, just literally shoot the video and go. I guarantee you some of these videos are really fucking old because old video of my 1977 Nova was taken back in 2007. So my third 7th video, even though it was uploaded 9 years ago, was taken on my flip phone back in 2007. Same with the burnout video that you see on the background of the website. That one, I have the full video of that one, and that was taken back in like 2008. Again, just on my phone, and I had it on my hard drive, and I found it, and I threw it up here. I'm probably sure I have other stuff up here too. I don't think she really has much to worry about that unless I start giving away mad gobs of points while she's not here. Yeah, Jesse, you're still like a million points behind her. I think that's 100. That's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you're 100. You're 1 million points behind her. See, where was my first actually really good edited video? I don't even know. I haven't gone back and watched any of these in so long. Jeez, I cannot believe it's been that long. Memory lane. Oh my God. My my firstborn here 7 years ago singing Christmas songs in his bedroom without anybody noticing. But yeah, all kinds of stuff from my first picture, my first computer build, all kinds of stuff. Jeez. Okay, so mystery unboxing is the I bought all of the seals for the TA. I have all of the seals for the TA. As long as I still have, as long as I when I go pick them up, they're still good. Um, but I had bought every single seal. So door seals, window seals, trunk seals, hood seals, all of them from Supersoft. That was 7 years ago. I still have yet to even open the bags. They're just waiting because there's no point in me putting them on the car when the car's been sitting. At least I know you guys are all still here. Keeping gambling enough. Oh, what time is it? Jeez, it's only 11 o'clock. I know you're here. Let's open up another one. Where'd I put the bottle opener? Did I put it back away? I did not. Cat, there it is. What? This is my second one, and we've been live for like 2 hours. I don't think I am abusing the alcohols. Yeah, 2 hours and 6 minutes. It's my second beer. I think I'm doing okay. Yeah, we can do that. Let's just do that. We haven't done anything. You guys gotta hold me to that more often, man. I used to have like the same people here, and we used to be able to freaking just rail these out. Much abuse, much wow. That's hilarious. I'll get one of my not NOVAtazz yeah, coasters. There we go. Could not think of the word. My not yet NOVAtazz coaster blanks. So this is stainless. And then these ones are just mild steel. And these are actually, this is the slugs for the taillights. And I forget what these are for. But I know that these are for the taillights on the Walmart trucks. Nothing is in your cup. Well, you need to refill it. Whether it's water or soda or what have you. Can't go unhydrated. You know what I need? Pistachios. The heist is on cooldown. They're I don't know when I'm gonna get to those. Number one, I need to figure out how I'm going to do them. Consistently. I want them to be like consistently the same. I don't know if I'm going to sandblast them, like etch them, or if I'm going to use like a Dremel. I don't have one of those like CNC laser thingies. Otherwise, that would be pretty cool. What's up? Good night. Just to say good night. She doesn't feel good. But yeah. I'm itching to open up these boxes back here. This one, actually, I should lie. I already opened it. I can't wait to get them, like, started putting stuff on the car. These are the 12-inch fans. And then there's two of those. The main, now it's not, see, this is why I don't get into stuff, because now it's not going back in the box right. This box down here technically isn't the radiator, it's just a fan, it's just a shroud. The radiator's still out in the box, it was just too big to bring in here. This stuff I opened up last time, I think. Oh, I don't think I did. I'm gonna make a whole video on that stuff anyway. But these things are beefy. I got NGK, if I can get the glare not be on them, V-Power spark plug laters. But I'm gonna only pull out one of these, I think. Of course, it has to be the longest one. These are the spark plug wires that I got. They're from Livewire. 10 millimeter thick. That is a chunky wire. So it's going to be fun getting these on the engine in where they need to go, because like I said, that is that's a thick wire. But I have to run something like that for EMI suppression. And because from what I've heard, the Sniper EFI does not play well with electric interference. It actually really messes with them, and they don't run right. And then people are wondering why their Sniper doesn't work right, because it's getting its signals all messed up. Yeah. Instead of these spark plug wires was over $100. $100 for 8 of them. So, and I still need to get my coil wire still needs to show up. That's just spark plug wires. I still need to wait for my coil wire to show up. I think I showed these two. This is just the coil itself. Actually, kind of just looks like it's just a standard coil. And then this is basically like the old MSD 6ALs, but the modern EFI version of those. I have your book. I just haven't sent it. Your book is out in the garage, right next to the Trans Am, actually. I could order these parts while I was sitting at lunch at work. Yes, and I think the owl got taken out by a cougar along the way. Let's hold that correctly. Oh, I did have it correctly. But yeah, there's the coil box. And the reason I went with this stuff, because it's all plug and play with the Sniper. The Sniper literally plugs straight into that. And so it knows exactly what the distributor is doing and to tell the distributor when to fire. Because the distributor is no longer... See, the funny thing is, the distributor for the Hyperspark, it's not technically, I mean, it is the distributor, but it's not like an old school distributor. It's more of like a crank position sensor now, if that makes sense. It's a crank position sensor, and the computer tells it adjusts the timing through the computer. Yeah, I might have to hand deliver it in the Nova. I think that the Trans Am will be driving before the Nova. How we all grew up with Harry Potter. Maybe the poisonous fog got him. Took the rest of you out. So, I've got the sniper unit, I've got the distributor, I've got the fuel pump. I now have the coil wire, the spark controller, plug wires, plugs. In this box here is the fuel management wiring, so all the fuel line, the fuel filter, the connectors, all of that stuff. What else do I got? I got the fan relay kit, the fans, the radiator child, the radiators out in the other room. I have the starter coming, the fuel block off plate coming. What else? I was looking into full wiring harness, new power window actuators, and then I got to do something with the rear sway bar because the end links are busted. And that car should be pretty good to get running on the road. Like I said, I also want to get a sewing machine so I can finish the seats, so the seats can go back in the car. I don't know. I got a lot to keep me busy. I also need to clean out the garage so we can start getting I can get at least one of the Novas home so I can bring down the cost of storing them. I would have to agree with you, Jesse. For me to have rebuilt, now I didn't know this at the time that I started down this wormhole. I'm kind of glad I did because this car is going to be a lot more enjoyable now. But when I started down this wormhole, I was looking at just the Sniper EFI unit, and I was like, okay, it says that's basically all I need. That's all I need is the Sniper EFI. I can bolt that on and it'll replace the carburetor. Comes with everything you need, which it does. But then I was looking at the cost of the fuel plumbing kit, and it was like $200 and some with the inline fuel pump, plus you had to buy twice the amount of fuel line so you can run a return line all the way back to the tank. And then they were saying that you also need to get a fuel pressure regulator if you're running a return line, so that way it knows to send it back and everything else. So then I'm like, well, I'll just get the in-tank one. And I was looking at getting a whole tank with the thingy in it. It was too much. So I was like, well, my tank, there's nothing wrong with my tank. I'll just drop in just the sending unit. So I got just that. And then I was like, I'll just buy my own fuel line or whatever. And then so I ended up getting that. And then I was reading a bunch of stuff up, and a lot of people were complaining that just the sniper alone, they were having issues with doing an old school vacuum distributor with the sniper. So it's like, all right, fine, I'll get a newer distributor. And I got that, and then I didn't realize that when I got the newest distributor, I had to get a standalone coil and the control module, otherwise that distributor wouldn't work. So then I had to go buy that. At that point, I had money. I'm like, I'll just go get the fuel kit that they have and be done with it. I don't need a fuel regulator with that because there's a built-in fuel regulator in the drop-in for the tank. And then I read about the freaking EMI, the electric interference stuff, and I was like, crap. And I was just gonna go get a standard set of spark plug wires for it. And then I was doing the reading on that. I realized that doing that doesn't help me any because those aren't gonna stop the. So then I had to get a decent pair of freaking plug wires. So it's just a rabbit hole. I think I have close to three. I have to have at least 3K into this EFI swap, and that's not including extra stuff. That's just the fuel swap stuff. This radiator I didn't need for the fuel swap. I need the radiator because my radiator's full of freaking holes, and that wasn't cheap. That was like $700. A painless wiring kit is actually a little less. It's like 800, but the kit that I was looking at is better than the painless one because it actually has a lot more so it's American Auto Wire is the company that I was looking at. It's called their Classic Update. Or I'll share a screen here. Share screen, Chrome tab. Okay. So this is the kit that I was looking at, and it even comes with the tail light ends. Painless wiring does not come with these. It doesn't come with half of the stuff that's on here. Click image to zoom. So, I mean, the painless kit does not come with all of this. It comes with some stuff, but not all of this. Let me get rid of that. Because if I were to go close that, go with painless. $27. All right, let's do painless wiring. Shot by vehicle. Just go quick here. Oh, really? Come on. Really? They have a bigger. I think 21 is the biggest they have for. Don't they have one? Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the most expensive ones that I've seen. Just be able to go to GM. Big kits. Anyway, so they don't have nearly the stuff in them. It was my point. I think I have to actually go look Camaro to find one that'll actually fit the Trans Am, and it's only close. Does Shags not have it? Oh well. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't want to get the painless kit because of the fact that it wasn't Trans Am specific. That other kit that I was showing you is. Yeah, it gets expensive when you start dropping down that rabbit hole. I could build my own harness, but unfortunately, it would just be more of a pain in the ass than it would be worth. I'd rather just buy it and put it in. What plugs are you asking me to reuse? The plugs for like the end connectors and stuff in the car, or plugs as in these? Let me shrink this back down so you guys can see me. Are you talking about these plugs? Reuse the plugs that are in my TA now? Or are you talking about reusing the ends of the wiring harness that I have in the car now? Because, oh yeah, sure. It would cost less if I didn't have to buy it, but you got to remember, all of the light bulb sockets and electrical connectors in my Trans Am are 40 some years old. That's the reason I want the new stuff, is because it's all brittle and the stuff's shot. It's 40-year-old wiring. I just want, I want the peace of mind knowing that it's new. And besides, that's a really, I mean, even if I were to go and get a used harness, because there's places out there that salvage these cars all the time, a used harness was still like $800 for a used harness. And I'm still dealing with the same stuff. It's still 30-year-old parts, 40-year-old parts. And the wires you can have breaks inside of the wire looms. That's what I dealt with mine. I went through my whole harness with a test light and a voltmeter and fixed every single. There was so many broken wires in my harness that I had to snip, resolder, shrink tube, and everything else. I have pictures of that whole harness completely apart, trying to find out where my freaking electrical issue was. The reason that car didn't run for 2.5 years was because of a broken wire down by the fuse box that was the main power wire into the car. And it was broken. But you couldn't tell it from the outside. I had to literally chase it down with a voltmeter to find it. I'm going down through the comments. I'm sorry, I was didn't pay attention to the comments while I was looking at this other stuff. I wish I could get rid of all of the gambling. Not get rid of it for you guys, but to get rid of it so that way I can see what's actually going on in the chat. Yes, to have the peace on my mind that it won't fail on me. That is the biggest one. I don't want that car going up in smoke, especially with all of that new electrical stuff in there. To be able to know that I'm going to connect that stuff to fresh wire is a nice peace of mind. And like I said, all of the tail light bulbs. I'm missing one of my, I think it's a headlight or a turn signal bulb. No, I cut one off of my Nova Yeah, I cut a headlight socket off of my Nova to patch on the TA because the socket was bad on the TA. So like I have spliced in parts and all kinds of stuff. It'd be nice to just have a fresh harness. And I don't think $700-800 is an exorbitant amount of price to pay for a whole harness, engine, chassis, and interior. But yeah, I think a painless, simple, basic kit would work for the F250. I guarantee you'll be putting more wire into that with Painless's basic kit, like the 15 circuit kit, than that car ever came with. There is so much wiring in the TA. It's insane. The TA's wiring harness alone, the stock one, weighs a good 30-40 pounds. Yeah, that's exactly. Got to do what I got to do to drive the car, and I mean, I could do without buying a harness, but I would really hate to get all of that stuff in there and drive the car out of the garage and I get a short somewhere and totally screw something over. Um, Cat's talking about getting rid of she's got an EFA harness when she's not running EFI in that car anymore. It's a car. It's not she's got a lot underneath the hood that she doesn't need. I kind of do the same thing. I went from a 403 to the 400, and I have a whole lot of extra wiring under the hood because of the location of where the stuff was on the 403 versus the 400. The 400's wiring harness is shorter for the engine stuff than the 403 stuff was. So I have a lot of extra, like where they put the temperature sensors and different things, even with that swap. And I have there's a lot of wiring that's going to go under that hood with this EFI swap. I mean, if you look at just for this alone, that is just for the spark controller. That's going to be a bitch to get back in that box now. We're just going to pretend that I put all this back in the box where it belongs. That's just for the spark controller. That's not even all the wiring for the sniper or the fuel pump. Yeah. Fighting with mother-in-law's truck, had a misfire on cylinder 7, fixed it, but it still had a code. Then it picked up a random misfire, and I don't know what cylinder. Oh, those are always fun. Did I see Chris? Oh, it's a Chris! We were wondering where you were at. Yes, very neatly placed in the box. That's how it came. That's how it was delivered, right? Yeah, this just you didn't see any of that. Oh, and then there's this mess. More wires. That's for the fans. And fuel pump, fuel line, fucking fittings, a whole box full of crap. If I wasn't freaking working all week, I would have been outside being able to film something. I was gonna, like I said, I was gonna film. Put that up there like it is supposed to be up there. My back of my set looks a little less prepared than it was earlier. I was going to go out and go film a video to premiere before the live stream. You know, basically going over all of the stuff I have already. In that video. Well, hello, Chris. But I was going to do a video before the live stream on all of these parts that I have strewn around everywhere. And basically go over everything that I have gotten for the EFI swap. And because there's a few things. Number one, just an inventory of everything that was involved, because it originally only started with just the freaking Sniper EFI. The basic kit, that's what I started with. And that snowballed into a distributor, a fuel pump, now a coil pack, and a spark controller, timing controller, and a fuel kit, spark plug wires, spark plugs, fuel block off plate.
Now for the accessories.
Now a starter. I'm looking at also needing to get an alternator.
Chromium cleaner, brackets.
What, chrome
high
air cleaner?
performance oil.
Chrome air cleaner?
No, chromium cleaner.
Oh.
To clean all the rusty chromium out that's on that beautiful little engine that's in there.
No, I was already looking at Butler Performance, and they have some nice stock looking chrome valve covers. And I was looking at them quite hard, and I have a feeling they're going to tug at my wallet at some point.
Centrifugal supercharger.
No, not on that car. Not on that one.
Come on, we're making a dream list. Let's dream big. What the hell?
that's the dream for the Nova. That's the Nova dream list. Remember the TA one. I want you to pop open the hood on the TA, and I don't want you to think that there's anything different with that engine. This is why I'm going to do a really big thing that I'm really regretting doing. So, this nice cold case, which I just found out, these are made right here in PA, not far from me. They're made in Hatfield.
What is it?
Cold cased radiators.
Really?
They're made in Hatfield. I could have forgone the shipping, even though I didn't pay any shipping through Summit, but there was a pretty decent shipping from Cold Case's actual like online store, their store. They had like almost a $200 shipping charge.
You could have went and picked it up yourself.
I could have went and drove
not,
there.
Not had to worry about it being thrown on the porch or the steps or wherever it got tossed.
This was not the stuff that was thrown on the porch. The stuff
Same difference.
Yeah, the stuff that was thrown on the porch. This was delivered by FedEx, and it was delivered quite nicely. I watched the guy put it on the porch, and he sat it down very gently. This stuff, the wires and that stuff, that was delivered by, I think that was the wires, the coil, the timing controller, or whatever this thing is, spark plug wires, the fuel, whatever system thing, all that stuff, that was in the box that was thrown on my porch. But no, what I was saying is, this comes in nice brushed aluminum. This radiator, right? I'm gonna have to scuff it all up and make it all nice and scuffy and shoot it chassis black. Because if I stick that nice brushed aluminum radiator underneath the hood of that TA, it's gonna look really, really out of place. Because nothing else except for the valve covers is chrome. Well, chrome or blue. So, I'm going to, wait, what's going on?
Do that and that and that.
Who are we pissing off? What's going on in the chat that I didn't see?
I was just answering Kat.
What about Kat?
I was just wondering how I was doing. I said, I ain't dead yet.
No, somebody said something about pissing people off. Not sorry, crying haters.
Yeah, that's just me answering her.
Oh.
I'm not dead yet, and all my haters that are out there, it's like, all right, he's gone, he's going to be done. Like, you know what? As Flo said it on one of the greatest TV sitcoms, Kiss my grits!
Yeah,
I'll get a mute you. I'll be back in a little bit.
Huh?
I said I'm going to mute you. I'll be back in a little bit. We still working here.
Okay, go ahead. You need me to mute you or good? All right. Yeah, everything is going to. I'm going to put everything in wire looms. I'm gonna hide as much stuff underneath of the air cleaner and route it in normal factory wiring locations, because I mean the wires weren't completely hidden from factory, so as long as it looks normal-ish. As far as the spark controller and things like that, I don't know where I'm going to stick them. I don't know where I'm going to stick them to where they're not completely noticeable. So don't know how. They're kind of thick. So I mean, it's not going to look completely stock, but I want, when you pop open the hood, I don't want it to look like the whole thing's gone completely modern. Eventually, I'm sure I'm going to probably put aftermarket heads on them, but Butler Performance makes a nice set of heads that look like factory cast heads that have more of a modern chamber and intake and exhaust port runners that flow a lot better than the factory ones. So, but still look like a factory head. So when you go and paint them up in a factory color, they blend in with the rest of the engine. I'll probably clean it up a little better than factory. It's just a given. I don't know if it'll be done now or when I bring the car back in to completely blow it apart and restore it. Like I said, the goal right now is to get the car back together, running and driving so I can enjoy it. I'm not doing the full restoration on it. Right now it's get it drivable. Get it drivable, and so I can start working on the Novas. The whole point is I want to, while the channel is smaller and doesn't have as big of a following, I want to do the Novas. At least the first part of the Novas. Get them looking, get the Nova up and running and all the body work done. I may not get to the engine swap and drivetrain swap that I want, but at least the car will be as a platform where it needs to be ready for that swap if I can ever afford it. And then once the channel has a chance to grow, if it's going to grow, then I want to blow the TA apart, because I want to be able to cut off the roof, put T-tops on it. I want to get the stroked 455 from Butler Performance, do an upgraded suspension, and do the interior the way that I want, and paint the car. And I'm not going to be able to afford to do that if I do the TA first. If I do the Trans Am now, I'm not going to be able to afford to do what I want to do to it. So I want to hold off on having that car completely apart until I have more money coming in. That's why I figured the Novas are going to need more physical work than they are going to need expensive parts. So I figured do the Nova first. We'll have plenty of time and stuff that we need to do to get that car where it needs to be body and chassis wise, that I'll have a decent amount of videos and probably another year or so down the road. And then later, once I have that car up and running and being decent, then we can dig back into the TA. Yep, exactly. Build one at a time. I have right now, The Nova. This is actually kind of the opposite of the way that I was originally planning on doing it. Originally, the plan was when I bought the gray Nova. The gray Nova was supposed to be a ready to. The gray Nova was supposed to be a ready to go part swap, get back on the road car. The car that I got was not the car that I bought from the ad. It was the same car, but by the time I got it, parts were missing off of it that I were expecting to be there. They had cut open the body to repair the car that was at the body shop. They had, like I said, they had taken parts. The rust was a lot worse than what was shown in the pictures. So, and then we had Luca, and then we had to move, and then everything got stored everywhere. And so I couldn't just throw the stuff off of the black Nova onto the gray Nova and get that car up and running like I wanted to. Like I said, I originally planned, and I bought that gray Nova because it was supposed to be a quick. Oh, he's as quick as he popped in, he popped out. I was supposed to just do a quick part swap and get the gray Nova up and running, and then I was gonna dig into the Trans Am while I had the gray Nova to play around with. Cat, I dailied my rides. I dailied my Nova for so long. Actually, geez, Chris, I think I don't know if you can hear me yet.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I don't even think I was dailying my Nova when you met me.
Oh,
I think
be honest about it, I don't remember.
I think I already had the green truck by the time you met me.
I think you got it right after I met you.
Yeah, I guess. All right, so like, Kat was saying she dailies her builds. Bad idea. I was doing that all the way up until my Nova went off the road. It was a daily driver, and I was building it. So, all the way up until where it is now, because it went off the road when it was black with red stripes. The last picture I have of it sitting with the low profile tires with the Kraggers and next to the gas station, that was the last day that car was dailied. Because by the time it got the green fenders, it was already off the road. I was just trying to get it back on the road at that point. But yeah, that whole time it was a daily driver. So it went through two transmissions, 3 engines, 2 rears, a drive shaft, a full interior, and 3 paints? All the time, and during that whole time, I was daily driving that car. That was a daily driver the whole time.
You did the engine over the weekend? When you swapped your engine out, or
when I
how long was it
swapped,
down then?
when I went from the inline 6 to the 305. Yep, that was over a weekend. We did that one over the weekend. They did that one right in my backyard. When I went from the 305 to the 350, also over a weekend. That was again also in the back driveway. The transmissions, I did them without a jack. I mean, I jacked the car up, but I didn't. I literally bench pressed them up into the car. The one I pulled
Been there, done
out.
that.
The one I pulled out and put the new one in the morning I had to work. So I had to be in at work at 3. I had the old transmission out and the new one back in before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And the whole car buttoned back up and went to work. Now, the only one that actually, the one that hurt the most was when I blew up the rear end. I disintegrated the 7.5 inch that was in the car originally. We went out and bought the rear that's in the car now, only to find out that it was 1.5 inches too wide and 1 inch too long from the center of the pinion, or the center of the ring gear, to the yoke. So that's why we had to shorten the drive shaft. I also had to cut off the spring perches and move them in like 1.25 inches on both sides. So that way the leaf springs would land where they're supposed to on the rear. Because the rear was too wide. So yeah, there's a bunch of things that went on with that car. All the time I was daily driving it. I was daily driving that car through the last time gas was $4 a gallon. With a V8 in it. And I was running on premium gas at the time that I did that. So it was like more like $4.60 a gallon for premium.
A sipping V8 though.
Huh?
A sipping V8 when you kept your foot out of it.
Yeah. I ended up retarding the timing as far back as I could to help keep rod knock down, and switching to 87. The car was supposed to run on 93. I was running it on 87 with really, really bad timing to keep it from knocking. So the car was a dog, and I didn't have a choice. It was the only vehicle I had. Oh.
You have that.
I have
So,
my brother's human jack for doing transmission.
You've been playing a Lone Ranger all night?
Me? I had Cat earlier.
Yeah.
I had Cat to get me going. Now I'm a beer and a half in. I'm okay. I mean, if there wasn't chat or anything to talk about, then I would be whatever. But I have the website. We went over the website earlier. You missed that.
Yeah, we're trying to get a load loaded here in
That's what she said.
middle of nowhere, Tennessee.
Hey, that's where I bought the TA motor. In the middle of nowhere, Tennessee.
I think I'm a little deeper in the woods than you were.
I was outside of Sweetwater. There was a
down
house
here
like where
somewhere southwest of Knoxville.
Yeah, where I picked up that engine, there was a house like once every like 5 miles.
Turn right at the traffic light.
I mean, I know I didn't make a wrong turn, but I come up through the woods out of Georgia, and I went through that one little town.
You swear you were in a horror movie?
Honest to God, the name of it was Old Fart Post Office, and I had the window cracked because it was nice out, and I could have swore I heard the damn sounds coming out of speakers on the one street light, dueling banjos.
Oh my God.
Tennessee 72.
I watched Gantry and Son Trucking. So. What did you buy that blew a connecting rod through the block? Or is it a different dad?
The 2006 Polaris Liberty 700. It's a Polaris Classic 700cc engine.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it tossed a rod, and I stole that sled. I mean, the thing looks immaculate, other than it needs a new engine.
Well, it doesn't do you very good if it's just sitting there looking pretty.
Yeah, I mean, financially, I thought take one of the engines out of one of the other sleds that we had sitting there and drop in this one.
Yeah, Chris, we all know how that works. You know, us being classic car people. You know, when a car doesn't work and it's just sitting there looking pretty, eventually it stops looking pretty.
Yeah, well, at least this is easy, because you can stick this up on a shelf in the wall or in the attic of the garage and get it out of the way. I mean, like a car.
Yeah.
A car is a little harder to hide.
Where it sits in your backyard and slowly disintegrates.
Yeah, at least this can be put up out of the way. And it's not going to rust because it's all aluminum and plastic.
The plastic, just dry rods. What was that one that Vice Grip, he reacquired whatever, where the the whatever the cogs or something on for the sled literally just disintegrate.
Yeah, on the jack shaft. Was that an Arctic Cat?
I don't know what it was. It was that one where he
I
had.
remember.
It was like it had like a big Chevy V8 in it, and it was like basically two sleds tied together.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
And he said he like every time he moved it, like there was just all this freaking white plastic or whatever that would be just left on the ground from it just falling apart.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that one now.
I think the only thing he did was he just tried to get it running enough so that way that the people whose dad built it or whatever can hear it again before he gave it back to them.
Yeah. Yeah, the invariable dry rock crack and snap and.
Yep. Hey Chris, I have an upgrade. I am no longer
Another upgrade.
I am no longer sitting in a freaking folding party chair.
Oh, an office chair?
A freaking crap $50 one from freaking Walmart that's already doesn't freaking like. Okay, so the backrest, right? 3 out of the 4 bolts went in. The 4th one went in halfway, and then the freaking whatever nut that's into the freaking fiberboard bottom of the seat
Twisted loose.
Yep, just spun. And I sat here, I literally for like 6 months, I have debated on whether or not I wanted to get this chair because I knew it was going to be shit.
You know what kind of, I mean, it might be a warped way of thinking. You think of all the crap we get, built in Malaysia, built in China, built in whatever. It's junk.
Well, not
literally
really.
Junk.
Not really, because the shit built in Thailand isn't junk.
Well, Thailand's different, but like
Yeah,
China, most of the places junk. So it makes you wonder if their military equipment is built to the same substandards as the crap that they export. If you actually got the war, is there anything to worry about? Or can we put a bunch of preschoolers out there with their Red Ryder BB guns and win the war?
Hey. I wonder if Ukraine was thinking that when Russia went to invade them.
I'm sorry, it's hard to tell, but they are certainly, as it was quote unquote a bunch of backwoods farmers and hayseed jackasses, equivalent to America's rednecks. Well, they sure whooping some ass on the Ruskies, ain't they? So much for the bear and his claws.
I think that it was one of those things like the Trans Am that was sitting in our backyard that was a roaring fucking thing back in the 70s, and you go to pull it out now and it's a dying dead dog.
Uh-huh.
It's one of those. I think that what they were holding on to what they were great for so freaking long that it was that shiny thing that they put up in the backyard. It was shiny when they put there, but when they pulled it back out, it's not so shiny.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I think very safe to say that
I think that
the people of Ukraine was severely underestimated.
Yeah, I think that I just think that Russia was dealing with some very unmaintained and outdated equipment.
Yeah, God bless the Soviet Union.
What was once great or feared has gotten old and rotted.
Yeah, it kind of brings up that old adage you heard as kids at times, or you've heard people talk about.
If you don't use it, you lose it.
Well, that one too, but I was thinking more along the lines of the one that it's not about the size of the dog in the fight; it's about the size of the fight in the dog.
Yeah, that too. I mean, you got to think about that. You got a bunch of people that are literally fighting for their livelihood. They're going to fight a hell of a lot harder than a bunch of people that are being told to go invade them.
Look at the contingent of women. I mean, they have a all women's division led by one of the women in their military that went up against a so-called special forces unit and obliterated them. Yeah. Splat, done.
But yeah, and again,
I don't know.
It's the person that's being invaded. It's going to have a lot more heart in that fight than the person being told to go invade them. Because again, the average soldier that's actually in the Russian, they're not going to have the same drive as the people that are pushing the fight. They're like, why am I here? Why am I doing this?
Exactly.
versus, you know, I mean, that would be like, you know, not that I would say us American soldiers would ever really be like meh going into a fight, because I swear we just enjoy going into a fight. But can you imagine if whatever president, whatever, just told us to go invade Iraq or whatever, and we didn't have the like 9/11 that just happened? You know, the fact that we just were coming off of that put a lot of drive into that. You know, we came off of that very angry and upset and hurt, and you know,
Yeah, it makes you
taking
wonder
no
if anything
prisoners
of that nature would happen now if the country would pull together again the way they did then.
I would
It's,
say
I
I would
mean,
say the country would, but would the government? I think there is a lot of fight in this country. I just don't think that there's a lot of fight in the government.
and the worst part is we put them there
Well, and it's yes and yeah. Well,
for the most part.
people
You
put
know, I
him
mean,
there.
yeah,
I can't say I
people,
put him there.
the voters, however misguided the one way or the other they were, put them there. How's
Well,
that?
and the thing
And
is,
I'm talking all of them as a whole, from the lowest localized government all the way to the top. Because
humans as a population are easily manipulated.
yes,
And I can't even say that I hold, and you know, this could be conspiracy. I can't even say that 9/11 wasn't a manipulation. Or, you know, you look at the school shootings, and as bad as I think that they are, and all of that, it just seems very convenient that a lot of political agenda happened at the exact same time.
that's a sore subject with me in the one regard. You know, all these people bitch, tout, complain, cry, whatever you want to call it. Gun control, gun control, gun control. Okay, go back and look at every single one of them public shootings, whether it be a school, church, theater, maybe not so much churches, but like
Gun
movie
control
theaters,
would
stuff,
have,
others.
other
Every
than
single
not
one
having,
of them had one common gun law thing that was passed by that area in common. They were a gun-free zone. And the bad guys knew it.
gun-free zone. The guns used in question were not legally obtained to begin with, which means the gun laws wouldn't have stopped it to begin with. The only way you would have stopped
That
it
too.
would have been have no guns at all. But then again, it's that same thing. You know, the worst thing you can have is on your home when you're getting robbed is the, you know, I'm anti-gun because you just made yourself a target.
Or it's like an Eddie Murphy joke. I've got a gun. Yeah, don't worry, buddy. We found your bullets buried in the backyard. We know you don't like them.
But yeah, it's kind of stupid. But it's fear mongering. It's propaganda. It's I'm going to scare you into doing what I want you to do because forcing you is harder.
You want a perfect example? Look at the last 2 years with all this mask mandate bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Same thing, fear mongering.
When it's been proven, the mask, all it was a feel-good option. It didn't do a damn thing to help you one way or the other.
If it did anything, it helped the people around. It possibly helped the people around you because the mask wasn't doing anything for keeping you from getting sick. It was just keeping your saliva and your spit from going as far and touching as much stuff as it could if you weren't wearing it.
Exactly.
I think all of us in the medical industry, we already knew that the mask was more for potentially if you ended up sick and not knowing you were sick. From you potentially spreading it to someone else. Really
chaps and bites me. Because I mean, all that stuff that started when it started in Seattle and Portland, and I went up there every other week. And when it started, it hit Seattle, and they were already, full mask, don't go in, no restaurant, all this stuff. You can't go in, you can't get nothing to eat, you couldn't go in use the restroom. And then I run back to Philadelphia. I go on vacation this year, and bam, end up in the hospital with it. I mean, what are the odds?
Right. But the other thing is what I don't understand is they did all this stuff like closing businesses down overnight at 8 o'clock at fucking night, like we all have a fucking curfew. What was that stopping?
Nothing.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It just forced everybody to have to do their business in a smaller amount of time instead of being able to spread it out. Now everybody had to shop between 9 in the morning and 10 at night instead of being able to shop 24/7 with stores that were open 24/7.
It effectively destroyed a lot of the little guys.
It did. It hurt a lot. It had a lot of smaller businesses. It even hurt the bigger businesses. I mean, you look at how many of the big businesses that are just not here now.
Yeah, Ruby Tuesday. They were everywhere. I'm not sure if they folded completely, but most everyone that I would go to where I could park a truck and get into are non-existent.
All right, there's a bunch of things.
And the so-called, oh, we have a change shortage. You've got to pay with a card or exact change because we can't give you change back.
That
was
such
farce.
Bullshit. That's
what
to get
farce.
Everybody to using freaking electronic money, because electronic money
and
is
so
much
still
more trackable.
Going on in some aspects of the country.
But
they have signs up.
But yet we have printed so much money that has hurt the value of the American dollar.
Yeah.
We have such an what is the word I'm looking for?
Darn, dude. I mean, hell, if you're gonna ride my ass, two things: either pull my hair or push. We're going up a hill. I can't go no faster.
Get out and help, right?
Yeah, come on. I mean, the guy is so close. All I see is it's almost like a neon glow around the back of the trailer.
Right. But no, what's the other thing I was? Inflation? Is it inflation? They made so much paper money that it devalued the value towards gold.
I was listening to a conversation. Actually, one of the rare times I could stop and go eat in a restaurant the other day, one of the truck stops, and there was a couple old guys. This is like, yeah, hey, let's go to the local, get a coffee and a donut thing for breakfast thing. They're there. I guess they're there every week, and they were having a pretty in-depth conversation, and one of them brought up an interesting topic or suggestion that, hey, how do you like it now? I hope all the people are happy. You're dealing with inflation. Everyone's doing inflation. Why? You remember all that free money they gave everybody to stay the hell home? Now we're all paying it back.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going, that's an interesting theory when you think about it, because technically it's true.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't get none of it. I made too much money. I didn't qualify.
My exes got it all. Remember that when I was sitting there like, oh yeah, you're gonna give us freaking money, and I was like, oh cool, I can go get some of the stuff that I finally wanted now, because I was working through all of that. I was
mm-hmm.
working long ass freaking shifts because of how many people went and didn't work. And so it made staffing short everywhere, which means the people that were still working were working incredibly stupid fucking long hours.
You were working for three.
Especially if you were working in the healthcare industry. Healthcare industry dried up like a freaking sponge in the desert.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of me working at my last job, I was working 100-hour work weeks because I didn't have any staff.
Hey, welcome to my life.
I was sleeping at work. I was everything. We were salary. So it's not like I got to make extra money because I was working extra hours. No, it was just, you
still flat rate.
Anything you work over 40 hours, you accrue vacation time. You get those hours back in free time you can take off. The problem is you're not allowed to
Which you lost anyways.
Hold on. It doesn't even matter. You never could use it. You weren't allowed to use it for more than 2 days, two 8-hour shifts a week. You couldn't use it if you worked any overtime that week. And there was a bunch of other stipulations. The thing is...
Yeah, David. A two-week notice of the time you wanted to take off ahead of time.
And you couldn't use it if you had to call off for anything.
In 1/2 mile, turn right on I-75 North.
If there was so many, you could, like I said, if you can only use 16 hours of it a pay period, which is 2 weeks, So that's 8 hours a week. You can only use 8 hours. What good is having 100 hours banked in your freaking in your free time if you can only use 8 hours of it a week? You literally, if you took 8 hours every freaking week, you could not use it all.
With a 2-week notice. Oh, hey, that's great. Time off request. What's it? Ring.
Well,
What
and the
is this
fact that you
time
can't-
off request you put in? What do you mean?
Well,
You need 2-week notice. I'm taking this day. Well, what are you going to do in that day? I'm going to stay home, pick my nose, and scratch my ass and drink a beer. Is that okay?
well, no, they didn't
Do I
really
have
care
your
about that.
permission?
But the problem is you can't call off if you're the supervisor and you don't have any staff to fill in for your spot.
Yeah, you
Because
got to
you were
go
already
anyways.
filling in for theirs.
Oh, what the hell?
So you couldn't. You literally there was people that the 1 year that I was there at the end of the year, they had 200 to 300 of hours banked that they just lost at the end of the year because they couldn't use it. That's 300 hours you worked for free. 300 hours of free work. Just think
God
about
bless
that.
corporate
And the
America.
thing is they're getting paid $17 to $18 theoretically an hour. So I mean, let's do some quick math here. 17 times 300. Somebody can probably do that in their head faster than I can right now. 17 times 300.
Oh, hush.
And I'm making that nice and even number. That's $5,000 of free work. $5,000, and that's not even that's not even time and a half. Because that would all be time and a half if it was a regular job. So yeah, so it's 17 times times equals times 1.5. Correction, that's $7,650 in free work per staff that worked that much. That's just ridiculous.
And no way at all that you could claim that back through your taxes at all because you're paid salary.
Right, it's
even
just out. It's just out. And the thing is the way that they ran their the way that they ran their accrued time, their whatever time, you lost it at the end of the year. Whatever you didn't use, you just lost.
Yeah, it's just like us with the truck. You have a compensated mileage that you're paid on that you have, but then we have uncompensated mileage, which basically covers some of your deadhead or out of route type things that you may end up doing. So you got a detour around the wreck or something, so you can get a little aspect of that back. Or
yeah, because they only pay you for
against what you made for the
they
year.
only basically
Not
pay you for the
of
route that's
beans, but
Chris. They really only pay you for the route that's most direct, right?
yeah, it's pretty much city center to city center.
So whatever you
Or used to
drive
be
over
city
that,
limit, like city limit, outer limits, which anything over that is on me.
right?
And you may have a construction shutdown, an accident, and any number of things.
Yeah.
A bridge collapse. You're not going that way.
Yeah, and like if you're out here in PA, you could be going 100 some miles out of your way to freaking be able to get
Prime example. The accident that y'all had out there by you guys at the beginning of the week.
It was still cleaning up a day and a half later.
Yeah, when it never reopened till Wednesday morning.
Yeah.
And right there, like you said, there ain't no direct route anywhere.
No,
around it or
all
nothing.
The way out to 78. You'd either have to go all the way out to 78 or all the way west. I don't know what the fuck's west. What is west of 81?
Or go. You'd have to go all the way over there to Williamsport and come down 15 if you're going south.
Oh yeah, all the way up to Sunbury.
Yep.
For those of you guys that don't know, the 81 traffic accident is what we were talking about. Out here last week, was it? Or the week before? We had a...
Yeah, last week, Monday.
Yeah. We had a giant snowstorm
This
that literally hit because literally everywhere around 81, you could not see any snow touched anywhere. Because that's the way I travel to get home. I go right by that, and there was no snow on any of the mountains, no nothing. But very, very targeted area around 81 got nailed with a snow squall. And
snow and fog.
And all of the truckers and everybody just plowed all in there like freaking. I don't even
Evil
know.
Knievel?
No, I'm trying to think of something that's, a bunch of freaking shit popping out of a shit chute. I don't know. Which don't
okay,
get me.
equate it to the old-fashioned.
We'll actually talk about the second subject that I have with that on top of the accident itself. So you had a bunch of people going in there, and the truckers couldn't see where they were fucking going. And obviously, they take a freaking lot less longer to freaking stop. Which I think there was more trucks in that than there were cars, wasn't there?
There was over 80 vehicles. I think it was between 40 and 50 trucks, like 30 some other vehicles.
Yeah, as I said, the majority of it was trucks. Anyway, so they all crammed
coming
in
down
there. There was last time I heard 5 deaths. Did they upgrade it? It was 6.
Yeah, six confirmed as far as Wednesday morning with multiple injuries.
What annoys me, and I had this conversation with my mom because my mom was talking to me about it, and she goes, "They need to install signs that let people know that there's an accident up ahead and da 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 da." I said that's not feasible. For them to be able to monitor all of the PA highways, to be able to do that would be so astronomically expensive, and not to mention you wouldn't
be able to see the sign anyway.
Well,
it's the same reason it caused a wreck.
No, not even because most of the signs today are nice and lit. If you've seen the ones up by around Wilkes-Barre that they're testing with the lighted signs, that you can see them from pretty far off even when it's foggy. But the point is it still has to run on the system. So obviously there has to be an accident, and then there has to be a whatever for it to get reported to those signs, for those signs to start displaying that there's an accident. By the time
the only way they could do it would be to tie it in with the 911 system.
Right.
That way when the 911 dispatcher took the call.
By the time that those signs would have lit up and said that there was an accident ahead,
the road's already closed.
90% of those freaking cars would have already been in that accident.
Yep.
And so what I told her is no, they need to go back to running CBs like they used to, because by the time that first or couple of truckers ran into that accident and realized what was going on and got that out on a CB radio, all the truckers further down the road would have been slowing down, had their hazards on, and you wouldn't need a big sign telling you that, hey,
within 5 minutes, that notice would have been 20 miles in each direction.
Right. And even if you're in a car without a CB, you're going to start noticing all the truckers around you slowing down and throwing on their hazards, and that's going to be giving you a big-ass freaking clue that, hey, something's up. I need to fucking slow down. You know, if I'm traveling down the freaking road and I'm doing 80 and the truckers around me are doing freaking 80 like normally happens on freaking 81, if they're not going faster than that, and all of a sudden the truckers next to me start blowing up and throwing on their hazards, that's going to be a damn-ass freaking giveaway that if it's either a cop or something worse.
Mm-hmm.
And that CB radio chatter is going to travel a lot further, a lot faster than any information sign would. And there's a lot more truckers on the frickin' road than there are information signs. You know, I don't understand why, I mean, the thing is my work did the same kind of thing, my old work. They wanted everything to go to computer, okay, which is all fine and dandy, but the problem is computers are out of sight, out of mind. You know, if you're talking about like the clients like I used to have, the problem with writing progress notes and all of that stuff, you only see the one that you're writing. You don't see the persons from the shift before or whatever like that, because it's not on a piece of paper that you have to flip through to read to it.
Yeah.
The only
unlike the old days when you had the chart at the end of the bed that anybody coming in the room could pick, like at the hospital,
or the
pick up and read everything, or at the nurse's station or whatever.
That's more of a hospital thing. Ours are normally in a big binder in the office.
But the same
place that I worked, the state hospital was the same way. Everything was in a binder in the main office. that you had to pick up and go look through to do your job. Technology is great, but the problem is technology also hides a lot of things. Think about it. Think of movies. I have close to, I don't know, 1,000, 2,000 DVDs, right? I can go walk up to my rack of DVDs. It's basically like a bookcase, and I can see all of the movies that I have, and I can pick something. And you know what? I might see that movie up there that I hadn't watched in a while, and I completely forgot about, but I can see it. It's like, oh, I haven't seen that movie in a while. What's wrong with Netflix and all of that stuff? You literally have to search for what you're looking for. You have no
clue what it is without searching.
And the thing is how do you know to search for something if you don't know it's there? And I find the same problem with Google and everything else. You don't run across the random knowledge. You don't run across that I was looking for something else. And they've gotten their search engine
so refined that you misspell one letter and it throws you off on a completely different tangent. So you never find what you're looking for anyways.
Well, no. Or your search result is so refined that you only find what you're looking for.
Yeah.
And hundreds of that exact same thing. You don't find, you don't find that movie you hadn't seen in 6 years and forgot about. Just trying to find. So I haven't watched a good movie in a while, and I know I've seen like trailers for different things in YouTube commercials before and after videos and things like that. But the problem is, when I go search for a movie, remembering that movie exists because I only saw it in a trailer like a month and a half ago, and it's not like I can just go and down to the movie theater, down to the Blockbuster or whatever, and just go browse the aisles and see what they got and say, hey, you know what, I want to take this movie home today. Because even when you're searching through Netflix and stuff, it gives you suggested videos. It doesn't show you everything that it's got unless you search for it. And it's frustrating, and that's what I hate about some of technology. Technology is great, but the problem is it's keeping us very closed-minded and very
controlled,
horse-blinded, like the blinders on a horse. It's only what's shoved in front of our face that we see. There's all this. The World Wide Web is awesome. It's got all of this stuff, but we only see a very small range of it because of the fact that you can't stumble across something. You can only find stuff by searching for it. And when you're not doing that, whatever you're seeing is very algorithmically placed there. Like even like Facebook and shit. Facebook used to be you saw everything that somebody posted in chronological order of when they posted it, and then they went to the algorithm that only showed you stuff you might be interested in, and it ends up being a bunch of shit you're never fucking interested in.
Most relevant.
And the
top comments are like...
Yeah, and then the people that you want to freaking keep in touch with fade away because you never see their posts. There was people that got married, and I didn't even know they fucking got married until like a year or two later because I never saw their posts for the invitation, for the marriage, for the wedding itself. Nothing, because they weren't on my recommended people to be on my Facebook because we didn't necessarily comment on each other's stuff. It's just a passive, hey, this is my buddy from school. I'm not necessarily deeply involved in his everyday going-ons, but I'd still want to keep tabs with him kind of person.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, they've had a whole life, and you didn't even know anything about it because you thought you were keeping in touch.
You know, trailer lights.
They're all like that, Jesse. I don't care where you go. Instagram, Facebook, Snap. They're all like that. They're all like that. They're all algorithmically based. You don't just see stuff. Even YouTube's freaking horrible with that. Okay, so you're subscribed to a person because you want to follow their content, but you can't see their content even if you are subscribed to them. You have to click a bell, but that's not even good enough. Because if you click the bell and you're subscribed to them, you still might not see their content. Not only do you have to subscribe to them, click the bell, but then you have to go through a menu inside of that bell option to tell them, I want to see notifications for this person's stuff. And then sometimes you may not even get the notification still. What is the point of all of it? Why do I have a subscription, a bell, and 3 menus inside of the bell just to be able to just so that way I can see the content that I subscribe to? That'd be like getting a freaking subscription to a magazine like Horsepower or Popular Hot Rodding or whatever, subscribing to it, paying for it, and then still having to jump through 6 hoops to make sure that I actually want you to send that magazine to my door. I'm not just buying it and subscribing to it because, you know, whatever. I actually have to go through 6 other steps to make sure that after I paid for it, it still ends up at my door so I can read it. You know, that's why I paid for it. That's why I subscribed to it, because I wanted to read it.
Oh, hush.
But yeah, Discord will get like that. I'm sorry. I hate to tell you. It's just a matter of time. They all do. They'll get big enough. They'll sell out because the people will freaking take the money and run. And then corporations will step in and fuck it all up. Though all of these websites do just fine when it is the people that originally created it and have the vision that still run it. As soon as it gets big enough that somebody sees dollar signs when somebody waves money in their face to sell it, and they freaking split, and they leave all of the people that built them to where they are there with whatever the corporation wants to do with it once they buy it. Instagram is the same. Instagram sold out to Facebook. YouTube sold out to Google. Yeah, they all do it. Snapchat, I do believe, is even sold out. I don't even know if it's still owned by the same people. Tumblr, same way. You know, they all do it. And unless it's privately owned and operated and it's ran by the people that use the product, they will all end up doing it, and they will all bend to the dollar signs that is handed to them from sponsors and everything else. Even our YouTubers do it. Even our YouTubers do it. You get big enough, and then you start doing projects because somebody wants you to use their product in a video. You know, so instead of you making a video about what you want, now you're making this video about this product because you need the money that they're going to hand you after you make the video about that product to do your other videos.
America has lost its balls.
Jesse, there is no advertising on it yet, but there will be. There will become a point where they get big enough that they need to take in money from another source to be able to keep going. And that's when shit goes downhill. When they get so big that they can't sustain themselves and they need an outside set source of money. And then that outside source of money becomes an influence about what happens on the day-to-day freaking going-ons of that business. Right, Chris? Oh, you can't even hear. You didn't hear anything I said because you didn't have your headphones on.
Nope, I was busy. I was busy checking in on the kitty slab.
We were talking about how, you know, businesses run just fine and dandy when they're small enough and they everything is handled within the minds of the company. But once a company gets big enough that they have to start looking at an outside source of money to sustain the business, whether it's a sponsor or stocks or whatever it is. And then those outside sources of money, since they're putting money into the company, now become a say on the going-ons of the day-to-day operations of said company. That's when things change and things don't end up being the same way as they used to, because you have somebody else that is having an investment in your company.
There's a big example of that out there for sure. Look at Cabela's.
Cabela's, like I said, YouTube.
Cabela's had an outside group from New York City. Didn't know jack crap about hunting or the outdoors or any, you know, what Cabela's is geared at.
Now Cabela's is nothing but a giant merchandise store.
Long said and done, Cabela's got sold out to shareholders of Bass Pro Shops.
Mm-hmm. Right. And you look at Cabela's, especially the one down in Hamburg now. It's nothing but a giant merch store. There is more merch and Cabela's branded stuff in there than there is actual hunting supplies. I mean, you have the hunting supplies is around the outside a little bit, but the majority of the store is all shirts and pants and shit with Cabela's logos on them. But that's just the way everything
Not to
is.
crack you up, but yeah.
I mean, no,
Corporate.
and you can even say the same thing. I mean, granted, I don't have a whole crap ton of money influencing what the hell I do, but the more subscribers I get, the more what they want and what they, their influence is going to have an influence on my content, because yes, I make content for myself, but I also make content to entertain the people that are watching the content. If you guys aren't entertained, you're not going to watch it, which means I'm not going to get any income from it. So even that, I mean, you look at some of the your YouTubers that you follow, and look at what happens when something gets negative, and they're immediately, they apologize, or they change something that that they wouldn't have done before, they're now doing because it's what the subscribers want. It's what the YouTube algorithm wants. It's what's popular and making we had this discussion just the other day in our live stream chat about the shorts. I don't like shorts. And it's not, I don't like shorts as in the brand shorts that YouTube is creating, because they call them shorts. TikToks call them TikToks, and Instagram calls them whatever they call them. But it's a short, quick video is what used to be called Vines when Vine was around. I like watching them, yes, but I don't like making them. And why don't I like making them? Nate said it in our group chat just fine. It is because it is a quick endorphin high. It is a quick fix. There is no there is
Rhyme or reason.
Well, not necessarily. They're even though some people do put a lot of time and effort into some of them, because if you watch some of the TikToks, and the makeup takes hours to do for a 30-second clip. Because I watch a lot of cosplay TikTokers, which, like I said, I know how long that makeup takes to put on. I've watched Jess do it. But like, I make videos to tell a story, to whatever. I don't want to sit here and make a 30-second video just showing something. And what pisses me off is the fact that they do so well. It annoys me that a video that literally all I got to do is film over some stuff on my freaking on my table here, and put some music to it, and then all of a sudden I've got 400 views. But something that I spent hours and editing, and I'm actually putting out information that's useful, gets 30 views. It just, what it does is it shows me, and I have ADHD. I mean, you guys can see it by doing these live streams. I just change subjects so quickly. I can pay attention long
People have
enough
the
to watch
attention span of a gnat anymore.
Right. I can sit here and watch a 10-15 minute video, as long as it's informative and it's actually engaging me. But it's frustrating to know that people can't even freaking be engaged long enough to sometimes not even watch a full short.
Yeah, this Formie said it properly.
Spoon-fed society, correct. And that's what annoys me. It's like, people don't want to watch an informative, knowledgeable video. They just want something to run away from their life with, and that's what it is. It's a distraction. They don't want to actually ingest something worthwhile. They're just looking for a distraction. I don't watch YouTube as a distraction. I almost rarely ever watch YouTube just as a distraction. Have I watched the funny kitty cat videos and things? Yes. But a majority of what I watch is something that I'm learning something. Whether it's watching somebody put together a model and painting technique and building technique and things like that, or working and restoring a car and watching a car go from a complete rust bucket to, somebody's pride and joy, that stuff. I mean, yes, if I'm busy and I've only got 30 seconds to do something, and I'm just looking for something to kill time between, um, you know, during my 5 or 10 minute break, sure, I might watch some TikToks or whatever. But the thing is what I was saying with Kat the other day, there's a place for that. You know, I go to the app that is designed for those 30-second videos to do that. I don't want to be I don't think that YouTube should be the place that you go for those quick 10, 15, 20 second videos. You know what I mean? You don't go in your fridge to get ice cream. Why would I want to go to YouTube to watch a quick video? I go to YouTube to watch the longer, more entertaining videos. I go to TikTok to watch the quick videos.
Yeah, because originally, wouldn't the idea of the short was basically
It was them jumping on the bandwagon of TikTok because it started with
yeah, I
Facebook
mean it's the
and
bandwagon, but I mean
Instagram and
originally with YouTube, when the idea was short would be like
2 or 3 minute
a
video.
short glimpse for a premiere of content you're gonna have coming up
Well,
later,
originally
like the
YouTube,
premiere
like I
advertisement.
have shorter videos. They're from back when before it was really popular to edit your videos. So you would just pop on, you would make a bunch of them because instead of editing your videos, it was more of a live ingestion. So you would pop a video, you would record something, pop a video, you'd watch, your subscribers would comment on it while you were still doing whatever you were doing, and then you'd film another quick bit and put it up there. You know what I mean? A lot of the old school automotive channels that I watch, if you look at their videos from back at the time that I started filming, that was the way all of them were. They would be restoring a car out in their shop. They would film a good little bit. You know what I mean? Whether the camera was just set up there and filming them, you know, sanding on a fender or whatever. Or they would come by and say, hey, I just spent the last 2 hours doing this. This is what I did. This is a question that I have. If you could leave a comment down below of what you think or where I should go from here, and then they'd post the video. The commenters would jump in, give you some comments, and you know, he would go back to doing whatever he was doing, and he would probably read the comments, and then he would put up another video the same day of a little bit more progress. And that's how those videos went. So you would get videos while they were out in the shop because he would just film them and throw them up. They didn't really edit them. You know what I mean? Kind of like what Kat does. You know, that's the way YouTube used to be. And then of course you get the people that had some editing skills and you know, had some talent with that, and it raised the bar. You know, but videos still weren't any more than 3 to 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, and then they upgraded it to you can make more than 10-minute long videos. And then YouTube went away from getting views, which is again when you had the shorter videos, but they were like parts of a video. That was back when YouTube was more concerned about views than they were watch time. It was views and interactions that they were after, not watch time. And then they want subscribers, and they want to see how long you can keep somebody on your channel, and that's how we're going to judge how good of a YouTuber you are. And that's when they went to the longer videos of, you know, 20, 30 minutes to an hour, hour and a half. You know, I think Vice Grip's last video was like an hour and a half long. That's a little pushing my freaking attention span, but I might still end up watching it because it's a freaking cool piece of content. I mean, an old Model T Ford, he drove it 700 miles home after it sat. You know, that's got my interest.
Ballsy.
Yeah. You know, that's part of why I like Vice Grip Garage, because they do shit like that. Let me take a car that's been sitting in somebody's backyard for a while, fire it up, and try to get it home before it breaks. Kat decided she wanted to try that, I think, it once or twice, and I don't know if she's gotten to the point where she's able to do that, but me and her were talking, and she says that's something she wants to try, is to get a car running and drive it the fuck home.
As long as you got a big enough credit card, it's no problem.
Yeah, because once it breaks, you know, you got to have it towed.
Yeah, that
or be able to get parts.
Be able to buy parts to fix it and carry tools.
I have not watched the chat. I apologize, guys. I should be. I was going to rant. Yeah, I read that. So a bunch of this is gambling stuff anyway. You guys really all need fucking help.
You're good. But I'll be right back.
All right. Spoon. Okay, it wasn't that much. Get enough of them here in Mount Jude. I don't know what Mount Jude is. I don't know what we were talking about there. That's a problem with me ignoring the chat for a little bit, and when I go back and I just don't remember where the conversation was at the time you posted that comment. I watch YouTube every night because there's nothing else to watch. I will watch YouTube to figure out if I am stumped. Yep, I do that too. I watch YouTube more than I watch TV. I've given up on Facebook and Yoohoo and all of that other freaking stuff because it's too hard to find something that I want to watch. And then when I do want to watch it, they don't have all of the seasons, or they have like half the season and then the other half is somewhere else and you got to track it down. I hate it. I agree with you on the shorts. Yeah, I don't mind watching shorts, but I don't want to watch them on YouTube. It's also annoying when I'm trying to find something good to watch on YouTube and a bunch of shorts, like, I have ADHD. They're going to catch my attention. And when I'm not trying to go into those and I get suckered into watching 4 or 5 of them before I realize that, wait, I'm not scrolling through looking for another full video. I'm stuck on these things again. It's just mind rot. I watch YouTube for entertainment, but I like to watch stuff I can learn something. Yes, I'm very much, I don't feel very good if I'm not learning something. I'm subscribed to so many channels I can never watch all the content. I also have ADHD and attention span of a goldfish. Yeah, I am subscribed to, let's see, does it even going to tell me how many channels I'm subscribed to? Let's see, manage. I don't know if it even tells me how many I'm subscribed to. Let's see, there's 4 rows across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, that's just today. 13 times 4 have uploaded a video just today. That doesn't even like a list of actually how many I watch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm gonna be here a while. Yeah, I don't know if it tells me how many I'm subscribed to. I'm subscribed to a lot. Because I also go into rants where I binge watch modeling videos, then I'll binge watch car restoration videos, and then so I don't sit there and watch everybody. I end up going through phases where I'm completely hooked on watching this type of content, and then I'll get bored of that type of content like 2 weeks later, and then all of a sudden now I'm watching some art style channel, and then woodworking, and then car stuff, and video game channels. I'll watch them for a while. And so I end up with all of these different niches of types of channels. And so no, as I don't watch all of them all of the time, I will watch this group of channels because they all make the same type of content. And then I'll watch this group of channels because they make all the same type of content. And that's kind of how I do it. I get stuck in these ruts of watching the same type of content. Until I get caught up to wherever they're at, and then I'm like, oh, I don't want to wait. I get bored waiting for them to put out another video, so I'll end up switching to a different type of content, and then I'll binge watch their content till I get caught back up. But it's just the way I am. So like, sometimes if I get stuck on somebody's channel, I'll watch 40 hours worth of their content in a shot. Not like in a row, but like I will literally just go from one video to the next, and then I won't watch them for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, 6 months. And then they'll put out something and I'll get hooked on it and I'll go back and watch all their old videos again. I have a YouTube problem. I'm probably subscribed to close to 400 channels. A lot of it is, and I had a problem. I said something about this back when, where me and Kat met. There was the group of people that were making this, let's follow everybody and watch everybody else's stuff and subscribe to everybody. And the problem is what happens is you just wash out your subscription list. And instead of finding the stuff that you really want to watch, you have all of these channels that put up a video once in a while that you want to watch. And yeah, and then half the time those people that you subscribe to, they unfollow you anyway. That's why the whole plague of the sub for sub bullshit. It's a bad idea. Don't sub for sub. Don't subscribe to somebody unless they're actually producing content you want to watch. Because it's just as bad as making money for gold that you don't have in the vault. It just becomes worthless. Yeah,
I gotta laugh.
that's the way a lot of things work. It's called networking. Networking is good. Sub for sub is bad. Networking is like, going to different businesses and buying products. Sub for sub is literally just taking everybody's business card. It doesn't help anybody. Nice armpits there, Chris.
Aren't they beautiful? They can
Um,
wave at you.
but yeah, and half the time I would have never found some of you guys if you guys didn't find me. I wouldn't have known about Jesse's freaking Bronco or, geez, Chris. I wouldn't have known you guys if I didn't freaking join the freaking Firebird group. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Brad, you never would have known about me if it wasn't for your dad. That's called networking. And networking is good. What's not good is just blindly following everybody, which was a big craze on Facebook groups and YouTube all the way up to about a year or so ago. I think I saw that die away and disappear. About the time that me, Robert's Garage, and Cletus and all them, we had that following out. I haven't seen any posts like that even on Instagram for that whole freaking, and I went through that same rash with Salad Bar. It was the same freaking thing. Oh, we should follow and watch everybody's content that we're in the group with. No, that doesn't help anything. If you're just mindlessly watching my content without actually ingesting it or enjoying it, you're not doing me any favors. It's just like you guys, if you guys just have my podcast on, just to have it on, but yet you're not actually getting to know me or the people in the group or anything like that, what good does that do anybody? I mean, granted, yes, I'm not saying that, listening to like it as a radio station is bad, because I know that there's people in here that do that, but you're still actively listening. Yes, it's on in the background, but you're listening. I know, Chris, you used to do that when you used to do the trucks. You used to come back and watch the live stream after it was over, as you were driving.
Yeah, or I would stop.
Yeah, but you're still actively ingesting the content. You're not just blind. Like, I mean, as much as I like Jason Carr and Grant. I don't follow them anymore because I've lost touch with what they do. Part of it is because of all the bullshit and negativity that happened with that stuff when Robert's Garage and all that shit went down. I'm not gonna lie, some of it was that. I wanted to get away from the whole group, everything to do with it. Did the same thing with the Salad Bar stuff. I literally almost got away from everybody that was involved in that. Just because it's the way I am. I just want to distance myself from drama, period. So I just distance myself from everybody involved. Unless they choose to continue, like Kat, chose to continue to be a part of my circle. Joe, from Wicked Fabs, same thing. He chose to continue to be a part of that circle. I put the option there for them to drift off if he chose to come back. So that's a different thing, what is that? When you let somebody go and they come back? If I let you go and you don't come back, I'm not chasing you. That's kind of the way it is. But yeah, so
If it was truly meant to be, they'll return to thee.
Yeah, I'm not looking for them to like marry me or nothing. My point is if you let go of a friend because of something that happened, it's not that I'm gonna like not keep tabs, but if you're not gonna make an effort to stay attached, I'm not gonna sit there and make an effort to stay attached.
My thoughts in that regard is if some kind of that related type thing, if someone takes off and that's it and whatever, and then just that's life. We're human. Everybody gets pissed off at somebody about something at some point in time. It doesn't matter how tight your relationship is. It doesn't matter if you're family. It doesn't matter. But if you let it be a constant wedge between you, then, especially in a friendship, you were never truly a friend to begin with. That's my opinion on it.
You see me go through that how many times with people that were supposedly my friend?
At this point, more times than I can count on both hands.
Well, yeah, I don't have very many of them left now, do I? I can count on my hands the amount of people that I think I can count on if I had a fucking problem. I think you have several of those fingers already counted on my fingers. I have a fucking problem. Even if you can't help me, you're on the phone with me talking about it. You and Miss Formy were freaking talking to me freaking what time fucking last night about a freaking random, oh my god, I need to freaking do a new merch store.
You know what? 10 o'clock?
Yeah. And,
11 o'clock. I don't know, it was late.
Do you realize what time?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about merchandise, and then you make a phone call, and the next thing we know, like, I open a thing. I don't know what it was. I don't know if the notification went off, but for whatever reason, I woke up in the middle of the morning and says, "Hey, guess what? NOVAtazz has a website."
What? Where'd that come from?
Check this out. Yeah, exactly. Where did this come from? What's this?
Well,
that's what I said there earlier. You were visiting. So, like, hey.
So,
all right, website. I'm the first official member. Screw everybody. I was first.
Nobody else is still joined.
What the heck?
That reminds me, guys. If you guys have, get on there, freaking share your cars and freaking get a community going. I still don't know what to call our community, but I'd like to make a community. I think all that stuff will just evolve and become something, which is I don't want to sit here and give stuff names. I hate that. But yeah, because it was asking me, what to call my members and things like it's like
burnout pad.
I don't know. I figured they'll just give themselves a name eventually. I think that's how a lot of that stuff happens. Like Vice Grip Garage and all those other whatever how they end up with names of their followers or whatever. I think it just ends up happening. They give it to themselves. It's not like Derek goes, I'm going to call you this, and it's not kind of how that. I want it to happen organically.
And a lot of it, like with names or stuff like that, is based on inner reaction, and someone makes a comment or comes up, it's an idea the process. Like next thing you know, it becomes a trademark or whatever.
Jesse, I can't call you guys the Taz. That is actually my name, not my real name, but that is my original nickname. That's why it has 2 Z's. I was Taz before I was ever Nova. Some of you guys knew that already, maybe. My mom nicknamed me Taz because I could trash a fucking room in less than 30 minutes. I can go from a clean room to a pigsty in less than 30 minutes. So she used to call me Tasmanian Devil. From the cartoon character from Looney Tunes. I picked up a freaking Tasmanian Devil shirt, and that was supposed to originally be if you look at my Forza cars, they all have Tasmanian Devils on them. The problem is I couldn't incorporate that into anything of my logo because of copyright.
Warner Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Or whoever that, I think it was Warner Brothers that had that.
It was several people. It's been passed around. But yeah, I can do it in Forza, but I can't do it in like anything that has to do with YouTube or anything like that. It's a licensed character. But anyway, so I mean, like back when we did the WTF Street Crew or whatever, that we had a car club we were going to do back before I started my YouTube, And that's actually, if you go back to my Facebook page, the NOVAtazz Facebook page, and you go back at the history, you know, like now it does the, you know, what was it before? It didn't do that back when I first started that page. But you can go back, you can still find the original like car club stuff on it from back when it was a car club page before I turned it into my my YouTube page. But yeah, so I'd love to make a community with all of you guys. You know, and I'd like to be that stuff, you know, where like you guys have sayings and stuff that I say, and like I don't think I say stuff like that. I don't think I say things repetitively enough to be
In 1/4
a
mile,
quote.
turn right on North Lot Road.
Then again, I've always said that. I don't think I have quotes for my content. I'm just not that type of personality, I don't think. But, you know, and I'll grow that webpage as we go. I mean, geez, I went from being pissed off at the quality of my merch last night after I got home from work. Well, I was pissed off for a little bit, but I think I put a post up on the automotive YouTube vloggers 2 weeks ago, last week, week before. And then I went and checked out some of the different merch vendors, and I settled on this one. And then I found out, oh wait, I need a place to be able to sell it. So we went and checked out Facebook first. Facebook was a no-go because you still need a website to host your product on to share it to Facebook. So I couldn't use Facebook as a storefront standalone. I still needed another website to link it to. So, and I went to a couple other different places, and eventually I settled on the one company that I'm using, because it offered the most at the best price. I really wanted to use a different one, but it wouldn't have been cost effective. It wouldn't have been cost effective if people weren't buying merch. As it is, I'm out quite a bit of money to set up this web page and everything else, but I'm hoping that in the long run it is worth it. Vendor as in a company that is supplying a service. In this case, the company supplying a service is, I think, it's Printaful, because there's Printify and Printaful. And I think it's Printaful is the vendor that I am currently using for the t-shirts. But I can use several vendors and link them all in the same store. Unlike what I was using before, because I was originally using Teespring, where they have a bunch of different products, but because it's all in-house on their store, I couldn't sell products from a different company in that store because I didn't own the store. I just created the images. I didn't own the store. Where now I own my website, I can put what I want on it, and I can outsource different stuff to different vendors and businesses. So I can give you a bigger, you know, instead of, yes, this company does all of this stuff, but they don't do any of it really well, I can now go, this place makes the best t-shirts, this place makes the best freaking glassware and mugs and things like this, and that person over there makes the best keychains, and this person makes the best stickers. I can go it like that, instead of sitting here and having to depend only on one place. Currently, right now, I only have one place up on the market because I literally just created this, just over 24 hours ago. Not even, because I didn't
Basically
even start.
overnight.
I think I started at like 2 o'clock is when I actually started creating merch and the website. I was up till 4:30 last night. I went to bed at 4:30 with a website that was ready to go live. Was not searchable on YouTube, on Google or anything until like 6 o'clock tonight. But if you manually typed in the web address, it would take you there. But if you searched it on Google, you wouldn't be able to find it. You can now search me on Google. I was trying to get it out. I wanted to get it all done so I could do a video. I could film a video today, and it didn't happen. I was working on this all day. I was just going to stick with like the 1 or 2 shirts, and then I'm like, no, if I'm already here doing it, I might as well get as many of them out as I can. And I busted out. I don't know how many shirts are on that page. I think there's like 8 or 9. 8 or 9 different ones right now. And of course, fleshing out the site itself. It's been revised like 15 times today alone. I have changed it and updated it and added stuff, I think like 15 times. When I first put it out, it was pretty bare. It was bare bones, just the bare necessities to get the shop up and going and to have a page. It wasn't until mid-afternoon today that I had a lot of like the projects up there and the members section and all of that. Yes, Kat. You look good as always. But yeah.
I think it's safe to say I'm not going to be buying anything from these assholes.
You talking about my store? You're not going to buy anything
No.
from me?
Your store will be fine. I got a message. I inquired about a place to get some snowmobile parts for a couple of sleds we got.
Yeah.
They finally answered me. I told them exactly what year, what model sled I had, what I'm looking for.
And they proceeded to re-ask you that stuff?
Oh, they did better than that. I told them, like the one that Brad was talking about in the chat earlier, the 2006 700 Classic that had to blow the rod through it.
Yeah.
We need a whole engine. It's a 700 Liberty Redhead Polaris engine. They sent me a picture. Yep, we got one of those. They sent me an Arctic Cat 600 engine pictures. It's like, I just told you what I had. I'm taking the things, and you're sending me something entirely different. That ain't even gonna fly. Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about.
Like when you're looking for windshield wipers on your Ford, and they ask you, what engine it's got in it.
Yeah, that too. Does it have power brakes? Yeah, it's got all kinds of power. The harder I step on the pedal.
How is that going to help me get windshield wiper blades?
Yeah, exactly. I'm not serious. It cracks you up, some of these idiots. Or the rare part you're looking for, and the old guy back in stock in the shelves got to come out and show the young punks. Look in the book under the counter. You're not going to find that in the computer.
Oh, I love that.
We have books? What are books for?
Do you know what book I miss the most, that I spent the most time daydreaming over?
Sears.
No, it was a big yellow book. I'll give you that clue, and it wasn't the Yellow Pages.
J.C. Whitney?
Nope. Bigger than J.C. Whitney books. This book was
bigger than J.C. Whitney.
Good 2.5 inches, 3 inches thick, and it was a super thin paper, so there was a lot of pages in it.
Oh, that make it hard on us now.
All right. Let me make this a little easier. What did I go to school for?
Well, you went there for engine building.
Yes.
I went to
what
Red Hill.
Big fat ass yellow book?
Yellow
probably won't
Pages.
know that. No, you probably will not know this, Kat. This would be a Miss for me or a Chris or maybe somebody in the chat question. Big ass fat yellow book that will make a freaking engine builder spend hours leafing through it.
Damn it. I'm brain farted. I can see it. I can't bring the name up.
You know. It's not a machinist book.
Oh.
It's not Summit or Jags. This is bigger than Summit or Jags. Summit or Jags were just fledglings when this book was out.
Shit. Take
Summit or
Jags and
no.
Take Jags and Summit and
Summit, Jags, and that other one, J.C. Whitney or whatever. They are the
could all go in this book and be the table of contents.
Right, but the thing is they are the young kid at the fucking computer compared to this book. This book is the old guy in the back that knows everything. This is the guy. This book is the guy at the freaking at the big orange store when you're trying to freaking figure out something in your house and it's not conventional and you just need this part to work with that part, but none of it actually comes in a kit. Yeah, that's what this person is. That's what this book is.
I'm going to blame it on COVID
I
because I
doubt
can't
your
remember.
unless he's a engine machinist. I doubt his machinist has this book. No, that's not that one. I've mentioned this book before in this and not in this live stream, but in one of my live streams.
Yeah, which would have been forever ago because that's something I would have remembered. Or actually, I say
Okay,
that,
he
but
is an engine machinist, so he probably does have it, especially if he's an older engine machinist. It was the book that I was looking into to create a board and stroke version of my caddy motor. I would have been using Ford pistons.
Like, I'm assuming that this conversation was before I came into your live streams.
No, actually, I think it started after you were in here.
Are you sure about that? Because that's something. I mean, mind you, I say that I remember, but freaking COVID has fucked my memory too. So.
It's only something that we touched on a little bit, but.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the book was called. Damn it! You freaking just stole the words right out of my mouth.
WCW.
PAW was it was like the encyclopedia. Okay, so it didn't necessarily list parts per what year, make, and model shit was. It lists parts by size specifications.
Yeah, well,
so you didn't go looking for. I need a cylinder. I need a piston for a '79 Cadillac, 500. You went in looking for a piston that was this diameter by this length skirt by,
stock bore, and then 30, 40, 50,
right.
60 thousandths over.
It also, everything was labeled by, what was the wrist pin size? What was this size? So even if, so you could literally build your own engine out of a Frankenstein of a bunch of different parts.
You could change the bore, the stroke, the wrist pin size. I mean, you could do everything.
Yeah.
And it would give you the sizes on what to buy to put everything together.
That's the book that drag race engine builders use.
Basically,
it wasn't shit you could buy off the shelf. I mean, it was off the shelf, but it wasn't.
It's an engine builder's blueprint encyclopedia.
Yep, basically, yeah. If you wanted to know how big something was, it was in there. Every brand, every different make, model of engine, no matter how freaking weird and obscure it was. And what was cool is you could virtually obviously you have computer programs or whatever, you could virtually build stuff.
You want to bore and stroke an old Model T engine to make a board racer. So what's a board racer? Okay, well, way back in the day when racing started, they raced on plank tracks with high banks. It's almost like riding a wall.
Well, they still do stuff like that now. You see it with motorcycles.
To a degree, yeah.
They have those big. They have those ones where the motorcycles run on the outside of the wall. Yeah,
the circle.
Kind of like that. That's how they used to keep the cars on the track, because the cars were going too fast to be able to take a corner that fast on the width of the tire that they were running. So to increase traction, well, they just used centrifugal force.
Yep. There are.
Yeah, you're right. I haven't seen one of them. No, I'll be back.
Yeah, well, like the cool part is like you can actually find the reminiscences of those tracks all over the States, because there are still like boneyards basically of these tracks and it's pretty cool actually, because like they have the motordromes still, that some of them are plank, but they've mostly gone to the metal cages now for those for the motorcycles. But for the cars, it is kind of neat that way. And like the one thing is, back in the day, and people don't realize it, is because these cars weren't like super fast, but if you put it on a skinny as hell tire, that thing will go way faster than you'd expect it to. Which was pretty neat that way. Like, these old Model Ts and Model As that really only had maybe 150 horsepower from their little 4-cylinders. And, which is not a lot of power, but they didn't weigh anything. So, okay, so that's a different one than what I've seen.
This is one of the last ones. This was from 2000. This was like right before they went belly up.
Well, see, WCW, I think, is still around. which is the same thing, is it not?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I don't know, because if I go off of this page, it's going to.
I think it's yeah, because I mean, that might be a Canadian thing that I'm thinking of, but let's see, WCW. Unless I'm thinking of something totally different. Yeah,
Parts Automotive Warehouse or something. What's it?
Yeah.
Performance Automotive. I was close.
It's Performance Automotive Warehouse. Yeah.
I was close.
I can do that with some stores. Like if I walk into JB Power Center up here, they can do the same thing. But yeah.
Now, do they even print a catalog anymore? Or is it all online?
They're out of business.
Dead entirely. That's a shame.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, it's gonna close that out. I did. There is still a website, but I'm pretty sure everything is dead.
It'd be worth making a phone call if they had a number listed to find out.
It's so old, it's not even secure anymore. And it's just their logo. That's it. There's nothing else here. It's just their logo.
Hell, I've ordered stuff from them, building stuff for the race cars. Brain fart. Yeah, that one. That one. What the hell was the name of it?
Yeah, everything that I go back to, it takes me back to that same image, and there's nothing there.
And that was the kicker. PAW, Paul. And around the circle, we always said, if you want to make a footprint in your career so people take notice, order from Paul.
Yeah. If your engine builder did not have this catalog sitting on the freaking counter when you walked in, you walked right back out of that freaking machinist shop.
Yeah.
Well, see, and that's one thing that I was thinking about actually, because something that I discovered with my engine when I changed the valve cover gasket on my inline six, I found a little piece of metal on the number 6 push rod. I'm going.
I was curious about that. I was meant to ask you about that today because I did not watch the.
Yeah, like, and the thing is, the video, it didn't turn out that well, to be honest. Like, it was honestly a bad video, but realistically, it has over 600 views, so I'm not complaining. But using the boroscope, like, I could see better than the camera did because, like, it's light outside, glare and all that stuff was not.
What you need to be able to do with that thing is be able to freaking send that image off of the boroscope into an image recording software.
Digital format that you can look at it on your computer.
It can actually have a micro SD. I just didn't have one at the time. Mm-hmm. I put a micro SD in there. It said it needed to be formatted. Okay, so I take it out, put it in the computer. It formats. The device is not recognizing that it's formatted. So it's like, what the hell? I did it a few times. So maybe I just had to put it in a different computer, perhaps. I don't know. But it is annoying.
Yeah, and the thing is this is where post editing would become in handy for that, because you could record yourself doing the boroscope thing, and then later when you go to edit, you could insert the picture that you pulled off of the camera at the same time that you are talking about what you're seeing.
Oh, I know that was the idea. Like, that's what I want to do.
It just takes multiple cameras at that point.
Yeah, the video didn't really work out that way, but yeah, it's a little piece of metal that, I mean, in one of my YouTube shorts, you can actually see that I am, just checking. Now, yes, none of the cylinders are really, or, I mean, one of them may have been, but, they weren't at, like, their top
likely a piece of bearing than it is anything off of the cylinders.
See, I don't even think it was a bearing or anything like that, because the one thing is, the engine runs fantastic. Like, there's no issues with it.
How bad can bearings come apart and an engine still run fantastic?
You want me to come home and bitch slap you, don't you?
I have seen engines where the bearings are just about freaking paper thin, and the engine is still sitting there running like a purring fucking kitty, and then one good throttle romp, and the whole thing comes apart.
Yeah, I mean,
we had one, remember?
Yeah, you own it. The thing is the original engine.
The Dodge did that until the point the bearing
got me all the way down to the middle of Virginia, and it decided to say, "Knock, knock, here I am."
Yeah, ours did, towing your truck.
Yeah, that's it.
And going back to get Jean Grey, and it got all the material got in there tight enough that it locked it down.
Yep. Jean Grey, I was out partying with friends, out doing some. Well, I was out hanging with a bunch of people that we all share the same interests, and I just dropped off the lady friend that I went out and was hanging out with, and I was on my way back home, and she didn't make it home. And that's the same engine in the same exact condition that Chris now has in his shop.
Right, like the one thing is what I want to do, and because I don't want to pull the oil pan off here. It's just the problem is, okay, if I do it here and then I find out that the engine is screwed, well then I have to try and pull a motor here, and I don't want to do that. So what I'd much rather do, and to be honest, it will make the trip. I'm quite positive of that, because I
Perks of the job.
Like I just did a trip to Calgary the other day, and it was fine. And to Olds and all that stuff. Again, fine. But like the thing is, my friend has a shop with a lift up in Edmonton, which is about a 2.5-hour drive from here. And I'm totally fine with doing that trip. But like doing it there is so much better because he has all the equipment and it's indoors and shit, and I don't have to worry about.
It's nice when you have a lift and you're indoors.
This Formie wants to kill me.
Because basically, yeah, like just have it up on the lift, we pull the pan off and see if we see anything, which is really freaking disappointing because the oil only has like 500 kilometers on it. So yeah, it's like it's no mileage on it whatsoever on the new oil, and then I find that.
Wait,
and
what?
who knows? And especially being an inline six, though, I've heard that especially those 200s, they can be like so freaking screwed with just about everything, and you wouldn't know, because that's just how they are. But yeah, we'll see. I don't know.
The piece that Cat's talking about. I'm like trying to think like what the it's probably the piece of metal. Yeah, it's you're gonna probably be able to tell better what it is if somebody who knows metals can look at it and tell you exactly what kind of, because obviously engines are made up of a bunch of different kinds of metals, and you can normally tell where something comes from by the type of metal that it is.
Do the magnet test.
If you want, because I don't care that you show this or not.
Okay.
Do magnet test.
Send me something.
I can send the short video. I'll just put it in the live stream chat here. This is just a YouTube short that I did, and I edited this into the video after.
I don't know if that might be against my religion. I don't know if I can share a short in this channel. No, I'm kidding. I am offended by that finger.
You got a perfect opportunity to make a wisecracker if you wanted to. I think you'd be knocking her. I'm trying.
It's a hard thing to do.
Yes. Besides, I just like I said, Miss Formie's gonna kill me. She tried to kill me when I walked out the other day when I was sitting down there.
Wait, you know what? I don't have a cup. Damn it. Bourbon cream, gentleman's jack, and red cat sitting here, and I know I have freaking Coke in the fridge. And I got more reds in the fridge too, but I don't want another reds. Wait, what did you send to me in the other chat?
Oh, don't worry about that. That was when I realized, wait, I can just log into my phone and do that. I was being retarded. Just never mind about that.
That is an offensive word as well.
What?
I used to get in trouble all of the time for using the R word at my old work. What did we take? What we took care. I literally had somebody just about break down in tears because I said something was. And again, we take care of individuals with intellectual disabilities.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's a time and place to.
But if I'm calling something retarded, it is definitely not anybody that's like the individuals or anybody that has that illness that I take care of. I am talking about an inanimate object that is not acting correctly. There's a big difference between something that has no feelings and no whatever, acting inappropriately, versus something that cannot help the fact that they are having, that they are dealing with issues that they can't control, and it was not their fault.
Yeah.
The big difference. Anyway,
absolutely.
Let me click on this. Let me click on that. Mute it.
That's why they invented Depends.
Am I not going to be able to post it? I can't pause it. Okay. Can I make it bigger?
That's what she said.
That's a sore subject. I'm trying to stop it where the metal piece is.
Only if you beat it long
It's
enough.
around the 30-second mark, give or take. It's not a very good image,
Well,
but
I
on the
have a
computer,
30-second timer, so you're shaking all the freaking rockers.
Yep.
Okay.
Because the thing mildly
shook all the
diesels when you
rockers.
shut it off.
You're looking at. Oh.
I get it on my finger, so
Yeah, I'm trying to get a good pause of it.
Yeah, it's hard to do. I can theoretically send the video on the channel.
You should have kept the piece. If you didn't.
You see, I didn't, and I was stupid.
Don't know why.
But it's a jagged piece of metal that is silver and
from
color.
what I'm looking at, and I can share it on here, and I can go back, whatever. To me, it looks like a piece of bearing.
Yeah.
Because a bearing's not going to come out in a chunk. It's going to come out in a shaving.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and it is shiny. It 100% is shiny.
And you guys aren't going to be able to see it. It's not going to be too small because by the time you see that in the freaking thingy.
Yeah, you can see it a little bit there.
I mean, where's that link that you sent? I'm just going to post the link in the.
Oh, I can do that. Hang on.
Yeah, just post the link in the chat. You're a moderator. You can do that.
Yeah, I can.
And then people can click on it themselves.
Yeah, if you guys want to check it out, it is right here.
It's not like I'm going to worry about whether they click away from the video for 10 seconds to go freaking check out your video.
Yeah, and then they go do a deep dive, just like, oh, I love this channel, and start binging my channel.
Yeah. let's kick you off of here.
Are you found in the bottom end?
No, it was right up on. It was stuck to the side of the push rod.
Yeah, number 6 push rod. It was just literally about quarter way down.
With the oil because you know what it also could be. It could be a piece of the bottom of the rocker on top of the push rod, because for it to get there, see the push rod pushes it pushes the oil. No, it pushes the oil up through the push rod up.
Through the push rod out of the lifter up into the rocker.
So it could have come down from below up through the lifter and out around the top of the lifter.
I mean, and the one thing is,
because the lifter diameter is too small.
I have noticed a little bit of what sounds like a lifter tick when you are on the gas on the car. So it's possible that it went through that. That could be a piece of the lifter.
It could be a cam bearing. It could be a bottom end bearing. It could be a piece of the bottom of the rocker where the push rod cup is.
Well, see, the only thing that would suck is like, okay, if I have to go get it built, and it's like, okay, if I get it sent out, then that means, okay, I'm actually building the motor. I'm not just getting it.
The thing is if you're going to literally, if you have no other signs, it's not knocking, you're not having vibrations, your oil pressure is still good. The only way you're going to find out what that is to disassemble the engine.
Because your dipstick got diamond dust in it.
Yeah, do you have a magnet in your pan?
Maybe. I don't know. It should be.
I don't know how hard it is to drop the pan on that car.
Oh, it's fucking easy as hell. So
okay.
I just don't want to do
it. If you take the drain plug out and you put your hand up in there and you don't feel a magnet near the opening for the drain plug, when you go do your oil change, drop your pan, get a good size magnet. We use like a rare earth magnet, and drop that right next to your drain plug. I do this in every engine that I build. There is not a single engine that I build that doesn't have a magnet in the bottom of the oil pan. And what you do is you put that right next to the oil pan drain plug. So when you stick your finger in there, you can feel that magnet. Because what you do when you change your oil is you stick your finger up in there and you feel around the freaking magnet. And you see if it's hairy. If that magnet is hairy, well, you're dropping pan and checking bearings.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's what I said. If she pulls her dipstick, see if her dipstick has diamond dust in it. That's going to be it. I mean, look what happened to the Dodge. We pulled the dipstick out of the Dodge engine under Walmart parking lights away from the light. Looked at the dipstick. Yeah, we're done.
Yep.
We didn't even use a flash. I was like,
yeah,
we're done.
I didn't notice any shininess when pulling the dipstick out. So
well, the thing is, you can't really look at it in direct sunlight because the direct sunlight's too shiny. It's when it's still shiny and not in direct sunlight.
Yeah, well, I'll have to take a look.
Almost looks luminescent because
The other thing you can do, like I said, is you pull the dipstick out, and then what I do is I'll run my finger up the dipstick to get put the oil on my hand. And you can really see the grit when it's on your hand.
Yeah, I mean, like,
See if it
I
feels
don't
sandy on your fingers.
pulling, like, I don't mind pulling the pan anyways, because I know it's still on its original pan gasket, so I may as well, replace it while I'm there, like,
Yeah,
with a nice.
Harvey's
rubber
right. Yes, a magnet on the outside of the pan, but you can't leave the magnet there. You could put a magnet below where the on the underside of the pan, underneath where the drain plug is, and
Or get a magnetic drain plug.
Or get a magnetic drain plug. And I like the big magnet because if you put it near the drain plug, but also near the pickup tube for the filter, it'll normally
collects
catch
everything before.
It'll
catch
catch it
before
before
it
it
goes
sucks
through
it
the
up into
system.
the filter.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like,
which is the main point of putting the big magnet in there, is to keep it from going through the oil pump.
Well, like, and the one thing is, because I saw a comment in there saying, like, how maybe it's not even for my engine. Well, that doesn't even make sense because, well, I'm sorry, it's internally in the engine in the valve cover, and nobody has fucked with my car. So.
Well, it depends. Like, if it's just a piece of foil, it could have been a little tiny piece off of an oil fill jug. It could be, there's all kinds of reasons how a small metallic object can end up inside of a freaking engine.
I mean,
honestly, you can get a small freaking thing through the intake and it make its way into the freaking pan of the engine.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess. Hey, well, like, the thing is, if it came in through the intake, it would have fucked up my carburetor. Yeah.
Carburetor less. If it's turbo, yes, it would fuck a turbo up, but it can go down through a carburetor without having to touch much. Carburetors have really big holes through them.
I mean, you're not wrong.
You're more likely to fuck up a valve than a carburetor. But it's really highly dislikely that it would end up through that part, because you'd have to go down past the pistons to get it down into the pan.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, like, what I'll do is, because I want to get up to Edmonton anyways, because there's a couple of things I want to film up there.
That's what I said.
And
Harvey,
I kind of want to work on the Honda too while I'm there. So, like, the one thing is, and it might work out for something kind of cool for my channel.
Jesse said another good thing, it could have fallen in there when you pulled off the valve cover.
Possibly.
It's always possible.
I mean,
you can always get contaminants, and anytime you crack open a cover, you have the possibility of introducing contaminants.
Oh yeah, and the valve cover was off for like maybe 5 minutes at that point. Actually, not even. I just had pulled it off. So
10 seconds off.
Oh, yeah, I know. Like, and it was kind of funny that people were like, "Oh, aren't you worried about like doing that and getting dust in your motor?" It's like, "Oh, please, it's the fucking inline six."
The dust is not going to hurt it. You need a solid solid object. Sand will hurt it more than dust. Dust is made up of skin cells and bullshit like that.
Yeah, like, because I live in a dirt alley, which is not inducive to doing much, to be honest, with engines. And that's one of the reasons why, like, I don't really want to do too much here and expose it for any length of time. That's why I want to get it up to Edmonton to shop, and it's just so much better. Plus, right now, I mean, I need to dispose of a bunch of oil. I still haven't done it yet. But, yeah. Nice.
Post a gambling hotline, and the very next thing is Miss Formy gambling. That's the best shit I've ever come up with, was to put that in my thing. Because now I don't even have to scroll it on the bottom, which is actually hilarious, because it's very passive and you don't really catch it right away. But it's right there for me to copy and paste it into the chat anyway.
But yeah, I mean, like, I'm not too worried about it, though. It's just because, the thing is running just fine, and it still has all the power and whatever else. Not that it has a ton of power anyways. Like,
you could damn near pour a bucket of freaking sand in them and they'll still freaking run.
Oh yeah, the Ford's the same way. Like, most inline sixes are like bulletproof.
Well, yeah, because they're so detuned, and the clearances are so big that they
They're
can take a
glorified
crap ton
tractor
of
engines.
abuse. They were designed for people not to take care of them.
Well, like here's the thing. Okay, the 200 inline six of my year actually has more main caps on it than a 302 does or a 351.
Oh, it's able to
Because
produce more torque.
the small block Fords have 5 main caps. I have 7. You know, and it's honestly a tougher bottom end than those. Because the one thing is, like, basically any 302 block that is of the Fox body era, you can really just slightly over double the horsepower, and then you will grenade the engine.
That
Like, it
little
will
tiny piece of metal, it don't matter how many caps. In fact, actually, the more caps you have, the more that tiny piece of metal would be a threat to your engine.
Oh, I know. I'm just
the more
saying.
caps keep you from freaking blowing a crank down through the bottom end. But
I was just saying though of how kind of overbuilt the internals of those engines are that way. Because like, and the one thing is, on those, and I've learned stock internals, and you can build it to either 300 horsepower or 300 horsepower or 10 pounds of boost, whichever comes first. So that's when it'll finally blow a hole in your block.
Inline sixes can run, or inline engines, period, can run missing cylinders. V8s, on the other hand, become very, very out of balance as soon as they lose one.
Oh yeah, well the thing is, do you remember when my compression tester got stuck in the cylinder?
Yeah, you didn't run that cylinder.
I drove it across town to my friend's garage.
Oh, you just turned it from an inline 6 to an inline 5, that's all.
Exactly. Oh, you know the funny part is, because the car was not running 100% of the time, it was missing. Yeah, pulling that out and not having it running off that cylinder properly, yeah, it actually fixed the miss. Explain that shit.
Well, I mean,
like, it doesn't miss anymore, but it was back then.
Any inline engine, you know, it's not dependent on the other cylinders to necessarily fire completely. I mean, yes, they're spaced evenly, so they give an even, consistent torque. But as soon as that gets above an idle, the rest of the RPM will keep the engine spinning. It would have to get through the oil pickup screen. Small particles are worse than big ones. Yes, the small particles are worse than big ones.
See, and I mean, and it's possible that it happens to be the part of the lifter too, for that matter.
It could be part of a lot of things. You didn't save the piece of
well,
metal,
like the
so
thing
we'll
is,
never
because
know.
but what I've mentioned though, that there is, when I do full throttle, there's a little bit of a tick now, which would explain if there's a piece of the lifter missing. No shit, it's gonna tick. So, and yeah, it's like, and if that's my issue, I don't really care. You know, that's whatever, right?
Well, and with that engine, it's basically just run it till it dies.
Yeah, which and to be honest, I would get it, because the motor is actually in really good shape. Like, taking a look at, granted, I only took a look at the one cylinder, but there you can still see the cross hatching in the freaking cylinder.
Yeah,
you know,
but
which
the
is
thing
like,
is that engine, other than to you, is not worth the rebuild kit to end the machining bill to rebuild it.
Yeah, but I mean, you're
It's
not
worth more than the car.
Huh?
But like, the one thing is,
The machine
though,
building that engine would be worth more than the whole car.
Probably.
No.
To machine that engine back to the tolerances to build it. I'm not talking to backyard freaking, you know, give me the ball hone and let me throw at it. But to get the block surfaced, the bores rehoned, the camshaft polished, and the bearings the bearing surfaces honed,
Boring caps aligned.
You're looking at like $2,000 to $3,000 without parts. That's just machining.
Yeah, I know. Like, the one thing is, and I know that, but my car is actually worth a lot more than you think it is.
I said the engine isn't worth.
Oh, I know, but like when what was said earlier is doing that would be worth more than the car. I mean, I've turned down 5 different offers of $6,000 on my car.
Brad's
So-
saying it's the original engine numbers matching to the car. The thing is, though, it means nothing anymore.
It only means something if it's like a very special car, and it's not
Yeah.
like
It's
that is just
numbers
a
matching.
basic.
Numbers
like,
matching only
that
only
car-
means something if it's a rare car, and
I mean, and
as
I've
much
already
as-
ruined the
AAR Cuda.
originality.
Yeah.
I've already ruined the originality of the car, anyways. Like, you know, I've
And a
drilled
lot of
holes into
those-
the bodywork and shit like that. You know, like
a
don't
lot of
care.
those cars still go for a shit ton of money, even if it's not matching numbers engine, because the fact that a lot of the times a numbers matching engine, if they did keep it, would be actually probably more harmful to the car than putting a new engine in it. Some of them
like-
even have new engines within the first year or two of owning them, because they blow up and they get a factory replacement from the dealer.
Yeah, like the thing is, like, okay, yeah, it's numbers matching, whatever else, but that doesn't really matter because, like, I'm gonna be ripping out the rear end, I'm gonna be changing out the
Yeah,
transmission.
Exactly.
You know, like, I don't care.
You're not keeping it stock, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly. Like, and I still want to retain the inline six. Now, the thing is, and it's possible if that engine is screwed, I might go a different route. Like, I don't think it is, but if it happens to be that way, then okay. Who knows? I might go. I'm still keeping an inline six. I'm not going to a 300 because that's just so much freaking weight and trying to clear and shit. It's not worth it. But you know, maybe I go down the Barra freaking inline six route.
Just go get a
those are
Chevy
super
inline
good.
six. You'll be good.
You can do a performance build on that with all the machining, which will cost you money, and get 600 horsepower out of it.
Go
Not
get
even
yourself a
think
Chevy
about it.
250.
Yeah, no. You know, actually, what's funny about my car? It's actually easier to put a small block Chevy in it than it is any other motor. I'm not kidding. You look at the motor mounts; they're almost identical
I'm going
to
to
a.
decide whether I'm going to go grab a glass to have wine or to go grab a freaking soda to have Jack. Give me a second. It's whatever I can find first.
Do both. Screw it.
Wine
It's a
and Jack?
Saturday night.
Yeah, full send. See, no, Bradley, I would put a 4BT Cummins in it if I could actually afford a 4BT Cummins, because those are expensive. You know, like, because yeah, like I could buy. The thing is, because like I want to do a different head on my engine because the stock heads are they're a terrible design, being that the intake is fucking welded into the head or cast into it. So, you know, it's a terrible design that way. But the thing is, I can get from New Zealand, because I know a guy out there, and they just throw these fucking heads away because they don't care about them over there, but they're actually coveted here, is a crossflow head that actually has way better compression out of the box. Now, you do have to modify both the head and the block to get it to fit, but you basically add like 80 horsepower to the frickin' inline six just by doing that. So it is kind of worth it, and I want to do that, but we'll see.
Now, is it set up? Do they run a 4-barrel carburetor with that setup, or how do they set the
No,
intake?
they run 2-barrel carbs on those, because 4-barrel, like, the interesting thing is, well, they run 1 and 2-barrel carbs on those, and sometimes even I have seen, there is an intake setup for those Australian ones. There's actually 6 1-barrel carburetors, but I don't want that. It would look cool, but it's a pain in the ass.
Hey, do you know what's freaking cool? Holly even has like freaking Hellborn injection fucking EFIs.
Yeah, I know. I've seen them, and like the one thing is, when I see like I see it in the inline six group, people will buy the little 1-barrel sniper units, and I'm like, why? Go get the 2-barrel at the very least. Go get the adapter and just do it. Like, it's so much better, so much better, because that little 1-barrel will only take, I think it's like 140 horsepower or something like that. It's not very much.
Well, each
It's
of
like-
the injectors in the sniper that I have, they're 100-pound injectors.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So, and it'll take up to, I think, 600 to 800 horsepower for the sniper that I have, which is plenty for the engine that I currently have. If I'm going anything higher than that, I probably end up with a Dominator, and those can obviously take up well over 2,000 horsepower.
Yeah, see, now the problem is, Harvey, 2.4BT non-turbos at the farm. Non-turbo, that's the problem right there.
All right, I was told the full scent, right?
Oh, there you, yes! Woo!
So I got Jack and Coke, and I've got a Red Cat. The only thing I don't have is I don't have a container for the bourbon cream, which I don't want to drink all right now anyway, because I haven't found another bottle of it.
Pour it in the same glass. What the hell? Live
I
dangerous.
haven't. No, that'd be like that'd be like drinking the leftovers of when you freaking have a blown head gasket in your oil pan.
Hey, as long as you have the
Jesse,
proper
it's
beginning
going
to
take
get
a
there,
hell of a lot
the
more
end
than this
doesn't
to get me
matter.
drunk.
Yeah, but like basically with my little inline six though, I would love my only goals for it, which is not that high, is to be able to beat a mildly modded out 302 car. You know, with a
You
5
mean
speed.
to mildly beat out my Kia Soul?
No, I mean maybe actually.
Good
But
luck with that.
Hey, Chris has ridden in that little Kia Soul.
I've ridden in both of them. Good luck with that.
hey,
That little Kia Soul moves.
I didn't know hamsters
oh, yeah,
could run that fast.
like the one thing is, okay, a stock 5-liter GT with a stick down the track will do about, I think it's a 15.4 quarter, which that's all I'm looking to do in Stitch, and make it a little faster than that. Which, will it take a bit of money? Of course it is. I'm talking with a guy, actually. The problem is he's so damn busy that he just can't get around to doing it. I understand that. He's got all the internals and everything, and the header to do a full forced induction build on one of those. And none of it is used. It's all brand new. He wanted to put it in his, but then he sold the car, and these have just been sitting around for years. And they're actually hard parts to come across.
What you said, the
because,
Mustang GT did a 15-second quarter mile, right?
Yeah, 15.4.
What year?
That is literally just about any year, but that's mostly
okay. The 2000, the Kia with the 2.0 6-speed automatic.
Yeah.
Does it at 16.4 at 84 miles an hour.
Yeah, modern cars are faster than people think they are. They really are.
It's freaking
like,
quick.
Yeah, well, go look at a.
Now, that's nothing to say for the gray one. The gray one is not as quick as the green one, but.
Well, go look at how fast an 05 Camry is with the V6 in it. That's a fast freaking car. Like, and it's actually funny because they did. There was a test
manual or
that
automatic.
They did. I think either or. I didn't think it mattered.
Well,
but
yeah, it does really matter. Because the amount of gears, everything will matter with quarter mile time.
Well, okay, yeah, quarter mile time. Yeah. Okay, go with the manual then, because I'm pretty sure they made them. If not, then an automatic. It's fine.
Go figure.
What?
I throwed an eye gamble right behind Bradley's. He was told it was cooled down. I lost 10,000 points.
F.
15.6 seconds at 89 miles an hour. It is not much faster than the Kia Soul.
Hey, but okay. But your Kia is how much newer?
6 years.
Yeah. There's a lot that changed between 05 and 2011.
Now, your car is what?
Which one?
Mood lighting.
Whatever the one that you wanted to beat the other car.
Well, okay, right now it does a 19.2 quarter. I already know that because I've done it.
I just run circles around you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%. The thing is, there are very few cars that are slower than mine. 100%. Even with the mods I've done to it, you know, double roller timing chain, frickin' 2-barrel carburetor, super SL coil, that sort of stuff. Yeah, it's gained a bit of power from that, but not anything
What are we rolling? Oh, is that still the gamble thing? The gamble's rolling? Okay, never mind.
Oh.
I thought we were rolling dice. I thought it was a different game that I didn't realize I had on my live stream. I'm an idiot. Shut up.
I mean,
There you
Drink
go.
some more
That's,
bourbon.
that's the next shirt I need to do. It needs to have like a pile of tools, like on a thingy, and like a car with a hood up, and it just says, "I'm an idiot. Shut up."
wait, why is it not charging? It's plugged into the wall.
That could be an interesting T-shirt.
How did that get unplugged at the wall? What the fuck? There we go.
She's jerking her wire.
Yeah, that
Just-
was weird.
wait, just a tiny bag, and you said it. I don't.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what I was talking about. But
a tiny bag.
oh,
Oh, but
For
I
free.
said it because I said I'm an idiot. Shut up. Yeah, parts lining up all over the place, and it says and the tools scattered on the floor. Shut up, and I'm an idiot.
I mean, well, okay.
Or no, better yet, a car like pulling out of the garage or down the driveway, like you're sending it off, and there's parts on the floor next to you, like you forgot to put them in.
Yeah,
Hey, don't forget the little bucket or container of little nuts and bolts that you guys have left. I know I took them off. I don't know where the hell they went back in at.
Spare
Yeah,
bolts,
spare bolts.
Yeah, hey,
leftovers.
Yeah, you see, you know what that is? Weight reduction.
There you go.
Exactly. Yeah, look when they used to Swiss cheese them in order to reduce weight when they
My
were drag racing in the
stepfather,
60s.
and I still remember this today. He had a freaking awesome coffee cup, and it was like a cartoon car with its hood up, and you just see the guy with a pair of coveralls, and you obviously see him only up to his waist because he's bent over in the car, and you see his arms like behind him, right, just chucking out like pistons and random like identifiable car parts, and I think it said something to the fact of like, "Shut up, I got this," or you know what? I might actually do that. Because that's
Actually,
been
yeah,
so
okay,
long
so-
ago. I'm pretty sure whoever came up with that originally is no longer around. Or if they are,
Yeah.
they're not going to give a shit about what's on my freaking t-shirt.
Oh, for sure. And yeah, so basically what Mach 1 just said there, that's basically where I'd want to sort of be with my car, and a little bit faster than that. Because like he said, his 90
popped up.
GT Mustang with slicks and advancing the timing a bit, he ran 1438, which is basically where I want to be with the car. So, because that'll be mildly modded out GT.
That's the 302 one you're talking about, or the inline 6
Yeah,
one?
well, that's the inline 6. So it's gonna take a bit, but the thing is, putting a 5-speed in it and putting 373s in it. Well, okay, the 302 one, I'm not building that thing out only because it's a convertible that I want as a nice
the
cruiser.
302, pull the inline 6 out of the coupe, throw it in
No.
the convertible, put the 302 into the freaking coupe, and go have fun.
No,
I'm just fucking with you.
no, I'm not doing that.
Welcome in, Chef.
What? Oh, hey,
Got a new guy to the videos.
I don't recognize that name, so welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
Oh,
He's new.
Yeah, he's from my channel.
Okay. Do we need to explain to him the goings on of everything around the screen, or are we just gonna chill?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, we'll see. If he's yeah, bitty, that's all, folks.
Is that one running a 5-speed or a 6-speed, Mock?
That's a 5-speed.
That's still
That's
a 5-speed
because-
then?
Yeah, he has that is just a stock GT with advanced timing and slicks on it. So yeah,
The first GT came out what? 84, 85?
83.
Was it 83?
Actually, 82 technically. Late 82 is when they brought the GT name back. Because
That's when they went to the new Fox body style.
well, no, the
Right,
Fox body actually started in '79 for the Mustang.
79, all right.
But the thing is, in 1979, they had a 302, yes, but then halfway through the year, they basically actually it may have been 1980 where they dropped the 302 from the Mustang for 1.5 years. It got de-stroked to a 255 and only made 110 horsepower. It was
Gotta love
horrible.
the 80s.
right? Oh, it was bad. And so yeah, like then in late '82, they came out with it again.
It's only the 80s where you upgrade a performance car by lowering the cubic inches and downgrading the performance, and they call it an upgrade.
Yeah,
Bradley, I don't know what you're drinking, but you're cut off.
What would Brad
Yeah,
say?
and then when
Brad, look at his last comment you just made.
Wow.
You see that, man? Like deep husky voice, you know, like you see in all the movies or whatever.
You know what? I could totally fuck with people that way if I wanted to, because you know,
like
it. I could just talk like this.
Yeah, you gotta.
I could just talk like this the entire time, and you know, just be like, bro.
Cat, you now have to talk in a deep voice for the rest of the live stream.
Go fuck yourself, man.
Look, now she's finally one of the guys. No, actually, oh my God, you sound like Teen Mechanic.
Fuck.
Oh, Jesse, that's old man mechanic to you. Cat, I think you're more one of the guys than some of the guys are one of the guys.
Oh, I know I am. That's fine.
And not because of the voice.
Yeah, you know, I might have these. They're not very
What are
big,
those?
but I might have them.
Does
But
anybody really
you
have
know,
any interest in those in this chat?
holy shit! I just rolled 100. Woo!
Didn't you do that last live stream too?
I may have, but let's go to that way.
Hey, Cat, what's you bringing all these hot spotty guys over here, huh?
When it comes to those, it's like most guys to those are like a woman in a shoe store. They want to see all the pairs.
And by the way, we will rag on each other's cars in here, but at the end of the freaking day, all cars are.
We all family.
Oh, exactly. Like, and
I don't care if you got a Camry, or Ford, or Chevy.
well, you know,
the only thing that I care about if you've got an electric car or a Tesla, get out.
Yeah, see, actually,
Well,
something
really,
that somebody's been trying to sell for quite a while around here, and it's something that like I kind of want to a certain extent, only because of how rare it is. Now, it is a '97 Camry, and like normally Camrys are pretty freaking common.
Wow.
But let me finish.
No, I'm talking about Jesse.
This is a coupe stick Camry, and like I didn't know they even made these. So
Jesse's
it's a two-door
ragging
Camry.
on my Kia. It's not even
But
my Kia. It's Jess's Kia.
Well, I mean, here's the thing: the only functional vehicles you have currently are Kias.
Define functional.
Being able to run and drive down the road.
Jean Grey runs and drives down the road.
Technically, Jean Grey runs and drives down the road just fine.
Very lot. Well,
That's fine.
Okay, would you be able to reliably take it anywhere? No.
Not at full speed.
Yes, you
Doesn't
would.
count.
Yes, you would. It's only a phone call. We proved it, and it loads. It loads on the trailer a hell of a lot better than my SE.
Well, we were talking.
Chris,
about
bring
that.
a trailer.
We were talking to I was talking to Brad earlier because he wasn't. I thought he came up with you when we loaded the Gray. He was talking about once I get it running, he wanted to come up and come see it. I said I saw it when we loaded it up on the trailer. I was like, it even without the proper carb in it, it wanted to freaking light both tires up and freaking no problem whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
That thing charged both of them and freaking kicked it out freaking sideways, and all I did was burp the throttle. I think it actually was easier to freaking kick the back end out than your freaking car was. And you got a bigger engine.
Oh, fuck.
Now, granted, yours is hurt, but...
And it was cold. That was half the problem with it.
The TA was only running for like, what, freaking 2 minutes? It was cold. It wasn't even down to... It hadn't even kicked down an idle.
3 maybe.
We couldn't let it get hot because the radiator was freaking blown in it.
Leaking, yeah.
Which is why this is sitting here.
You know when you cough so freaking hard that your freaking eyes start to
Um,
water?
yeah, yeah. Chef, my channel mainly has GM stuff in it, only because it's what I'm into. I'm into all kinds of cars, but I mainly like GMs as far as personal vehicles. But I also have a Dodge truck. If you click the link at the top of the pinned comment, you can see all of them. Shameful plug of
Hey,
website.
if you ask any questions about our garage, go talk to Miss Formy. She can type the shit in there better than I can say it.
I have a 360 Dodge Ram.
Yeah, see, I don't have a Mopar right now. I was kind of planning on buying a Mopar, but that's not going to happen. Although, I shouldn't say that. I might buy a truck. We'll see, depending on if it goes cheap enough.
You have a Honda and 2 Fords, and then your dad drives a what?
Oh, Magnum. Dodge Magnum.
See, there you go. You got Ford, Dodge. You just need a Chevy. You had a Chevy Lumina for a little bit, didn't you?
Yeah, I had the Lumina, and then also I had a Vandura, and I also had an OBS Chevy.
Yeah, see, there you go. You got your bases covered.
Yeah,
you got your Japanese, and you got all 3 of your American ones. You're good.
Yeah, all I need is an AMC, and then I'm good.
That's what you got Old Man Mechanic for.
Yeah, I've driven it. I don't want
there you
go. That thing, God.
7 trucks, 6 race cars, 5 Firebirds, 3 boats, 2 bikes, and a partridge and a pear tree, and about 20 fucking snowmobiles.
We only got 11. The 12th one ain't paid for yet.
And buy that Ram Team
What you
Mechanic
leave out?
bought and return
Oh,
probably.
God.
What you leave out?
No. And like I will mention that, like, the thing is, I wouldn't want that truck. That truck was a piece of crap.
Yeah, look at that. She's wrong.
It was a pile, huh?
It's
like,
4
okay,
boats, and she left out the motorhome.
I haven't seen, like, because he returned the truck to the guy because it's just like, this thing is just jacked, right? But the thing is, how could you have because every 1,000 kilometers it would burn a full, like, 5 quarts of oil? Like, that's just
No rings left over in that truck whatsoever.
Exactly.
How are you not blowing through spark plugs?
Oh, it probably was. Don't get me wrong. But, like, the thing is, okay, what you took, and I don't know how you did it, because you took what is a bulletproof engine and you de-bulletproofed it. Like, I don't understand how the hell you do that. But because I know what kind of a beating those 318s can take.
Oh yeah.
Well,
we found out how much of a beating that freaking 318 takes as it left me stranded in Virginia.
Mr. Mach 1, I'm going to answer that with 27.
What, you only need 27 cars out of the 300?
Yeah, just 27 of them.
I need more garage space.
I need a garage, period.
Is it Nate that shared the picture of that gorgeous blue fucking Viper in Facebook the other day?
She left the trailers out too. There's 4 of those.
But yeah, like, basically, because there's a truck coming up to auction actually, like, in a couple of days. It happens to be what year is that? 91, 92? Dodge Ram, D250, Cummins, 4x4 stick.
Holy
no rust, but battered up to hell because it's been a farm truck. Although it's only got 248,000 kilometers on it, which is, like, really fucking low.
So I'm reading Chef's comments here. Which, Chef, if you haven't subscribed yet, do us all a favor and hit that subscribe button while we're all live, because we all want to hear that sweet freaking engine that plays.
Yeah. Harvey's right. That was a 318. That's that one you pulled into the truck. So I said, yeah, fill the oil and check the fuel.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
318 Detroit.
So, for reference, that truck
and they screamed like a banshee.
Like, that truck that I'm wanting to buy with a Cummins and a 5-speed in it only has 154,000 miles. So We'll see. It might go through the moon, but it might not because it's dented pretty good, and like the box is misaligned because it's dented that hard on the side of it. So we'll see. It might go cheap because of that. And if it does, sweet. Because then I'll have a Cummins and with a 5-speed and like the holy grail of fucking Cummins too. Other than it's not a common rail, but I don't care about that.
I'm sitting here hoping I'm going to hear some engine sounds here in a heartbeat, but I probably won't.
I don't know if she counted the truck there at your place or not, Brad. You have to ask her. She loses track. She only
You've
has
got so
10
many
fingers.
stuff,
Actually,
you're like,
technically 8 fingers and 2 thumbs.
it's like Jess making fun of me the other week because we were talking about rescuing, like my comment about rescuing my cars in my last video. I've rescued my cars more than I work on my cars. Hopefully that stops now that I have a spot to keep them.
Harvey,
We could have started a short sitcom. Look at that.
Right.
Could have called it car rescue instead of bar rescue.
Yeah, like the thing is, Harvey, I wouldn't swap the body because it doesn't have rust. It's just dented. Like just pull the dents, you're
But the
fine.
truck, just add a couple more dents and it'll look like it was supposed to be there.
Oh yeah, like there is a good schmuck on the box. Actually, like it's a pretty good sized dent. I don't know what the hell they smacked, but they smacked it at a good pace.
Look at the the farm truck, that fucking sleeper drag race truck.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly. It is just like that.
Farm truck and Asian.
Yeah. The only difference is though it's not built out in it having 1,400 horsepower.
Yeah, the farm truck wasn't either at one point.
No,
was
it
just
only
trying to
had,
die in
like-
peace in a freaking farm somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Like, not that I build that thing out heavily. Like, to be honest, because I know a guy that basically has connections to where you can build a diesel for like no money. So that.
See the farm boat that they built?
Yes.
Dents add stiffness to a flat panel. He's not wrong.
So does bead rolling, and it looks better.
It's technically stronger than a freaking straight one. That's why they add body lines and creases to freaking long panels. It's not. It's for styling, but mainly it's to keep it from doing the freaking wobble. Trust me. When I can watch. Right. So, most of you guys know I'm a fabricator for Great Dane. So I run the laser. So we cut parts out of up to 3/8 of an inch thick of solid steel. And when you can watch a 3/8 thick piece of metal bend like a freaking horseshoe just by picking it up with forklifts, yeah, straight metal's not very structurally sound. It's not until you put some bends in it that it actually becomes quite solid. I literally watch a 3/8 piece of metal do this.
Structurally complacent.
I mean, jeez, Jesse,
when
you're talking
like
off.
When you're talking like 6,000 pounds. No, I'm sorry. Like 6,000 pounds of freaking steel, because they're all thin sheets, just doing. Yeah. Straight metal's wobbly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Like,
you guys got small stacks.
Huh?
But yeah, like
that's the stacks we're allowed to pick up with the forklift. That's not the stacks that we're allowed to pick up with the freaking crane.
Yeah.
What do they normally come in on the truck?
Huh?
Because
what do they normally come in on with a truck?
We take them off on the crane. None of our forklifts are rated to.
Go ahead, Cat. Sorry.
Yeah, everybody's fucking cut me off tonight. Like, God damn it, guys.
Wait.
But.
No, I'm kidding.
The NOVAtazz salute. It's official.
Only good friends can take a well-placed joke.
Exactly. Oh yeah.
Wait, she didn't do that right. Listen to my radio. You can't hear it? Turn the volume up.
Yeah. Oh.
I don't know what to drink. Do I drink the Jack and Coke, or do I drink the wine? I'll just whine about it.
Are you gonna take the red pill or the blue pill?
Fuck it, I'll take the chocolate one. All right, Kat. What
Depends
were you
which
gonna
blue
say?
pill he's taking.
Before one of us interrupts you again.
Yeah, because like one thing is like with that Dodge, because like the one thing is I kind of set out a thing for myself like, okay, whatever vehicle I buy, I'm not keeping, I'm flipping. But like that truck, it's like I can actually use that truck, and it's a diesel, so it'd be fun. And it's a stick, which I like stick. I love stick.
Kat,
And
Kat, can you say that again,
yeah.
just a little slower with a deeper voice? All right, I'm done here.
Hey, she did mention the blue pill, right?
You walked into that hook, line, and sinker worse than Team Mechanic does.
God.
Wait, I need a mic. Oh wait, I was gonna say I need to drop. That's not what I wanted to drop. So I'm sorry for whoever's ears just got killed, but I was gonna say I was gonna drop the mic, but I think that my girlfriend would be a little angry if I dropped this one. But yeah, okay. Back to your conversation about sticks and liking them, and
Yeah, no, I
you're done.
yeah, Harvey. The one thing is though, because there was just here in Alberta actually, we just had the freaking fuel tax. They removed it, so gas dropped 13 cents a liter, which was fantastic.
Oh, do you know what our fuel tax is?
What?
60 cents a gallon.
Oof. So actually, yeah, that is worse than what ours was.
We also have the highest freaking paid toll road in the world. In PA.
Oh yeah, toll roads. Yeah, those don't exist here.
All right, Chris, how's the toll roads here in PA?
$200 to go from the state line over to Harrisburg. They're ridiculous.
Yeah, so basically the equivalent, like our tax equivalent, was $48.62. Actually, no more. I have to convert that to US. Give me a second here.
Yeah. Well, while you're doing that, the toll roads in PA are bad enough that a lot of us will just avoid. We'll go another hour out of our way to avoid the toll road.
They're based on how far you go, how much you weigh, and how many axles you're tickling the ground pressure with.
Yep. Even cars, it's bad.
It is ridiculous for what I've heard about that. Like, there are toll roads out east in Canada, like towards Toronto and stuff like that in Ontario, but past that, I don't think any exist. So, like, Ontario, Quebec.
Miss for me. Oh, sorry. He said Jess, it's not hard to learn. Jesse might have a little bit of an extra reason why it's hard for him to learn stick, or he can't run stick. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, could he run stick? He would just have to have a clutch on like a grab handle.
Yeah, like he could do that, or you could have a sequential manual or a clutchless manual, because they do make those.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that if he wanted to put his mind to it, it just wouldn't be something that he could just pick up any clunker and go. He'd have to already have it specially made to be able to do it.
Yeah,
whereas
like the rest of us,
the rest of us,
yeah,
we could just pick up a crap Honda Civic, that's laying in some neighbor's yard and beat the snot out of the clutch until we figure it out.
Yeah, and what Chris said, yeah, because that's exactly what I was thinking. Get a clutchless Jericho 4-speed, man. Those things are freaking amazing.
Yeah, but like you said, he's right. Jesse was right. It's a hassle because, yeah, it's not like it's like if I wanted to learn how to drive a stick, I could just go find a beater vehicle that has a stick in it and go try it. Whereas if he wanted to learn how to drive a stick, he'd have to modify the vehicle first, so that way he could drive the stick and then have to learn it. So there's a lot more effort in converting something for him to be able to drive it and then have to learn it on top of that.
Oh, exactly. Like, Yeah, because I learned on a 99 Ram with an NV3500 in it, but that's gonna be a little hard for him to do.
Harvey, our
So
roads here in PA, they are tolled for road maintenance, but yet our roads are absolutely horrible. Ask Jason Carr when he came down from Canada and came through us to go down to Harrisburg.
oh,
You ever see that video?
I have not. Like the one thing is here in Alberta, because we just have the only tax that we have, excluding specialty taxes on like homes and shit like that, like just general tax, is only 5%, and that's the federal tax. We don't have a provincial tax like we had, that tax on fuel, which was just put in place actually in December, but then they got rid of it because gas was too expensive. But it's gonna go back in place, once oil drops down to like $80 a barrel.
In PA, we have the road tolls, we have tax on gas, we have the tax on, well, we have your regular commercial tax, like your sales tax. We have taxes on sugary drinks like soda. We have the tobacco taxes. Am I missing any there, Chris?
Bottle deposit on plastic bottles if you're in the big cities, Pittsburgh or Philly.
What about isn't there a tax for when you die?
Yeah.
That's sad.
I think there's a death tax.
That is, wow. Yeah,
For both,
man.
Like it is interesting that they say, how expensive it is to live in Canada when, like, okay, just live in Alberta, it's not so bad. Like, go everywhere else, yeah, it's shit. But here, because we don't have much for, like, there are individual taxes on some things, yes, there is. But, just a general, like, the thing is, because Harvey said no sales tax, well, that's not correct, actually. We have GST, which is a general service tax of 5% on everything, right? And that's
6%.
Yeah, the art is 5.
6% on anything that's non-essential. So, like, you don't have to pay sales tax on essential items.
Yeah, so you pay GST on everything here. So, which is 5%, which is fine. Like, it is cheap because considering you can go out to BC, which is just one province over, and they have a provincial service tax, which they instead of doing it how they used to do it, where because the general service tax was added, and then it was going to be like the provincial service tax was added. Well, no. First, they actually combined the two now, so it actually gets more expensive on stuff because of that, and then do it. So it's something like 23% or something like that. It's just ridiculous.
Jesse has 6.8% sales tax. It's okay. Dover is tax free, which is just one state below us.
Ugh, fuck.
If you're down by Philly, you'll see a lot of people run across the border down to Delaware to go grab cigarettes because there's no tax on them.
Well, I know that my mother used to buy cigarettes in the States all the time.
She's got shaft-mounted rockers.
Who?
Cat's car.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
So I wonder if it's a bushing out of the center of one of the rockers from the shaft.
Oh, could have been.
Possible.
I had shaft-mounted rockers in my caddy before it went the way of the unpaid storage unit.
So, and the interesting part, because it's a shaft-driven rocker, you can pretty much put any freaking rocker you want in there, and it fits. It's great.
Hi, Kat. Is a shaft like a stick?
Yeah. It's a hardened stick.
Even better. And the fact that I just said that was like completely like dead nuts.
Oh yeah, you didn't even, it didn't even phase you. Like that was surprising because usually it does. Usually I have a reaction more than that.
He's
It's a
mixing his cup.
No, it's not a vibrating stick. It's a twisting stick. It goes a tappity up and down.
It depends on which witch you talk to.
The which way? Which way?
Yeah.
Well, see, I know that because something that a friend of mine had before that freaking head got stolen, because we were gonna put that head on mine because it had like a removable intake, and, you know, it was poured and
Wait,
polished.
where are we putting the head?
On the block. God damn it! I'm not going for this. Not right now. Fuck
No, a team mechanic is way easier to pull this trick on. He literally just jumps into those fucking holes.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, that's because he's 9 years younger than me. Actually, 9.5.
It's so much fun.
Oh yeah, he is fun to fuck with. Absolutely. And yeah, like
Jesse, that's closed tighter than a freaking duck.
well, like, and the one thing is,
it's like a fire escape plan. It's got an exit only sign flashing above it.
But like the one thing is, and I've got him hooked on a car that I'm selling right now, and because the thing is, nobody's gonna buy it except for him, and I know that.
Stick, it sits and rotates.
Oh god.
This is why I put my live streams not safe for kids.
Yeah.
Not admissible after 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
Wait. Hold on. I need to find my mouse is lit up red and I still can't fucking find it. We're good. It's 2 o'clock in the morning.
It's running from the stick.
Yeah, see, look, it glows red. It's okay. Last week it was all rainbow colored. I had to straighten it out.
What, you're not gonna represent the LGBT? Come on, dude.
My RAM is doing a good enough job of that right now.
Wait, what's that? Huh?
He's talking about a different stick now.
Yeah, a different stick, a memory stick. Oh no, that's gonna fall. Come on.
Timber! Loggers reinvented.
You can't see it because crap. There, we're just gonna kill my whole setup. What the hell is it stuck on?
You got to get in deeper, dude.
Oh, it's stuck on the. We're going in deep.
Oh my god!
Not going back now. We're going behind the computer.
Hey, we can see your Jean Grey poster. There we go.
Hit it from the back.
We are in the back. We're tapping it a little bit. Yeah, there you go. Jean Grey poster. You can no longer get that poster. If you wanted it, you should have gotten it before.
Well, that's okay. I don't have wall space. But, I say that as I'm looking at a wall.
Yeah, see, my RAM is deciding to not play nice with the rest of the system that's red, and it's refusing to change color off of the standard rainbow.
Well,
even my keyboard plays nice.
Well, the one thing is, yeah, okay, so that's your computer all like that, and, you know, like, all I have in my room, I just have car parts all over the place. Literally. Okay, that's weird, too. That's weird.
That's it. See, this is my view. I get this, and then that. This is what I see during the live. And we won't mention about what we see
over there. Yeah.
I got a great view. My girlfriend has a great taste in decorations over on that side of the room. It's not safe for YouTube.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
That piece doesn't get enough freaking video time anymore.
Yeah, see, I've got, you know, stuff over there, turbo and stuff like that, on my dresser, or not on my dresser, my dryer.
Yeah, it's a great dresser.
Right?
I mean, you can store your clothes in it, so technically it's a dresser.
And then you can see up there, there's a valve cover. So, you know, there's that. I got car parts in my bedroom. What can I say?
I have car parts in my office.
Yeah, but mine's in my bedroom. It's better. Actually, and also, I am staring at. I'm also staring at carb clean that's in my room too.
I have a stack of models. That's pretty high.
See, now Now she can freak people out. She says she goes to bed with her big bump stick, and like, what? Says, I bought a new cam for my car. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Oh, my alcohol that's just sitting here. I swear, it looks like I'm an alcoholic, but the only time I ever freaking drink is during my live stream.
Yeah, you freaking alcoholic. Drinking's bad.
Oh, and for all those people that are complaining about my zip tie video, my zip tie hack, and they're like, oh, zip ties are so expensive. A whole ass freaking tube of them that I think you bought at Harbor Freight for like $5.
Yeah, okay. There are expensive zip ties out there, yes, but
Have you
those are
seen the-
designed to hold, like, to jerry rig a freaking semi truck together. So yeah, you know they're like that freaking thick. Those are expensive because they're like $5 a piece.
Did you see
But-
the new zip ties that Heavy D is promoting with? Oh, fuck, who was he promoting it with? They got zip ties. I think it was Cletus. No, was it Cletus? I think it might have been Cletus. And Motion Raceworks. I'm thinking maybe. Don't quote me on that one. But their zip ties are reusable, and they have a rubber like a rubber inner lining so that way they don't scuff up like wires and stuff when you cinch them down.
Yeah, see that's cool. I have seen those, but those are expensive zip ties.
Well, yeah, they're not disposable. Disposable stuff is cheap. Non-disposable stuff tends to be expensive.
Well, yeah, like I know that they do sell like zip ties,
Well,
like
they have
the
a
ones that I
patent
was
on it,
talking
so
about. Like the ones I was talking about, I think they're like $20 a piece. But it's understandable why, because they're super freaking thick and they're reusable and they're amazing. You know, like, yeah. You know, and they're like super long too. You know, where your normal zip tie is like that long. You know, these zip ties are like bigger than. Hang on.
what did I already order?
You know, like they're over like that long.
Zip ties.
No, I haven't ordered
Yeah.
any.
He didn't order no stick holders. You're
Sorry,
safe.
I'm staring at glorious orbs of human flesh. Sorry.
Yes, you are.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them.
Now, the only thing that'd make it better is if you had the stripper stick from the floor to the ceiling in front of you and they were actually doing their deal in front of you on the other side of the desk.
I get that.
That'd make the
I get
liquor
that
go
once
down
or
easier.
twice a year, but we might not be doing that this year because of the fact that
Work?
no, Connie Corso puppy kind of biting into that freaking that trip fund.
Overtime.
Overtime just to get the puppy. The puppy's over $3,000.
He has to hold out on you, Jesse, because it would get the channel banned.
Yeah. Here, hold on. I can show it to him.
Oh.
This is the perks of being my friend and not just a random subscriber. I think he has.
So I think didn't you do a picture in the chat group of that? Something about your views amazing.
Yeah, but he's not in my chat group.
Oh, he's not in that chat. I thought he was in that chat group.
No, he's not in the live stream chat.
Well, what the hell?
Exactly. That sounds appropriate for what I just took a picture of. There you go, Jesse. Check your
That's a
Facebook.
fact.
Check your Facebook Messenger. I think we lost your friend though. I think we scared him away. He didn't hit the subscribe button and he's not here anymore.
Well, that happens. I mean,
Harvey,
He's-
who's
Harvey
friends with
feels so
Harvey?
left out.
Who's friends with Harvey?
I think he's from me too.
Is he with you? I can send you
Yeah.
the picture and you can send it to him.
Yeah. Well, I don't have his like info outside of.
Oh well, he
just
doesn't know you
comment
that
on
well
YouTube.
then.
Yeah, no, I don't know him now.
He's not
he's
stick
commented. Yeah, we have commented, like he's commented on a few things.
He's
We've talked
complimented on
that
your
way.
stick? No. Okay, I'm sorry.
Comment or compliment?
He's made.
It's two very distinct conversations, Sean. You got to get right.
Brian, you've already seen it. I'm pretty sure.
I'm not sure if he's seen it or not.
Cats keep my channel active. They keep my feet warm sometimes too.
Oh, that's what I mean. Okay. I was like, wait, what?
What? No, Jesse put cat keeps your channel active. I said, yeah, sometimes they keep my feet warm too. Just not you, my cats.
Yeah, that's where I got. Yeah, okay, I get it, man. I get it.
But you know what? I don't know if it's going to send it. I don't know. Jesse, do you still have your Facebook?
She tripped over her stick, so she's still dealing with that.
I might have to send this to his Instagram.
He says he never got them.
Yeah, it never sent them. So I'm going to send it to his Instagram.
Well, he might have to open his messenger to.
Yeah, he might, but I know that I can send it to his Instagram because it always goes to his Instagram.
Yeah, it always says through Instagram. Sometimes on Facebook, you actually have to be like looking at the freaking app for it to open.
It's on your Instagram now. Just be glad I can't share it to your wall. Chris does that every once in a while. Shares inappropriate.
I would never.
No,
I would
never
never
shares anything inappropriate in places they shouldn't be. It's 2:00 in the freaking morning and we're still doing this shit.
People should be more open-minded. Quit being so damn stick in the mud.
For all of you
They'd
guys,
freak the hell out. They ever went and visited Cat and watched some other TV shows they got up there. They'd have an absolute goddamn. Oh my God, we gotta go to commercial now.
For all of you guys in here that don't appreciate shit, I have been sitting. Me and Kat. Well, Kat disappeared for a little bit. I have been sitting here for 5.5 freaking hours. In front of this screen.
You have not.
I have to.
You have not.
Oh, I got up to go get a soda. So like 5 and.
Yeah, you got up and left to get a container and a soda pop. So.
Yeah, and like the thing is,
and
you have actually.
And you got up to bend over and show off your rainbow.
Harvey,
so,
apparently he follows you on Instagram.
Oh, does he? Okay, I didn't know that.
So message her on Instagram, and then I can send her the picture on Instagram, and then she can send it to you.
I'm not sharing that. No.
You're not?
That's
you can
not
follow me on Instagram, Harvey, and I'll share it to you. You can share me, yeah. Just let me know what you.
Don't get me wrong.
I know, right, Jesse? I mean, then that's the tame part. You should see what's on our freaking computer.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Her screensavers, oh my God, they're out of this world, and they move.
Talk about little kid walking into a candy factory and say, "All I can smell is delicious."
Chris? How about just walking in our front door?
Yeah, that too.
Apparently, I'm not being a team player, according to Bradley. Which, yeah, I mean, I did that once as a joke. I'm not doing it again.
What, the deep voice?
Yeah, because it actually kind of hurts my throat doing that.
Oh, I bet it would.
Yeah, but like, because I can do a slightly more.
He thinks he does what? It's only midnight Mountain Time. I have been here since 9 o'clock. Actually, I have been sitting here since 8:30 Eastern Time. It is now 2:18.
Oh, because you won't show the photo.
Wait, what? I am confused by what he just said, but whatever.
Brad, I don't even know if I have you on anything.
He's saying you're not a team player for not sharing the photo that Taz sent you, not because you're not using your deep voice.
Technically speaking, he never sent it to me.
I haven't sent it to her.
Exactly. So
yeah.
Oh wait, I can share.
And here's the thing, like, yes, I am lesbian and everything like that, and I love a good pair of tits, but it's like
the wrong. I'm sitting here skirting around the bush. You're just plowing right down through it.
How do you know it's not shaved?
Well, then it's a thicket. Is it a thicket or a bush? I'm not even positive at this point. Maybe it's just buried.
Shaved.
Who knows?
If it's shaved, it's just a sandy patch to lay on.
Jesus Christ.
Is it a beached cat?
It could be.
Oh my god.
And now you know where
This is the
Marshmallow
reason-
Fluff comes
This
from,
is the
right?
reason 90% of the time this live stream ends around like 1 o'clock, and we end up doing this in the after party. In you know.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't
But then
even have
it's
the
not
benefits
live.
of alcohol.
Well, somebody's the one that told me to freaking drink, 2 glasses of alcohol at once after already drinking 2 freaking ciders.
Yeah.
But the
go
problem
for it.
is I'm still not even buzzed. I'm not even fuzzy.
That's what she said.
Well, yeah. It just took a razor to get that point across.
So all this just
Miss
wore off.
Stormy
And
says
stuck
you
there.
don't need alcohol. No, Chris doesn't need it. Chris's mouth is freaking looser than a goose with freaking straight ass freaking H2O. He doesn't even need the lube. You just slip and slide right on in there.
Okay.
His mouth has no filter. If you talk to him live, in person, there is no filter. The shit just slides out of there like it's got a full-on enema. Cat's about ready to fall asleep on us.
No, I'm totally fine. Trust me.
Totally fine or toiletty fine?
Both.
I'm not going there. Like the thing is, after this live stream is done, I'm gonna go have a bath. So yeah. And usually I have a bath for like well over an hour. So
is that the after party?
That's not happening here.
I didn't say the after party. I didn't say here.
No, I'll be watching like freaking Disney Plus.
Now Brad could yell that she's not being a team player.
But then again, you are the one that has the what's the Sitch ringtone?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I just watch TV shows or YouTube when I have a bath. That's what I do.
She's red like Amber's face. Who's red? Cat's not red. I haven't. Cat still hasn't.
Cat was earlier when the first part of the stick came out.
She's like freaking.
She did earlier.
We got through. She's got like
the
armor.
Stick comic got her.
She's yeah. She's got armor like a freaking well, not a Russian tank, but sorry,
a rushing tank.
Rushing.
I'm not gonna specify tank of what. She did earlier when she slipped with the stick.
Slipped on the stick or slipped into the stick?
Both.
Well, see,
the stick was involved, and she got in the middle of the conversation, and she went boom. So you say something around Bradley's fiance, that's who Amber is.
All right, Chris.
And her face is full on kid.
We need to stop this before I get slapped like Chris Rock.
Ain't no worries there, no, is there?
See, I don't know if you'd be able to compose yourself as well as he did, though.
Well, no, I guarantee you I can. I have to watch what I say with this because it did happen at my old work. So we're gonna go state hospital stories here. So I used to work at a state hospital, so mental ward. The basically state level prison kind of federal prison, whatever you want to call it, but for mental institutions. So we had this little short guy, but he came from overseas during a wartime situation. He watched both of his parents be brutally murdered in front of him. I'm talking about brutally murdered. You're over giggling. But anyway, so he watched both his parents brutally murdered in front of him, and at like 4 years old. And he got drafted into what they called a child army. So basically, he was taught to fight at 4.
Oh, joy.
How he ended up over here in America and in my freaking state hospital, I have no fucking clue. But he was only there for like a day or two, okay, before this incident happened. And he was refusing medication, and he was being erratic and all kinds of shit. So, of course, I was a member of the response team that shows up when shit goes south, and I show up and they're like, we need to give him the shot of this said medicine. It needs to go in his buttocks, and we need you guys to hold him still long enough for us to get the shot in. Da 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 da. So we go in. I'm one of the persons that was actually physically doing the hold. Me and my partner got him in the hold, exposed his butt cheek. The nurses came in, gave him the shot. We ball backed off. He's still going off. Now, this time, I don't know any of his past. It's just, I know what I walked in on, which is, client going off, needs a shot. Okay, do our job. So we all back up. We give him, he's got about 10, 15 feet between him and us. And next thing I know, my face is doing one of these. My glasses are flying in another freaking direction. I just got a freaking left-hand hook to the side of my face. The dude was 10, 15 feet away from me a second before that. He cleared 10 feet and did a left-hand hook in a matter of seconds.
Superman punch.
Yeah, he literally, he was not touching the ground when he connected with my freaking temple. I literally just, no glasses, literally just came up and said, all right, let's go. Then I had no fists, no nothing. It just went straight back into what is my job, which was making sure that the scene is safe, that he's safe, that I'm safe, that the people around me are freaking safe, and that's it. It was everyone else that got done telling me, no, you need to go see the nurse. And then the blood started dripping down in front of my eye. I didn't realize I had gotten hit that good. It split open my whole eyelid up above my eye. Because my glasses went into my face, and it was actually the lens of my glasses that literally punctured a hole in my skin. But yeah, I was ready to go back to doing my job. You know, it literally didn't knock me to the ground. Full ass body weight. He wasn't touching the ground when he hit me. I just kind of took the hit, came back up, and was ready to go. But then again, that was my job at the point. You know, my job is, whatever. And there was no animosity to him. And especially after I found out later what happened to him as a kid. You're in a strange place with doctors ready to put needles in you. And with everything that you've been through, I have no problems with you being in a flight or fight response mode and choosing to fight your way out of it. You know?
Yeah, I get that absolutely.
Definitely don't blame him. I don't blame him for anything he did. As far as if I had no idea, and he didn't speak English either.
Oh, so that makes it even more complicated.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You're at a strange place. People are trying to shove needles in you. You don't understand what the hell they're talking about, and you just had somebody freaking restrain you while they put a needle in you. Yeah, no, don't blame him for doing what he did. He, as far as I'm concerned, he did everything I would expect somebody in his situation to do. But yeah, I still needed stitches, but you know what? Like a year or two later, when he ended up on the same ward that I was on, he was cool as could be. So I can take a punch and keep going. Actually, we have a video. I have a video on my channel of me getting the crap beat out of me in the freaking street and keep going. You didn't want to watch that one, Kat.
No, I don't. I'm still not going to watch that because it's not.
Me defending.
That's the one where you're in Reading?
Yeah, that was the one where I was defending because of Jean Grey being freaking rudely assaulted by another car. Unwanted touch. A bunch of freaking gambling addicts in my chat.
Well, gotta get our kicks off somehow, because
Did you top freaking 7 million yet?
Did I? Let's see. Yes, I did. Or actually, just did.
Jesse's over 6 million now.
Yeah, I saw that.
So you guys are still about 1 million apart.
We're 800K apart.
Jesse, you just need to make a couple donations. You'll catch up real quick.
Those are some big freaking donations.
Shh! Don't tell him that. I wish that like if you bought merch off of the website or whatever, it would also count towards it. Because then at least you're getting something out of it as well.
See, the only thing that I can think of is you would have to do that yourself.
I'd have to manually do that.
Yeah, like, and that's honestly kind of a cool way to do it too, because like,
If I have proof,
you know,
yeah.
yeah, if you had proof, which I mean, it's not that hard to give proof to anybody. You know, you can black out your address and stuff if you need to.
Yep.
Which my address, because especially for most things, it is through freaking.
Well, I mean,
mail.
now that I also have my own website, I'm going to see your orders as far as that is concerned.
True.
Because I got to do the shipping info and all that bullshit.
Yeah, which, speaking of shipping and cool stuff, tomorrow I might be buying I might be buying a bitchin' valve cover for my car.
I need some bitchin' valve covers for Jean Grey. Poor Christine, what mine looks like now.
Well,
it was depressing.
It is, considering how freaking shiny they were when I freaking parked the damn thing.
You could fix them.
I'd need to send them out to go get re-chromed.
Should have sprayed it down with WD-40 probably.
I didn't know that. And I didn't know the car was going to be sitting that long when we had that problem, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Goddamn poisonous. I keep thinking it says poisonous frog, and it says fog. I'm sorry, but poisonous frog when you're going on an adventure in a strange island for freaking buried treasure, that sounds more appropriate.
Yeah. And I put it in the live stream chat there. That's the valve cover that I'm likely buying tomorrow. Because freaking vintage inlines, they don't ship to Canada. Huh?
Jesse thought it was frog too.
Well, that's because you boys can't read, apparently. Mind you, Americans, it makes sense.
We're distracted.
Clearly.
That reminds you of an old Offenhauser.
What? Butts?
No.
The valve covers reminds you of the old Offenhauser
I didn't look
valve covers and intakes.
Yeah,
I'm just commenting off of me being distracted. Everybody in here knows exactly. Yeah, no. So.
Yeah, because it is pretty. So pretty.
I'm looking.
Pretty.
Ooh, shifter. Not what I was expecting.
Huh?
Discord.
Oh.
Now we got freaking steering wheels and mood lighting and...
Yeah.
Yeah, in case you don't know, we have a group chat on Facebook that's basically centered around this live stream so we can do the things we need to do the live stream every week. We tend to screw off on it more than we end up doing anything live stream related, but that's what we were sending messages back and forth on. What is... Oh. Apparently Jesse...
Makes you wonder if he got the thing fixed or he's going to run first gear.
Apparently Jesse and Kat are only 750,000 points away from each other. And Jesse cannot gamble fast enough.
Well, you know, there will be a weekend at some point where I won't be here and he'll catch up. Maybe.
Especially if I get really, really happy with the points.
Don't do that. That's rude.
I did that. Who did I do that to last year? It was what's his name that I did it to last year?
Cletus and was it Cletus in Robert's garage for a while?
No,
going back and forth
that high. He didn't partake in any of the party favors.
Yeah, see, the one thing is, last year, I was like over 1 billion points. Like, I think it was like a 2 or 3 billion, and the closest person to me was like over 1 billion points away. So, you know, something like that.
Okay, 1 million points. What was the first mod? What was the first mod I did to my Nova? This has been covered. I don't ever do anything that's not been covered in a live stream or a video.
Question: trying to think if that counts. Do your big wheels and tires count?
That was not right away.
Really? Okay.
Originally, the car ran the same size tires front and rear.
Well, no,
I actually went smaller wheels and tires, but wider before I ever went bigger.
Yeah, okay, so the only other thing, because I know you did that, but... I mean, I've already had a guess, so I'll wait for somebody else to say before I say mine. I get another one. Because I'll be nice that way.
I have...
You know, and then there's Jesse over there that will just guess every single little thing on the planet.
Ready? This is the end of this one. And the end of this one.
Drinking's bad. I'm going.
No, it wasn't, but that was close second. It came with a freaking cherry bomb.
Oh, was that your engine swap?
No.
Okay.
I ran the inline 6 for a long time before I did the engine swap.
Yeah.
Firebird rear end.
Nope. The thing that I did happened way before the Firebird rear end. There's a story involved into the reason why this part got frickin' swapped out.
Well, because I know didn't you swap the seats out of it, but I don't think that
wasn't right away either. I ran the bench seat for a long time. It wasn't until I painted it red and black that I did the seats.
What the hell other mods did you do then?
Nope, wasn't the trans. The trans did not blow right away. Before the trans, before the rear end, before the seats.
Before the motor. What else is there? Fuck. Because paint is not a mod.
Which motor, though?
It's something that happened to the car right after I bought it.
Yeah, I don't remember this shit. Not anymore.
A whole story about it. How expensive it was to freaking pull it out of its situation. Nope, that is actually still the original radiator in that car. From the inline 6 is still in that car.
I couldn't tell you then. I don't know.
Am I gonna
that one broke when you hit the street?
Huh?
That one broke when you hit the street?
What broke?
That's what I was trying to remember. Was it the Nova that did that? You fired it up, come down the driveway, and it quit or whatever when you pulled the street coming home from work?
I don't think so. No, that was the TA. That was the first day I had the TA at work. I went to go down the hill and it was all icy, so I dropped it down into first to help the engine slow it down slower than used in locking it up with the brakes, and it sheared the rear U-joint.
Fun.
Well, it was because the caps weren't tightened down all the way, and it literally just freaking the reverse torque of the engine trying to slow the rear end down just pulled it all the way out of the U-joints, the straps, and just sheared them off.
So, did you ever put an intake on the inline 6? Probably not.
No, I never could get the intake off of the exhaust. Because the intake on those inline 6s, the intake and the heads are one piece.
Oh, I thought they were removable.
Earlier ones are removable. The ones for that generation, the intake in the head is one piece. The exhaust bolts to the bottom side of the intake and the head.
Well, Bradley said carburetor, but that's probably not it either.
Nope, it was a one barrel. It was a one barrel carburetor all the way up until I pulled it out. Technically it was a performance upgrade, but it was because it needed to be replaced.
One wire distributor.
Nope. It had an HEI distributor. No, it had a points distributor with a freaking external coil for the inline six. I swapped in an HEI coil on top distributor, but that wasn't until after. It was not brakes. So brakes were involved in the incident, but they actually worked. It was the lack of traction to the road that didn't work.
Well, I said tires already.
It wasn't tires. Tires were fine.
Then it's
tires were
suspension.
fine. Brakes were fine. It was not
Front
the
clip
tires
because you rear-ended somebody.
What?
Front clip because you rear-ended
I
somebody.
never rear-ended somebody in the Nova.
Did you do something with the rear leaves or something like that?
I did eventually. I put leaf helpers on the rear leaves after I blew the rear end from doing a neutral drop burnout. Again, this was way before that.
So, what other mods could there be? Because look, we've said just about everything.
Okay, so are we agreeing that I win this one?
I mean, if you want to give yourself the point, sure, go ahead.
I'm not going to give myself the points anyway. None of you guys are going to get them. I should deduct points from all of you. That's $1 million points away from all of you.
That's rude.
Because you had the V8 in when the tire blew and took out the rear quarter. That's what parked the car.
I had the 305 in at that point, yes.
Yeah, there. What other?
No, it wasn't headlights.
Because I'm trying to think what else is like a performance mod.
Okay, when are we giving up yet? It wasn't a steering wheel. I ended up replacing the steering with a Grant steering wheel probably 6 months into owning the car. It's the same steering wheel that's on it now.
You put
It is not.
What?
Wait, did you put like a performance coil on it?
Oh, that's right, Chris, because there's no steering wheel on it now, but the steering wheel is still attached
In either car, exactly.
The
It's still
steering wheel
attached
is
to the
still
steering
attached
column.
the steering wheel is still attached to the steering column.
Yeah, you didn't put a performance coil on it, did you?
Yes, but that was when I switched out the HEI distributor. Switched it out with an HEI distributor. I put an Excel performance coil underneath of the cap and on the HEI distributor.
Now, how the hell is that close a steering wheel than a new fan? How the hell are those two related whatsoever?
Subframe connectors.
I put a flex fan on it when I put the V8 in it, but it had a stock fan on it with the inline six. No, the car never had subframe connectors on it. You've been underneath that car. You should know that it doesn't have subframe connectors.
Traction bars.
Doesn't have
Yeah, you said it had something to do with traction.
You guys
Add-on leaves.
You guys give up yet? Gonna drive everybody away just trying to figure out what this is.
You played with a stick.
They could be considered sticks, yes.
Oh, you changed out the shifter.
No. That shifter, I didn't put the shifter in until after I had the 305 in it.
Yeah, then we may as well give up because we've said just about
everything. I lie. I did the shifter before the 350.
Leaf spring additions in order to prevent axle wrap.
Nope, that wasn't until after I broke the axle.
Wider tires.
I already said that.
Wheel spacers.
The wide tires did not come until after I put the 350 in it. The 305 in it.
E-brake illumination.
I have never changed the cam in that car. Even the 350 and the 305 that I put in it still had the same cam in it than when I bought the motor.
Wheel spacers.
There was probably at least a few tampons in that car at some point, but none of them were for upgrades to the car.
Air shocks.
In fact, any of them were probably downgrades to the car. No, the car I never put air shocks on that car. Actually, I lied. There were air shocks on that car when I bought it. I took them off and put Gabriels on it.
Gabriel hijackers for the win.
No, they were just Gabriel truck shocks. Heavy duty truck
shocks.
With
you? You're supposed to. If you're gonna put Gabriel shocks on it, they have to be hijackers.
They were Gabriel.
Why?
They were Gabriel heavy duty truck shocks.
Well, see now, Jesse, the problem is you're just saying shit now that is not performance oriented.
A heater core did had to be replaced in that car at one point, but that was not until much later. Door latches, never had to put door latches in it. I had to fix them, but I never had to replace them.
Rear sway bar.
Actually, Jesse's correct. It was a sway bar. Oh, it was part of a sway bar. It wasn't the full sway bar.
Sway bar end links?
Front end A bars, sway bar end links were what I replaced on that car first.
So do we each get like 500K because we kind of
No.
split that?
No, because you guys guessed so many freaking times. You were bound to run into a freaking a correct answer at some point.
Process of elimination.
Yeah, I'm not giving either of you guys credits because I was already ready to tell you guys the answer like 60 times. It's because of the second day that I owned the car. I was coming out of the mall and I was coming back up onto the highway on Route 12, and they did not plow the whole on ramp, and I ran out of on ramp before the car would let me come. The car on the highway would let me come up onto the highway. I had to quick turn the wheel to be able to avoid the snowbank in front of me. And because none of the sway bar end links in the front of the car were functional, they were there, but none of the bushings were there, so they weren't doing much of anything. They were just flippity floppity. I corrected it like 7 times. I went left, I went right, I went left, I went right. Eventually, I could not keep up with the body roll, and it stuffed it into a snowbank on the right-hand side of the road. It cost me like $40 or $60 to get that car pulled back 10 feet out of the snow, and the whole underside of the hood was packed with snow all the way up to the underside of the hood. So
See,
when I lifted up the hood,
Okay.
the hood after I parked the car in a safe parking lot, I could not even see my engine because there was that much snow underneath the hood.
See now, when you've mentioned that story, I don't know if you've ever mentioned that you replaced the sway bar
I
end
didn't
link.
I didn't necessarily mention that I replaced the sway bar end links. I said the reason I got in the accident was because the sway bar end links were that bad, they were non-existent.
Yeah, I don't remember that
I
portion.
didn't flat out said after the accident I replaced the sway bar end links. I kind of figured that was a given.
Oh, hey, Nick is in the chat.
Hey, Nick, did you get your shifter fixed, or did you run it in first gear tonight?
Yeah, we got to. How'd you do? How'd you do?
Did you blow it up?
Apparently, he's winning right out the freaking gate, though.
Yeah, it was a tricky question, but the one thing is that I will admit though that after freaking COVID, especially, I don't remember half the shit that I used it.
I'm sorry to hear that, but that's.
It
I
is
felt
pretty
that was a
better
very
one, Sean.
fair question, and it was covered recently. I do believe it was only like 2 live streams ago that we covered that.
Yeah, it was actually fairly recent that we talked about that. I do remember that, but
Here's a better one, Sean.
how did the
For
wait,
a million points?
Hold
For a
on,
million
guys.
points, somebody figure out why you keep breaking the end link on Jean Grey.
Ooh, that's a good one. I know why it broke. I don't know. I don't think it should have broken for that reason, but I know what I did to break it.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you that.
Now, if somebody can tell me how I broke it, that's worth 2 million points. If somebody can tell me how I broke the rear end link, it's literally snapped it off right at the freaking part that goes around the sway bar. So you have the metal rod that goes into like the little round C clamp thing that bolts around, that clamps down around the sway bar. It's snapped right where the round bar meets the whatever the clamping part. Anyway,
Twice.
Yeah, it's happened twice. I've replaced it twice, and I had one. Actually, no, it's the third time because the first time I had it replaced, I got new ones. It did it again. I had that one welded, and then it did it again. And I know exactly what I did every single time. It was not a PA pothole.
Hey, there you go, Nick. Nice.
Nick, how did the car do until it overheated? Well, I guess that tells me he got a quickest lap time. So obviously it stayed in first gear, did it some good. You're just gonna freaking make it cool better. You can keep if you can keep. It's probably because you didn't have to freaking those cars don't have the quickest shift. So probably him not shifting, kept it in the power longer.
On the power band.
Yeah. So I would say because when you do that shift, you're losing a couple seconds where you're not under power. Even if it's an automatic. As it's doing the shift, you're not engaging power.
Hi, Rascal. Are you in here?
I did not send it too hard around a turn.
Well, you said it was something
driving was
stupid.
not involved.
Driving was not involved.
Hey,
Where?
sometimes loose is sometimes fast is not fast. Tortoise in the hare.
It's like a dirt track.
Yeah,
Turn right to go left.
Yeah.
It did not break it doing burnouts.
Yeah, well, you said it's something stupid.
It is something stupid. It didn't have anything to do with driving.
It had nothing to do with
No, I didn't
driving.
break it trying to replace it. I wouldn't replace it if it wasn't broken.
Oh, I know what it is. You were jacking up the rear end by the axle.
Wrong. Close. But
Really? Well, you have said that you have broken the. I guess you broke the end links doing that. Sorry. Oh my bad.
It is an end link that broke.
Yeah,
You and Jesse are really fighting for that $2 million.
Yeah, we are.
I had to reread his last comment 3 times.
Do it. Do it. Do it and film it.
If you're gonna do it, you got to make sure it's either seen or you film it yourself.
Exactly.
Don't ever do something stupid and expensive without there being freaking some kind of freaking worthwhile
backup plan.
proof of it.
No,
if you're gonna send it, you need to make sure that you're gonna, that there's gonna be you're gonna be able to enjoy it later, like a video or.
Send it so it's yeah. I mean, he had a perfectly good video of a fucking rental that got sent, and he didn't keep it. He lost it.
Okay, we had a perfectly good chance of freaking getting a video of a freaking strongman freaking pulling a damn car up under the trailer, and he couldn't wait till we got back to the goddamn freaking trailer.
Yeah, no shit.
Cost me a whole damn video.
Actually, did the car fall off a jack to do that?
No.
No, okay.
You guys are beating around the fucking bush. Too bad it's freaking bald.
Hey,
I ain't no bush left, figured.
No,
it's
no
bald beach.
Bush.
Already figured that out.
Beating around it. I don't understand why you can't find the hole.
Well, I'm tired.
You're jacking the car off. Oh my god.
Because they were slightly inebriated. They went to kiss, and the smell got in the way.
No, it had nothing to do with loading the car on the trailer. Like I said, you guys are so freaking close. You're both on fire. Nope, not pulling the car out of a ditch. Now you're getting cold.
Okay, so.
Well, he's up for trying to kiss Eskimos now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's trying to kiss Eskimos. Frozen titties.
So what the hell could it have been? Because it wasn't okay. It wasn't from that.
You guys have both been really close.
Well, I'm trying to think because I know you did mention that it did break when you would jack it from the rear axle. Because
you're close. You're not right. Neither of you have been right. You have been both close, but not right. And for $2 million, you need to be freaking right.
The fuck?
I don't remember what side it was on. It doesn't really matter for what happened.
It didn't fall off a jack. It didn't do that.
Here I thought Nick was offering freaking sway bar end links. I just say I have 4 parts cars. I was like, You have end links? Oh wait, no, it's Cavaliers. You know, I wish I was buzzed. I've been drinking. This shit's not cheap, and I'm not buzzed. I don't understand.
You put it on an RTI ramp.
I mean, I could paint a damn freaking target on it, and you still can't freaking hit it.
Wait, did you drive it onto a ramp, like a maintenance ramp? No.
Again, driving was not a part of it.
Well, I mean, it being on the maintenance ramp, it's not necessarily driving it.
I had to drive it on it, you said.
Okay, you jacked it onto a fucking maintenance ramp. I don't know. God.
It fell off the jack.
Yeah, I already said that.
Nope, did not fall off the jack.
It's something to do with jacking the car, but like, what the fuck? Because I swear to God, we said everything.
It broke out.
All right, fine. You change out the stereo system, put an amp and a frickin' woof in the trunk, and you're playing Gretchen Wilson all jacked up.
You guys have beaten around the bush. For the bush that's not there, you have beaten that
She ain't
poor
got
thing
no
to death.
bush. We're trying to glue the hair back on, damn it.
Somebody's wondering whether or not she fell down the goddamn stairs at this point.
Fuck.
Like I said, this is 2 million points. You need to be on point. You guys have all, like, if you were to put all of your answers together, the words would have said it, but you have not said the words. Jesse, if you can do that in the back of that car, you are not old enough to do that. Am I not right, Chris?
Shit. Even midgets
You
would have
can't
a
even
hard
fit a
time pulling
freaking
that one off.
4-year-old back there, let alone a fucking 2 full-grown adults.
Yeah.
And have any word to move.
No. I will say there is a way that 2 full-grown adults can accomplish
Take
that
the front
fact.
seats out.
No, with the front seats in, it can be accomplished. It's not very goddamn comfortable on the bottom.
This is a conversation for the after party, Chris.
I'm not going to go into details. I'm just going to say it has been done. There's a way to do it.
Do I get to win this one too? You guys are going to kick yourselves so hard. You're going to say you got it, but you didn't. Because like I said, this is 2 million points. You need to say it exactly.
Yeah,
You jacked up the end link, and that's what snapped it when you were trying to change it out, take the tension off.
I did not jack it on the end link.
You know,
why
like,
it
the thing
confused
is,
me the
we
first
already
2
said-
times it happened until I figured it out the third time I did it, what I actually did.
Yeah, because I've said, and I swear
Nope,
to God, you said it.
I did not pull the engine 3 times, so I had something I had to have done 3 times before I realized what I shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, because I swear to God, you have said it to where you, and I said it earlier, that you were jacking
Now,
up
that
the
car
axle.
has fallen off the jack because my not friend anymore, Will, was there the one time when I drove it off of the jack.
I ought to write a book then. The how-to guide, how to beep, 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 beep.
It wasn't intentional. It has the floor shifter, and it's not because I didn't have the thing that runs up to the steering column because it's got headers on it. We had meant to just start the car and didn't realize that the car was still in gear. And when I started the car, it kicked it off the jack. That's not what caused the problem that you guys are trying to solve right now.
Yeah, see, like I know that you, because I swear to God,
Bounced
you told
on the ground.
All right, yes, it has broken that particular part 3 times. It has nothing to do with an engine hoist.
Yeah, because like I swear you said
it has nothing to do with the car driving. The car was stationary at the time that it happened.
What are you trying to say, Nick?
You know, see, like,
If it needs to be done, you have done it, Chris. You have pulled the rabbit out of the hat.
Something, huh?
Well, you have kids to prove that one. No park test. I've took team member's wife out by shooting a jack out from underneath the car. I almost squished Will. Well, I didn't almost squished Will. Will almost got squished by the ram sliding over off of the jack stands. Whole back end of the truck was up on jack stands, and it slid over, and the jack stands kicked out, and he was still underneath the truck. Sitting, not laying. He was sitting under the truck. Because if you lift the rear end of that truck up on jack stands, you can literally sit underneath of that truck working comfortably.
You should get damn to do that now without jacking it up.
I know, right? But for what he was doing, he was messing with the transfer case. We needed to jack it up just so that way we could get to the transfer case in a sitting position, because there was no way you were getting to the transfer case in a laying position with it on the ground. Did I see anything? Did not rust and break in half. Kids prove that pull-out.
I swear to God, you have said
none of my kids were from the pull-out game. At least not intentionally. He wants to. Jesse's throwing in the towel.
Yeah, it's proven fact. If you got kids, you failed at the railroad game because you weren't a good conductor.
I was not in charge of that train. No, the one train I plowed right out the fuck in there because the freaking the train was supposed to go in the station.
Yeah, but a good conductor always gets a train out on time.
Not when there's a blockage. When a bunch of activists block the railroad station and won't let the train out, you can't help that one. Oh, we've lost Cat.
Uh-oh.
Cat backed out on that one. No, it had nothing to do with breaking checking the shocks. I gotta wait for Cat to come back before I can say what it was. It definitely made the delivery. Yeah, the last one was definitely delivered. It was delivered early. Her computer overheated again. Well, she's here, so she can at least hear it. Jacked up the driver's side. Actually, it was the passenger side front corner. To be able to get the jack stand underneath the car. Chris.
Okay.
That's what broke it. Which is why I said you guys were beating all around the freaking bush.
Overflexed it to the one side.
Mm-hmm. Instead of jacking it up in the middle of the front end, because I couldn't get the jack underneath the front end, between the front spoiler and how low the front cross member is, I couldn't get a jack underneath the front cross member to be able to lift the car up, to be able to get a jack stand underneath of the front end of the car. So, but the thing is, it still should have freaking flexed. It shouldn't have broke. But it's done it to me 3 times now.
So something's jamming it up whenever you go to jack up that.
I don't think it's
one side.
Yeah, I don't think that it is
locking, whatever, putting too much pressure.
I think that it's what it's going on is that the part that holds on to the sway bar itself, I think, is holding on to the sway bar too much. So that part is moving with the sway bar, but the end link is not moving with the end of the end link. You know what I mean? It's not sliding on the sway bar.
Right.
Did you happen to hear that? Are you too frustrated with your computer?
I fucking hate this computer. This laptop is a piece of shit.
It has nothing to do
He
with
got
how hard or
overshafted.
soft the sway bar is. I'm pretty sure it's the fact that both the sway bar and the rubber bushing and the end link, I think they're all binding, and when it binded, it broke.
Also, wait, where were you jacking it from that did this again?
Passenger side front corner, because I do believe it was the driver's side right corner that broke. It's one of the two corners. I lifted up from the front corner to be able to get a jack stand under it, and that's why I said all of you guys were so freaking close. You had freaking jacking it up from the back. You had just jacking it, which I'm not going to accept that because that's too vague. You had rolling it up onto like the Jeep Wrangler thing where you're checking flex. Well, that was pretty damn fucking close because that's technically how it broke, but I was using a jack, not a freaking ramp. You guys beat around the bush so hard. She's bloody and bruised, and you just did not get the right combination of words. So I don't know anybody $2 million, 2 million points. Call me cheaty, but for 2 million, I think you needed to get that one on the head. Beat around the bush a lot. I don't care if the bush is there or not. I'm still beating it. I think we need to call it a night, guys.
Yeah, it is currently, at least here, 1 a.m., which is like, wait.
Why the hell do we have 7 freaking people in here?
Because
how am I supposed to end it at 7
They're listening to the antics.
People?
They're listening to the antics.
It is 3 o'clock in the morning. Why are 7 people in my live stream? After we have not had more than like 5 the whole night.
Because it is only 1 o'clock here.
I guess maybe I need to stay on longer. Do we just need to stay up till 5 in the morning here?
Maybe. I mean,
Saturday. What the hell?
Roll call. I got Miss For Me. I got Jesse. I got Brad, Kat, and Chris. That's 5. Who are the other 2? Harvey. Is Harvey still here? Because I'm guessing that everybody is watching the live stream, because otherwise you can't respond to the chat.
Okay, the rascal. No, you're gonna overheat the computer again. No, you go over here.
No clogging the computer with your. I gotta shut my mouth on that one.
Oh my god.
Either shave it or remove it from the heat source.
Okay, make up your damn mind, you fucking cat. Seriously,
well, that's why I moved it to Saturdays, because Sundays I had to work Monday morning. I still have a kid though that likes to get up freaking first thing in the morning, and I got a sick girlfriend who's not going to get up with him. That is not the end I want towards the camera.
Okay.
That's gonna
apparently that end's going that way.
It's gonna make an interesting comments later in your video.
Shithead.
If anyone was around for the shafting stick conversation earlier, now she's there yawning wide and the cat had his tail straight up in the air.
We have people in here that did not get to see the web page, and I don't know if anybody actually clicked on it. Hopefully you still click on it anyway, even if I do show it. But did I get rid? Oh, I must have closed that window. Maybe. No, I didn't. We can go peek through the web store again. So if you happen to click on the web store after the live stream or before the live stream, whatever. I was up till 5 o'clock yesterday morning, this morning, last morning, one of the mornings.
Yesterday.
Creating a new place for all of you guys to, I don't know what you want to call it, but
Interact Playground.
There you go. So this is the landing screen, this home screen. We got some merch. This will basically be whatever top sellers or whatever will end up being in this plane here. These are all actually classic designs. They've been on my old. Some of them haven't been on my old storefront for a while
Teespring account.
because I ended up having to. I lost them. I had to remake them. But then we got like Instagram pictures. I don't know why it's only doing one row. It should be doing a couple, but it's only doing one. So latest Instagram pictures will be up here. All of the latest videos will show up here too as well. Which I do believe you can watch them straight from the webpage. A little blurb about people that if people don't know about my page. Some random guy with a tablet. We have the actual storefront, which will have a bunch more than just shirts. But it's got a bunch of different shirts. We have Kat's favorite shirt, which is the Let's Settle This Like Adults shirt. Sadly, it's only in unisex. I don't have girl-only shirts at the moment. They will be coming.
I mean, the tank top is actually well, at least when you had it as a tank top, that's.
Well, I also got rid of the logo on the front and put it on the sleeves. So the front is flat black. It is just straight black.
Yeah, see, that shirt's around here somewhere. I'd have to find it again. I love that shirt though.
You need to wear it more in your videos.
Yeah, I've been wearing mostly this one because it kind of says my brand on it.
Oh, well, we don't need you promoting your own brand.
Well, yes, we do.
Alright, this is one of
my favorite. When I'm at and also when I'm at like car shows and shit like that, when it actually says Canrain's Garage and it actually has a group that I admin on it, it's kind of cool.
There you go.
Plus, it has a giant freaking American flag on the back of it because I live in Canada.
I have one of those giant American flag thingies on the back of my shirt. So, like, here's one right here.
Yeah, no, it's like the thing is, it's so funny how, because the thing is, you guys can like scream America and nobody complains, but actually, if you do the same thing here in Canada, people complain.
Well, what if you scream Canada or America?
If you scream Canada here in Canada,
that makes no sense. Why are you not proud of your own country?
No, we are. It's just there comes a certain point.
You saying that we scream Canada more here in America than you guys do in Canada?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Because
we do that.
The thing is, like, well, the thing is, you guys aren't like promoting the maple leaf everywhere, right? Because we don't really do that as much. Like, we do that a little bit, but it's not like we're emblazing the flag on the back.
I bet you I can go to InChain Designs right now, and there's maple leaf freaking merchandise on there.
Oh, I'm sure there is. You're not finding that shit in stores though. Compared to down there, you're gonna find fucking American flag on everything.
Well, technically, if you read our Constitution, the American flag should not be on anything that touches the ground.
Oh yeah.
Which means clothing should be not.
Oh, and there is another thing in your Constitution as well, and this one I do know, that you're not supposed to make money off of the flag, yet everybody does.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Like, and it's just so funny because even like the American fucking government does it too, and that's their own constitution.
Okay, so we have the shop. This will be expanding, and I will probably end up segregating it into different categories like females' clothes, men's clothes, unisex, whether it's like drinkware or whatever. Probably end up so it's just not so cluttered, because that was one of the things I hated about my Teespring the Teespring store, is if I made a shirt with this logo on it and I made it in different like t-shirt styles, it would throw them all in a row, and you have to scroll through all of that same design through all of the different types of t-shirts that I had it on before you could get to the next design, and I hated that. I want you to be able to see, basically the different designs, and then I was hoping that you'd be able to click on one and it would take you into the different types of shirts, which I might do that. I might do each one as a different each design as a different collection. But anyway, so there's that. We have a little blurb here about each of the projects that are on the channel. Obviously, I will update this if there is more projects. There are links to each of their playlists at the bottom. I might change that to yellow or something so it stands out more. It gives you a place to either A, go back to the storefront, or if you feel like donating, there is a PayPal link for donations there as well. Here's some of my favorite stuff for you guys. I will be making more groups as I feel that there is a need for them. This one here, the marketing research group. If you've got ideas for anything that I can do as far as promoting the channel, merch you guys would like to see, ideas for t-shirts or different logos or whatever, anything that has to do with marketing the channel and you guys have ideas, you can put it in there. Viewers rides obviously is pretty self-explanatory. If you got a car and you like it and you want to promote it and share it, there you go, there's a spot. There is the members page, which, hey, look, there's Kat and Chris and me. Oh, and I'm guessing that's Brad. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure you guys can add stuff to your profiles to flesh them out as well. I haven't dabbled in it yet because I've been too busy making the page itself. This is another shop thing. I'm not sure exactly what to use this for yet. It populated itself. That's okay, Jesse. What dances on the? Oh, okay, never mind. If you have any problems with the website, there's a place that you can let me know. And then there is the About Me section, which is actually pretty generic. And then, because I haven't dabbled with that yet. This one I'm still working on as well. This I really would like tips on if you guys have ideas or topics for a forum discussion, whatever. Basically, any topics you want to cover long term and think that this would be a place to be able to do that at. I'll probably end up putting in something for like sharing your own videos if you guys are other YouTubers. Stuff like that. Give you another spot to spam your stuff, Kat.
Well, you know.
But the audience would be nowhere near as big as the some of the YouTube pages you post on. But hopefully we can get it to the point to where this page has a lot of traffic on it.
That'd be cool.
But
yeah, because like I mean, my self promotion gets me a lot of freaking views.
Well, I'm shamelessly self-promoting now to help me promote so I can help other people promote.
There you go. See, I mean, yeah, and that is a good thing. But yeah, like I shamelessly self-promote myself, and people complain at times, but I don't give a shit.
Well, it's making
and it's funny actually, because I've been promoting myself and promoting some of our car meets here in town all over Alberta. Yeah, I actually became an admin of another group because of it. So.
There you go.
Just yesterday. It was kind of cool, actually.
So yeah, I like as far as like the merch and stuff. If you guys like something or don't like something, like a certain style, I have 3 basic styles that I've gone with. Most of these are big logo on the back with the small logos on the sleeves. I have another one which is where's the other? Yeah, you have this one with the big logo on the front and the branding on the back and nothing on the sleeves. The other one that I have is actually this one, which is small logo on the front breast pocket.
Okay, let's go for fuck's sakes.
There's all right, so there's small logo on the breast pocket, a logo on one sleeve, and then the big image on the back. This is actually the podcast shirt, so this is actually, promoting the podcast itself. But yeah, so This will change every year with whenever I change the thumbnail for the live stream for that year.
God, for fuck's sakes.
I'm trying to see if there's wrote anything about anything I was just saying. Nope, everybody's just gambling.
Gambling because we can.
Yeah, I can tell when I bore you guys all because you just gamble. There's no talking; it's just gambling.
Well, no, I was letting you do your spiel, and I was gambling.
Nobody was
in the process.
talking
Plus,
in chat.
plus, I'm also dealing with this little shithead right here.
Yeah, I know. I see. He's very demanding of attentions. He's like,
Yeah,
I ordered
exactly.
6 attentions and you have fulfilled none of them.
Exactly. He's a little shithead.
You're supposed to also give me a leeway of 10 additional attentions and you haven't filled those either. But yeah, so feedback. Very much needed because I have never done a website before, so I don't know what is working, what don't work, what looks good, what doesn't look good. Something that I'm missing or something that I need versus something that I don't need. Especially if you think about it from somebody who has never been to the website or whatever, or has never, doesn't know anything about me either, because that's basically what this is for. This is to inform people that don't know anything about me, plus also get you guys to the information or shopping that you guys are looking for.
Well, see, the one thing is, like, something that I would suggest, and I don't know if you can do that or not, because,
I
like,
do have limitations, so yes, there might be.
Yeah, for sure. But like, what I was getting at is because on your site, like, when I first was there, until I searched under groups for it, I didn't actually know where to find the viewer rides thing. And I think that should be more of a prominent thing somewhere else, just to promote that side of it.
I don't know if I can put this on the main page. I don't know if I want it on the home page.
I mean, that's fair. If that's what you want it as, then that's totally
because
fine.
the main page should be about the channel itself. I'm thinking that maybe the groups and the members pages should be combined, if I could. So that way when you go to members, you're going to see the groups as well. Or maybe I should change the members rides over here and bring the forums back up here, which I might do. I might get rid of new collection and put forums up here and have a members ride in the forums section. I just thought it might have been easier to have it as a group than a forum. Plus, like I said, it should be... I don't know if you can post things in your profile of your vehicles. Because that would be cool. Like VinWiki does?
I think it's a profile picture only.
Okay.
Let's find out.
Because I tried to put in the link to change.
You can share stuff
for the YouTube channel for us, and I couldn't put it in. There's like a spot where you can share your URL, but it's actually your URL link for your membership there in your web page.
Yeah,
I had to go over into like the profile description to put it in there.
Yeah,
kind of like the business card when they look at your profile that it comes up.
And it's not to say that the stuff that you can or cannot do now is because I may or may not have found the option yet, or it may not exist.
Right.
And I may not have looked at it because I didn't know I needed to look for it. So as I said, dropping stuff in somewhere to let me know, what you guys want, what's good, what's not, what's working, what's not working. Because I've never done this before. I've never made a website. I have never owned a website. I'm just kind of winging it. I don't think I did too bad for winging it.
I don't think so either.
Oh, it looks good the way it is.
I went through like 17 different frickin' designs and layouts and everything else. Because nothing,
so
I'm still not happy with it. I don't like any of the block lettering. As you know, I like that, like, what is it called? Something black. Cooper Black. I like that Cooper Black font, which is the font that I use in my logo. which is more of a bubbly round font, and all of these are more of a blocky square font or like a scripted font. And I could not find a font that I liked.
Oh, see. Now, and I'm not sure if that's just the limitations of, the software of the website, but I am noticing that to upload pictures, you have to do it one at a time.
That is a software limit. I had the same freaking
Okay,
issue.
that's fair. I mean,
And especially when it was trying to download pictures off of my Instagram or Facebook to upload onto here. Anything off my computer was pretty quick, but trying to get them off of Facebook or Instagram to put on here, oh my god, it took forever. This is not... Now, I'll put it out there. I'm using Wix, W-I-X. I wanted to use Squarespace. That was what I wanted to use. But Squarespace did not financially make sense for the same level that I can get for Wix was way too expensive for the amount of money that I am currently pulling in off of my Teespring to make sense putting that money into this website. I have this website for 2 years with Wix. And then after that, I can decide whether or not I want... Or, I mean, honestly, I could decide anytime that I want to start another one on somewhere else. But I'm paying for 2 years of this because I didn't want to pay a monthly fee. Because monthly was also expensive. So...
Alright, that works. Cool. Okay, done.
You're eating 4 candy bars?
What? No.
Thank you, Brad, for sending me feedback later. I mean, yeah, I mean, and that goes with everything. You know, I don't know what works and what doesn't work if people don't tell me. You know, and they even, like I said...
Yeah, I just found...
Go ahead, sorry. I'm
it's all good. Like, I'm playing around with my profile on here, and it's actually...
It looks different on your phone. It should look different. There are different profiles or different ways it displays it on your phone versus on the web. I had to go through and hand-pick stuff that worked for the phone because some of the stuff that I had for the web page really looked horrible on the phone. So if you also notice something that doesn't look right or looks off or looks awkward on either the... You have to make sure you let me know whether it's the phone or the web app. Because they're different. They're not exactly the same.
There we go. Okay. I'm just uploading pictures to my profile, and it's going pretty good so far. It's kind of fun because I have a picture of my cat in my car.
And I don't think I have... Oh, by the way, that
pictures
picture
of my
of you
cars
with the
and
cat
me.
that picture of you with the cat in your passenger seat was absolutely adorable. I think you posted that on Instagram.
And
not
he
sure.
loved it.
I
did post it on Instagram. I think I put the tag. Well, I was gonna say I did put the tag on it as humans suck. Get yourself a riding buddy.
Yeah, I saw that. Jesse, I don't think I could afford to make my own freaking app. Number 2, I don't know if I have enough subscribers or traffic to justify having an app. I mean, technically an app is only a link to a web page. I think an app is really only technically a link to a web page. But anyway.
Well, the one thing is, because if you build your, because the one thing is you need to actually build an app. All you need is a creator profile on Android. On Apple, it's a bit of a pain because you have to pay to put it on. But for Android, though, it's 100% free. And you can do it yourself if you know how. But because I made an app way back in the day.
What? Say that again.
Oh, I was just saying like, Because like apps, unless you know what you're doing with making it, they can be a bit of a pain to
And
try
you can
and
break
set up.
them.
More so than a website.
You can break them pretty easy too. I was
Yeah,
afraid I was
absolutely.
going to break this stupid website.
I figured out. And also on the website too, were you able to put in, or have you even thought about it, of putting in a filter for certain content relating to like if somebody tries to upload a picture that's bad? Or is that just something you'll have to just go through and
Hold on.
find it?
I think I don't know about a picture, but I know words. I think I can put blocked words and things like that in.
Yeah, okay.
Hold on. Da, 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 da.
Yeah, just stuff to think about. That's all.
Because this is basically what I have to work with here. Wait, which one is it? It's just Wix AD. Okay, that's this one. So like, so if I go under groups and not that one, manage groups.
Oh, did the gamble break?
Did the what?
I'm wondering if the gamble broke because both me and Jesse gambled and nothing happened.
I don't know.
You jam the stick in the slot machine.
Your obsession with the stick, man.
I think I moderate the post, but you're only allowed to post 10 a day in the first week. Max image size is 50 megabytes. I got a word filter, and that's it.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
So, yeah, somebody would just have to report it or whatever.
Yeah, no worries. Like I said, it's just stuff to think about. That's all. So that I can think of. Because other than that, like the site seems actually pretty damn good. Like I don't really see any other issues with it really.
Well, it would just be an aesthetic thing, or a want or a need that's not there, or if there's something that isn't going to be useful, or
Yeah.
or a menu that's just awkward to freaking get through.
Because one thing is like actually like on, uploading to your profile stuff that's actually pretty smooth and I like that. At least on the phone. I haven't tried that on the computer, but
I don't know why this keeps going back to. Should not be light mode. It should be dark mode. I gotta watch that because like my PC, if you look, everything's in dark mode.
Oh yeah, I mean I do the same thing. Oh, actually not on. I should do that on the PC, but I haven't done that.
But the thing is, wonder if I have this on the wrong optimized design.
Oh, so you can physically message other members, dude.
Yeah,
Cool.
you can have conversations within the app.
That's cool. Yeah, no, this
It
is
keeps
nice.
freaking messing with this and going in the wrong. Changing the design that I have it as. If you refresh it, hold on, give it a second. I just changed some shit, so it's gonna change again if you refresh your browser. I don't know if it'll change it for the phone app though. I uploaded a profile pic. It doesn't matter what I chose. It's sideways. I don't know. I don't know. You got to upload it in the right direction there, buddy. It didn't jam for. Oh, he got his points. Jesse got points. There you go. That looks much better.
I didn't get points. Either that or my thing is all screwed up. Let's just reset this and see if it changes.
All right, I'm gonna go to the mobile app right now and see how that looks.
The mobile app looks fine.
Is that storefront maybe? No, that's Instagram.
Oh, there we go. Interesting. Okay, so everything up to, well, after my last gamble in the chat, it just froze everything. That's weird.
Oh, you're not seeing the messages anymore.
Yeah, I got them to work now, but
It won't let me manage the Instagram one. It's literally only showing 2 of the Instagram posts on the... Oh no, that's no, that is the Instagram one. That's weird. I gotta get rid of this stupid guy with the tablet. He's annoying.
and something that you could, once you get like enough people on here, and you start promoting this and whatnot, is maybe like shout out whoever you think deserves a shout out on the thing. And what I mean by that, not necessarily like YouTube channels or anything like that, but dedicated fans to make them feel like they're more special that way.
Yeah.
That could be an idea for you.
I like that. I like the way the projects page comes out in the phone app.
Oh, yeah, it looks good. Yeah.
I played a little bit on the phone app part, but not a whole lot. And I should have paid more attention to it, because the fact that most people are probably going to be on their phones. Yeah, that's definitely sideways. Or is it slideways? You guys aren't following each other?
Not yet.
Chris is back.
Well,
or no, is it Chris? Yeah, Chris is back. Was he the one that booped in?
It's being unhappy, is it?
What's being unhappy?
Phone service.
Oh, your phone service is unhappy. Oh, the new collection looks a lot better on the phone app than the store does. Well, maybe they're about the same. Store's white background. I think I like the black background better. Can I change that? Edit. Select the design. No, that's a header design. Nope, it's just going to manage what products are on there, not how it looks. Oh, that's annoying. Alright, night, Jesse. I think we all need to end up going to sleep.
Probably. Yeah, I was going to have a bath, but I'm probably just going to do that tomorrow.
I need to... I gotta see if my ending screen will work. Oh, we won't know because nobody freaking donated. Nobody did anything again. So it's just gonna be blank. Alrighty. Well, let's say our goodbyes, and I will put up the ending screen, so that way I can put titles on the end or whatever after the live stream.
Well, there we go. See if that works. There, hang on.
What? Did you just donate?
Maybe.
Maybe. That sounds like a yes. Did you kill the stream boss? That is the question, though.
Oh no, nowhere near.
We
I didn't do a
can't
big
kill
quotation
Kevin
roll.
yet?
No.
$1.
Yeah,
Thank
just-
you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, we gotta wait for the little animation.
Yeah, and that way you can
Miss
see if your
Formie
end
rolled the
screen works.
100.
Yes, she did.
All right, well, we're still under a caution. I want you to back out on that track and hit the pace car. Hit the pace car? Hit the pace car! What for? Because you hit every other goddamn thing out there. I want you to be perfect. Go on, go, go, go!
I love that. It's so much fun.
There you go. Now you can see if your end screen thing works.
Yes, we can. Chris, are you still there?
Yep.
You gonna say goodbye? I mean, hopefully you're gonna hang out and not disappear before we get into the after party. But you gonna say goodbye to the live streamers?
Yeah, everybody have a good week. Keep the shiny side up, the dirty side down. Keep it between the ditches and run over all the bitches.
It depends on what you're driving there, Chris, whether or not you want the shiny side down or not.
Well, yeah, it could be. It could be.
But anyway, all right, let's
Well,
check out to see how the credit screen looks. And let me open up this other thing in case I have to hit a button real quick. Hoping I don't have to, but I might have to.
Your store screen's still stuck up on the thing.
Well, I could get rid of that. Let's see. As soon as I switch
There you
pages,
go.
that'll change anyway. I just need to make sure that I am on. Where's the widgets? Did they change stuff on me? It's all widgets. And I need to go down here to the end credit screen in case I have to hit roll credits, which I didn't think I needed to last time, and I ended up screwing myself over because I did hit it too many times.
I remember that.
Okay, switching to end screen, we'll see how it works.